Gather around, freaks. It's Steve's birthday week, and we're going to get in our flying saucer and celebrate in the deep depths of space. Danger, Steve Waters. We have two guests again. So gather around the internet comms and gather around the internet robot disc, because it's time for another spine-tingling edition of, hey, did you see this one?
Once upon a time, movie magic was dwindling, and things were changing. And this month, Stephen Waters and Hey, Did You See This One? Would like to take you back there. Take you on a trip down memory lane to revisit some of their favorite movies from the late 1900s. From cult classics to box office hits, they'll explore the mysticism of this iconic era of film history. Tune in to relive the magic of the previous century in the nostalgic 90s.
Just got hot. Shut the up and call me when she shows. Why the hell you want to be a cop in? Oh, forget her ass. Got milk?
Yeah, I got the milk. Shit, you want some milk? I got a whole bunch of milk.
Get the devil on the phone. Welcome to Hey, Did You See This One, the weekly review, reaction, roundtable discussion podcast where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this show, we take a film and completely pull it apart, leaving no stone unturned. We are your co-hosts. I am Jason R. Phillips, and I'm happy to welcome my co-host, the birthday boy himself. It's interesting. Your birthday fell smack dab between two episodes, so you didn't really get a on your birthday, but I guess this sort of works as your birthday episode. So happy birthday, Steve. Happy birthday. Clap for yourself with the clapping button. Steve Waters is my illustrious co-host. We are co-hosts together as one right here. It's episode 183, and if you're playing at home, it's season 3, episode 34. So look at that. We've done it. We've gotten to some arbitrary numbers. This week on the show, we have returning for the 7th or 8th or 9th time, I think. It's Alex Gaz back on the show. Alex Gaz.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Lost in space.
And returning back to the show from the United Finisher podcast, Hold Up a Movie podcast, coming soon to an internet near you. Hold Up, Did You See This One? Where we take 3 movies and do a full length, hey, did you see this one for each movie? Maybe for a streamathon or a subathon one day we could do that.
It'll take exactly 24 hours.
Yeah, world mind himself, Chris Murphy. Welcome back to the show.
And the monkey flips the switch.
The monkey flips the switch. Flip it. We are, like I said, in the smack dab in the middle of Steve's birthday month, the nostalgic 90s or 90s comfort films. And this week, the next movie on the docket is Lost in Space from 1998. Now, this film has lots of TV shows, lots of TV movies based around it. It's based off the Swiss Family Robinson, as well as the original Lost in Space shows and books. So we're talking about the 1998 film. I think there's lots to talk about
Nobody
here.
gives a shit about anything else other than this film, right? Right, guys? Come on.
I don't know. People seem to like
This
that.
masterpiece, right?
This is such a masterpiece. Oh,
Sorry, the
such a
intro said we're going to
masterpiece.
be exploring cult classics and commercial hits. Which one was this?
We'll talk about that when we get to the bottom of the episode.
Yeah. Well, before we get to the body of the episode, let's hear from Zardos.
Zardos, can you hear us?
He demands.
Zardos speaks to you.
What?
He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
That's right. Zardos demands a synopsis of the film. I did my due diligence and I asked Chris beforehand this time. I always forget to give us the brief synopsis. So could you go ahead and just give us basically a paragraph about what this movie is?
Matt LeBlanc was at the height of his career in the late 90s, and they thought they could make a movie star out of TV's most famed friend. So they put him in a little film called Lost in Space, a film about the Robinsons, scientific Robinson dad with his at-home wife who is an engineer or something, and he's got a doctor daughter and an influencing teen daughter named Penny with Penny Vision, and that's something. And then there's his autistic son, Will Robinson.
They're all autistic. Let's be
They're
real.
all a little autistic, yeah. And there's just this autistic family that's going on a camper ride through space. And Matt LeBlanc, because he's in the most epic, most stunning, most jaw-dropping star fight you'll ever see in any cold open of a movie ever. You get to watch Matt LeBlanc get hired to be the driver for this Robinson, and he gets to give up the next 10 years of his life because it's going to take 10 years for them to get to their supposed destination. But wait, of all things, and I completely forgot this man was in this film, because I apparently do with all the films I've ever watched him in. Gary Oldman plays Smith in this film, and he's a mutant baddie. He's a mutant corpo baddie, and he wants his money, but for some reason he decides to sabotage the robot by sneaking onto the ship to sabotage the robot instead of sabotaging the robot before he gives them. But we won't talk about plot holes in this film, or maybe
It's
we
not
will.
a plot hole. You just weren't paying attention.
Oh, I was paying attention, all right.
I don't think you were, because it's not a plot hole.
I mean, he was talking to a dude, and he's like, "Where's my money?" And then the next scene is him shoved up in an elevator, like sneaking into the ship. Those were
He had to sabotage the robot after all the checks had been done, which had been done right up until they took off. So he had to wait until right before they took off to sneak on to sabotage the robot. It's really not that crazy. It's a solid plan, in my opinion.
I feel like he could have put a sleep. Anyway, I'm digressing. We'll get into this. We'll get
Rails.
into this.
Yeah.
The Smith of Gary Oldman decides to hack the robot, put a 16-hour timer. When everything seems like it's going hunky-dory, 16 hours pass, the robot goes crazy, starts blowing shit up, and these guys get lost in space because the only thing that's going to save them is flying through the center of the sun at hyperdrive, because that makes all the sense in the world. And the movie... yeah, they get lost.
You're
in
already
space.
pissing me off, Chris. you're already.
They lost navigation while slingshotting around the sun.
Yeah,
His
they lost
Steve is screaming in his head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Well,
you
that
know.
was the
They
synopsis
couldn't
I-
rip off They couldn't rip off Star Trek, so they had to go into the sun.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it until time travel is introduced well into the movie. I mean, I guess
Yeah,
they
in the
sort of-
third act.
They do a lot
Well,
of
I mean,
Chekhov smoking something. Like,
Well, they
throughout this
definitely
entire
they're like
movie.
Will's interested in time travel, and then like
Is
5
this
minutes
a
later,
little
by the
time
way,
machine?
by the way, he's really interested in time travel.
Yeah.
He's
We'll
built
get
a
to that
time
stuff
machine
when
for
we,
his high school class. He beat out Ralph Wiggum. He just had a bunch of bent Wookiees.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll get into the plot once we get to the body. But yeah, that's pretty accurate. Nothing.
Oh,
nothing
and the
crazy.
most important part, they make it seem like there's going to be more.
Oh, I thought that you were
Yeah.
gonna say they find a little cartoon monkey. Like,
Oh
Yeah.
God, I forgot about the monkey.
So did
They
the
they
movie.
could cut all the monkey scenes out of this film and save like 15 minutes, and none of it would.
and $15
like-
million.
And like that monkey did not need. It applied nothing to the story. It didn't need to be
They
there.
could have cut the
They could-
monkey, and they could have afforded Matthew Perry instead of Matt LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's how I feel about this brief synopsis. Let's go on to our brief histories.
Hey, listen, I come from a podcast called Hold Up. I don't know. We just talk. That's the thing.
Well, Chris, why don't you keep it going? Give us your brief history with this film.
I was but a young lad in the '98s. I was only 12 years old, and this movie appealed to me greatly at the tender but brimming mindset age of 12 years old. There was space, there was cute girls, there was a robot that said danger, it seemed like cool effects at the time, but it's kind of like playing an N64 now, and you're just like, oh God, my brain was filling in a lot of the pieces.
I think I even remember as a child being like, "Yikes, that monkey looks like shit." But
It seems
I
like
love
a
it
video
because
game
of-
FMV.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. They saw that Monkey Bone was popular, so they thought they would, copy the monkey and put it in. And I completely forgot about that monkey. Then I rewatched it and I was like, oh my God, oh God.
Why is it
That's just
also
like,
a chameleon for some reason?
yeah, like there's
It's
no
just-
explanation.
it's
Apparently
'cause
monkeys
the
evolve
tip of
into
it.
chameleons.
Yeah, no, because it's a science fiction-y. It can't just be a monkey.
But I do.
They just had a monkey.
I remember Matt LeBlanc. I remember the launch scene. I remember the spider scene when they meet the first ship, and they don't freak out. They're just like, a ship in the middle of where the fuck ever we are. Like, you wouldn't freak out thinking, oh, that's aliens or something. No, it's one of ours, but it's
It had
from the
English on
future. It had English on it. It's like that. Doesn't that raise any eyebrows? Like, nobody's like alerted or like put any form of like, what is happening? They're just like, oh, hey, I think that's one of ours. Let's go check it out. And they just like proceed like it's
There's a
something
simple
normal.
answer for this. It's a movie for children, and if they had that much
Yes.
sense, kids would be shitting themselves. So they had to be like, they can't be scared, or else the kids will be scared, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I specifically remember the spider scene stuff, and then a lot of the third act I completely forgot about, and then I remember Smith being like alien Spider-Man, like "Oh."
I remember him being in a lot more of it than he actually is, but I guess it's just because it's like the coolest aspect of the movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the most visually jaw-dropping aspect.
Yeah,
I guess.
it's got some sort of like Jim Henson-y vibe to it, just the way it's designed and everything. Anyway, we can talk about that as when we talk about.
I agree with Jamil's comment. Lacey Chabert was super cute at the time and super cute now. Oh my goodness, Lacey Chabert is so hot these days.
Welcome to the Creep Show, everyone.
Hey,
That's
she's
it.
what? What? She's
Take
like
it off
2 years
me
older
for
than me.
Oh, I thought you meant in this movie. No, I'm just kidding.
No, she was 2 years older than me in that movie too. At the time, I
It's
was.
totally fine. Steve. It's totally fine.
At the time,
Yeah.
at the time. Okay.
Um,
Thanks, Chris.
yeah.
How about? Oh,
Sorry, something just happened on my computer screen that I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, we're doing a
how about
podcast.
you, Alexi?
I never saw it. I never saw it until that fateful bath where I watched it.
Did you have
Um,
bubbles?
No, I had Epsom salts, but
Oh,
It's good because after
Chris, we're
watching this,
back.
you feel kind of nasty. So
Yeah,
having a bath
yeah.
is
it
good.
was like, yeah. But yeah, no, I'd never seen it. I watched the new show, like the Netflix show, Lost in Space. Really liked it.
Right.
I started watching
I was-
that and fell off by episode 3 and never picked it up again.
Yeah, it's a lot
I was
more,
curious-
a little bit more nuance to it than
Hmm.
the 1998
Yeah.
film version.
Turn your key at the same time as my key, and we'll launch
yeah.
aimlessly into space.
Oh, I had a note.
I'm
about
curious.
that.
Was it a similar story, or was this? Do we think this movie was pulled from a storyline from the original series? Do you guys have any insight on that?
There seems to be a lot of narrative overlap. Obviously, with a show, it's fleshed out a lot more.
Mhm.
They do kind of the same. I would compare Smith to kind of like almost like a Gaius Baltar from Battlestar, where I think that the original Dr. Smith and then even this, like Gary Oldman's Dr. Smith, are like mustache twirling, like tie
Speaking
you to a
Shakespeare
train
the whole
track
time.
bad
Yeah.
guy, like really cartoonish bad guy. And then in Lost in Space, the show, or like even how they did with the new Battlestar Galactica with Baltar, give them a lot more like nuance in terms of like, oh, let's make an actual character instead of like, you know what I mean? Like a Hanna-Barbera bad guy
Yeah.
kind of thing. You know what I mean? But yeah. But yeah, I think it's a lot more mature, I guess, in the show as well. It feels.
Yeah, I mean the original series, like I wasn't huge into it, but I was familiar enough with it to know what it was before going in. And also not even just through watching the show, but through so many other pop
Yeah, just osmosis of media
throughout the 90s, like The Simpsons. Pretty sure they use the exact same voice actor who does Robot's voice in The Simpsons a bunch to do that voice. So like it was inherently comedic to me every time he talked, because I'm like, that's like when he was on The Simpsons. It's so funny. Which I believe is the same person from the original series. I guess I can just slingshot right into mine, Jason. You
Yeah,
want me to do?
of course.
My first time watching this was also in theater. I was very excited for this. It was one of those sort of big summer blockbusters that's really pushed on kids through advertising, and you know, it's on every bus stop and side of buildings and stuff, and you're just kind of getting a little too hyped up for it. And this is pre-episode 1, so I was pretty on board for anything geared towards kids that was in space, because there wasn't really that much of it, specifically live action. So I was, you know, I had that Star Wars itch, and we knew that Star Wars was coming out. Episode 1 was coming out within a year's time, so we were all very excited about it. And this was kind of just sort of a thing to I'd say, like, tide us over until we got to see lightsabers again. And I think it did an adequate job. I did watch the hell out of it. I got it for VHS, and I just kept watching it over and over and over and over. I remember when I rented it, and I kept getting my parents to rent it. So they were like, all right, let's just buy this thing. We're spending a fortune on rentals over here. Same fucking movie. But the first time I rented it, I watched it beginning to end, and then I immediately just watched it again right afterwards, which is even something I wouldn't do as a child, but I did it for Lost in Space. And I don't really have a good reason why, because I know I didn't like love it, because after Star Wars came out, Lost in Space was lost in the VHS mess of whatever the house was. It's gone forever. I like never watched it again until recently. And it's one of the reasons I put it on the list is because like I haven't seen it in so long, but I remember loving it as a kid. Does it hold up? I guess we'll find out at the end of the episode. But yeah, it's definitely not one that I go back and rewatch a bunch. More or less because it's not on streaming service. I couldn't find it anywhere. I don't know about you guys, but it's a little bit tough to locate.
Chris was saying it was on Prime, but only in French. One of those.
I also found it on Prime in French and was like, no.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that I saw this in 1998, but it was probably watched at like a sleepover or like with a couple of friends, and I wasn't really paying attention because I'm more familiar with the TV show. To answer your question about the voice of Robot, Dick Tuffield did the Simpsons version of it, this one, and the original. So he's the guy that does Robot. And as far as
that's a very
old Dick the Robot.
Yeah, that's a real 1960s name too.
Dick Tuffield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Name's Dick.
Yeah.
Dick
but
Tuffield.
My name is Richard Tuffield. Danger. Call me Dick.
Dick Tuft. I honestly I didn't remember it as I was watching it, but I know that I saw it and I was aware of it and I've been aware of it. But I do remember watching old reruns of Lost in Space. I probably on like TBS at like 6 o'clock in the morning when they would show like old
when it was that or the Smoggies.
Or like I Love Lucy or the Beverly Hillbillies. or Astro Boy.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like most of my friends of the era, like their parents were almost as excited to go see this as we were because it was one of their shows when they were kids or whatever. Just sort of like that weird 90s phase where they were making movies out of every property that existed when people who were in their 30s and 40s were kids. It was now becoming a movie.
I think they made 2 Beverly Hillbillies movies. I think they made 2 fuck, what's that family? the
Brady Bunch.
Yeah,
What's that family?
They
They were on TV.
Flintstones.
Hanna-Barbera Bunch. Yeah, the Flintstones. But yeah,
So,
that was
this
kind of
falls
that
in line with that
90s
stuff.
syndrome of like weird properties that they were just trying to see what would stick and what would do well. And this one didn't financially flop, but it didn't do well enough. And I think that getting all the cast back would probably be pretty pricey because this is full of a lot of high price actors.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's go into production talk.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit. Sound. Speed. Action!
So, as Steve had mentioned, it did all right. But on a budget of 80 million, it made 136.2 mil, which is like, why didn't they? It's kind of like with Shaft last week. Why didn't they just churn a bunch of these out? Because the ending is kind of a cliffhanger. Did they make it home? Didn't they make it home?
Will Dr. Smith turn into a spider?
Yeah. Well, they resolved that.
Yeah.
All the actors were contracted for like 3 pictures, but it didn't make any money, so they just said fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't.
Okay.
I think it didn't make projected numbers. I think this is again one of those cases where if they had made a sequel, I think the sequel probably would have made more money than the original. In the case of Shaft, though, Jason, that movie made far more than was spent, whereas this was like it didn't even double the amount that was spent. So when you think about how much went into marketing and everything, it was they probably didn't make a lot. They probably made like 10, 15 mil, and they're like, that's not worth it.
Yeah, we make a little bit of money back.
Yeah.
The director for this is interesting. Stephen Hopkins, who actually directed other movies we've done on this channel, Nightmare on Elm Street, The Dream Child. He also directed Predator 2 and Judgment Night. So he's more used to like actiony stuff, and this has action in it, but it feels more like like Steve, you also said, it's very kids movie.
Judgment Night. Never heard
Judgment
of it.
Night is that movie with Emilio Estevez and Cuba Gooding Jr. and Dennis Leary and Stephen Dorff.
That still
Remember that?
That still doesn't ring up. Did we do that on this show? There's no way we did that on this show.
No, but they basically
It's from the extended Dorfverse.
Yeah, the Dorfiverse. Yeah.
I just remember that film being like an action, like they witness a crime and have to get away kind of a movie. I remember that from when I was a kid. Used to see the trailer for it all the time.
Did Dennis Leary just walk away from danger?
That's what he does. But this guy also worked on the hit show House of Lies, which I watched with Don Cheadle, kind of like a comedy drama. If you've never seen it, I recommend it. He's done a lot of more adult stuff, I guess is my point. And he kind of he turned out a pretty competent kids movie, which we all would have loved in 1998, whether we saw it or hadn't seen it or whatever. But now I feel like it doesn't hold up for that fact, but a lot of stuff in this movie I think work really well. Like the practical effects in this movie are awesome. Inside the ship,
digital effects are awesome.
Some of the digital effects are okay, and most of them are not.
I would say that there are 5 shots in this entire movie where the digital effects work, and the rest is like, hey.
Yeah,
The credits, the intro.
I like the space. Like
the space stuff was pretty good.
The space station looks like shit until they get far enough away from it, and then I'm like, okay, now it looks good. Now it looks good that they're fucking 2 miles away from it.
But like the Smith, Alien Future Smith in the cloak, I thought looked cool, and then when he takes the cloak,
but that's
off,
because it's
it
a
immediately
puppet.
looks like
It's a
shit.
puppet when it looks
Yeah.
cool. Looks like
That's
shit every
okay.
other-
Speaking of puppets, apparently Blarp was originally going to be an animatronic puppet in the film, except the puppet didn't look real enough, so it was replaced
Oh,
with a
so they
CG
blarped it
puppet.
You know what'll be even better than a not good looking puppet? Really, really not good looking.
You ever
computer
played
generated
Creatures
cartoon.
too?
Have you ever seen a
That's-
naked gremlin?
That's the crazy thing about the CGI in the late 90s. It's like they're like, this is as good as it gets. Let's put it
Yeah.
all over everything. And then 25 years later, you're going, what?
Or
if
1
would've
year
just
later,
been-
Phantom Menace comes out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And even you go back and watch that, and a lot of the stuff doesn't hold up. But like, I look at these movies and I'm like, these movies walked so that other movies could run. You know,
Yeah.
things get better through trial and error. And Lost in Space had to give us a shitty yellow space monkey in order for us to,
It's
you
like,
know,
yeah, it's like the PS1 of it's where it's like it's not the end of like Super Nintendo where everything looked really good in 2D, and then
Yeah.
wasn't quite PS2 where things started to look good, but you just had like PS1 paintbrush arm.
It's the
Yeah.
Donkey Kong country of movies.
Whoa. Donkey
even-
Kong Country looked great.
that's what I
I
was
know,
about
it
to
looked-
say. That's
it
like
looked great.
that's the opposite
Yeah.
of what Alex is
The
saying.
the only similarity is they're both saved by an animated monkey.
True. I forgot about this monkey too, but then when I saw it, that was one thing that I went, oh yeah, fucking this purple weirdo.
See, I didn't
see-
go, oh yeah. I went, oh no.
I can't wait to learn more about this monkey and where it came from.
Yeah, and we never find out.
Yeah,
Uh,
that was going to be
there-
the third movie. To
There's
bring him
exactly
home.
one shot where I'm like, oh, the monkey looks all right there. And then I realized it's because there's no other people in the shot. I think the background was also digital and the lighting is flat. So it's like orange on orange on orange. And I'm like, okay, so the textures look okay. Everything is doing all right. The background is soft. So there's nothing in focus to really contrast it against. But that's the only time that I'm like,
Oh,
the
I have a
CGI
theory.
works
I
here.
just cooked up a theory. Can I
Oh
get
my
a theory?
God. Yeah.
That monkey was there because they were setting up for one of the sequels. They were going to warp to the monkey's planet, and there was going to be a lot more of them.
Yeah, it's gonna be called
Absolutely.
Lost in Space 2 Monkey's Paw.
Yeah.
You know what?
Planet
Actually,
Glorp.
so according to the screenwriter, if this movie did receive a sequel, it would have been about the Robinson family making it to Alpha Prime. However, they discovered that the Alpha Prime is already populated with humans because they previously went through a wormhole in the first movie that sends them into the future. There would also have been a subplot with Judy Robinson creating a cure for Dr. Smith to prevent the spider infection from turning him into a Spider Smith, and Penny ended up receiving the same color-changing abilities as Blarp has.
Whoa, dude.
Blarp for
Heather
too
Graham
long.
can change colors?
No, Penny.
Oh, no,
the-
not
the-
Penny. Yeah.
Yeah, the Heather Graham's the one that's trying
Was
to cure
Judy,
Smith.
yeah.
Judy.
Well,
Judy
that's
I wanted to say
sounds
that
terrible. That's
yeah.
a terrible movie.
I wanted to say Heather Graham, like later in her acting career, she gets more wood in it. Seems like in this, she was able to emote with her face. She did a pretty good job, but later, as her career goes on, she seems to phone it in more and more and be less.
I think
just more
every single actor in this movie except for Gary Oldman was terrible.
Yes.
Like,
Yes,
absolutely
Gary
terrible.
Oldman's back hurts because he carried this movie so
Yeah.
hard.
Even William Hurt was just like, "I'm getting a paycheck from this."
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
kind of like
yeah.
a Liam Neeson impression.
And you know, let's not to disparage any of the actors, but like Penny was doing too much with her face and her
Yeah.
eyebrows. The kid
Yeah.
was basically emotionless. Mom was okay at times, but like most of the time she was just there to spout, you know, complainy wife lines, which is really shitty
Or
considering that like
exposition.
yeah, but most of it was.
I have
was-
a note here
was
that
the-
says, I feel like if this movie was made 3 years later, Will Robinson would have been played by Eric Pear Sullivan from Malcolm
This
and Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle.
I thought it was him when he
Yes.
first popped on the screen, and I was like, does that timeline work?"
Dewey?
I made a note about.
you would
it,
have brought a
and I was
lot
like,
more to this movie.
I
He
think
would've-
so, yeah. But I don't want to complain too much about everything. But you know, the minute that Gary Oldman is on screen to the moment that he gets hucked into the dusty, I don't know what it is. When he gets thrown out the window,
He's
act-
thrown off a
acting
cliff
all-
and then he lands
yeah.
and he still survives and they drag him out.
But I
And
don't think
thought-
he has any lines after that, except for like "We're all going to die" or "We're all doomed," which I think is like
Yeah.
a line from the old show that he would say all the time, right? Like "We're doomed." Anyway, we can talk about that more, I guess, as we go. But
Yeah,
I
the
don't
only
think
other-
anybody was particularly good.
It's a
No.
very
Including Heather
and
Graham.
then movie.
Yeah, even Morgan from Walking Dead, Lenny James, I think his name
Yeah.
is. He like was doing some weird voice in his scenes.
Yeah, his
I
voice
didn't
was
even
very
realize that
weird.
that was him. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my favorite line from the movie. That's why it's in the video at the
There
beginning.
were
where he's
there
like,
were two
"This
people I had to
cowboy just
Google to make
got
sure
out."
they were who they were
Yeah.
due to
Well, they-
due to their voices being very unlike.
Yeah,
When I was
Jared
a kid, I
Harris.
thought that the implication
Yeah,
was that
Jared
that guy
Harris,
was
yeah.
like a robot because he talked so weird because he was doing that voice all the time. I'm like, is
Lord
he a
Shax,
robot?
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the future
Well-
Will's Jared Harris was entirely dubbed over. Like,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
was not
that's-
Jared
Was it
Harris's
actually
voice at
dubbed?
all.
I thought it was him
Yeah.
nailing it.
No.
Yeah, no, it was
So did
entirely
I.
dubbed.
Steve told me that it was dubbed over.
Because
Yeah.
his voice was so weird, I'm like, it's not him. I have to double check who this is because it looks exactly like him, but it sounds nothing like
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
And
yeah.
Then I
There are
realized, like,
moments-
oh,
Yeah, there are moments when he's just not lining up with what he's saying. Like his
Yeah.
mouth is not.
so much so that I
lining
think the
up.
dialogue was changed because I'm like, that's not right. Yeah. That's
I
not
didn't
There's
lining
a
know
lot
up.
of
We
that.
just-
ADR in this film.
I was
Yeah, we
I
just
was
ADR
watching it
whatever
on
we
an
want.
iPad in the bath though.
It's not the highest quality and the low
Yeah.
quality of the movie anyway.
On Flickster.
Yeah. Before we move
In
through
French.
to the before we move through to the body, I just wanted to mention that the score for this movie kind of does a lot of work. It was good. It set the tone a lot for a lot of it. It was pretty by the numbers for the genre, but I thought that it was pretty good. And Bruce Boughton, who did the score, has done lots of stuff. I'm not going to like list his discography, but he is
What's something good that he did?
Fantasia 2000, baby.
Okay, all right.
A Bug's Life.
Hell yeah, dude.
Fantasia 2000. Hold on a second. Take a step back. Fantasia 2000 is a remake of Fantasia. He didn't do the fucking music for that.
He's the composer.
Yeah, he didn't compose.
Okay,
Fantasia
check this out.
famously is music that is from like the fucking 1800s.
Okay, check this out. Check this out. He conducted it. Check this
He
out.
did,
He
he did the Mary Had a Little Lamb movie. He did the America the Brave movie.
he produced the score.
He did Phantom of the Opera over here.
Three Little
He-
Pigs.
Okay. He composed the theme.
You're so stupid, Jason.
He composed the theme for Tiny Toon Adventures.
Oh, hell, okay.
Oh
He's
yeah,
back,
there
dude.
we go.
You
He's
should have
back.
fucking led with that, man.
Yeah, you really should have led with that.
He composed the
Fantasia
theme
2000.
music.
Yeah. Next, you're gonna tell me
Dinosaur.
that song that Yakko sings in Animaniacs where he names all the countries.
He might have.
He
I've
composed-
seen that live. I've seen that live performed by the gentleman that produced that song, and everybody. It was great. Rob Paulson,
awesome.
and it was amazing. It was amazing live.
name is
Animaniacs
Robert
night
Paulson.
was the best. Well, the guy who sings it, who plays Yakko, is named Rob Paulson.
Look, he
guy who
worked-
made the song. I can't remember.
He worked on the soundtrack for the movie Stay Tuned, which we've covered on this channel. So
Yeah, I think what you said earlier, where it's like it is kind of just sort of boilerplate for the genre, but it does the job. It's not. I'm never kind of like taken out because of the music. I think the music is
Right.
pretty good. One thing that's weird is that they don't use the Lost in Space theme at all, because it is sort of a very
Until
memorable
the
theme.
credits. Until the credits.
Until the credits, where it's like a weird late 90s.
it's like
punk
you wouldn't
rendition.
download a car. You wouldn't download a car.
yeah.
I wrote down. I said the ending music made me want to buy a skateboard or maybe a Yomega X Brain yo-yo,
or illegally download this movie that I'm
Yeah.
watching
Yeah,
right
which I
now.
did.
which I did.
Which I did.
I remember that jacking me right the fuck up though when I was a kid. Right at the end of the movie,
Yeah.
I was like,
This is
You're scrambling to rewind the movie to watch it again.
Yeah. Why wouldn't
Exactly.
it rewind faster?
when
Okay,
they're
we
like
can go
line
into-
dropping the dialogue throughout the song, I'm like, this is hype. This is peak. I need the soundtrack for this shit. Mom.
This is just like Fantasia 2000.
It's the first one I saw that I knew. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's go to the body of the episode, you sons of bitches.
Ooh, I actually had a few more morsels, just real quick.
Mhm.
Oh,
just real
yeah.
quick.
I love morsels.
Normally, we do a 7-minute hold up where it's Murphy's Movie Morsels. I can't find my clip. I was going to put it in here, but whatever. We'll go roll with this. It was reportedly New Line's most costly production as of 1998. Keanu Reeves was offered the role of Major Don West, but turned it down because he wanted to take a break as he had completed The Devil's Advocate, which is a great film. And reportedly had an estimated 750 individual effects. And there's also a 3-issue comic sequel. So, yeah.
3?
Oh.
3.
Jeez. Did it outline the sequel where Penny gets
I believe so.
chameleon powers or whatever the fuck?
Probably.
Is there a
That's what-
timeline where Keanu Reeves does this movie and Matt LeBlanc is Neo?
Is Neo, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was thinking that too. I was like,
Wow.
I was gonna say one last thing about Matt LeBlanc.
I know
Uh,
Kung Fu.
How you doing? But if he hadn't done I can almost take him seriously in this movie if Joey Tribbiani doesn't exist. He does a pretty good job with it, but I keep going like, but it's fucking Joey Tribbiani. And I think that if Friends was deleted from my brain, I might be like, hey, why don't we put this guy in more action films where he has to be a pilot, I guess, a fighter pilot or something.
To be honest, what they should have done is not make him take any advances at all. That made him very
agree.
Joey.
He was
it
working.
also
Friends at
made
the same
him
time.
very unlikable. Like it was like the worst
Yeah.
sort of like.
But
sexual
it was
harassment
very
in the
like
workplace.
it's like, oh, I'm watching Joey Tribbiani on a spaceship.
It's true.
Well,
yeah.
he's not. It's going to be hard to break a character that you're working at the same time. He was literally flying between this
Yeah.
set and that
Yeah,
set
but
to play
They
friends.
didn't make
and,
him
like,
say stuff to Heather Graham, implying that he wanted to have sex with her every.
well, that's the other thing too. Even though him and Heather Graham were pretty much in the same age bracket, for some reason he just seemed older and she seemed younger, and it felt creepy.
yeah.
I mean, he's also telling her dad that he wants to fuck her to his face.
Well, he didn't
multiple
know,
times.
like,
Like
right
to
away.
thaw that cold
Yeah, but he
fish.
keeps doing it. It's not like he
Yeah.
stops after that. He just continues.
Oh, he
over and
already
over.
he already went as far as he could go. He, like, you know what I mean? You can't really say, "Oh, I want to thaw that."
Yeah.
Yeah, that frozen fish stick or whatever. And
That was
after
me
that,
and
anything you can say is not going to match that.
me and Danny were like, "Is that an old timey saying? Like, do weird old people say that? Like, is that something somebody in 1990s who's in their 40s would say? Be like, now that's
Or
a
is that
fish I'd
what they
like to
thought in the
blow up."
90s they were going to say in 2058?
in the future? Yeah,
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's definitely future dialogue if I ever heard it. This hairstyle is going to be in vogue in 10 years.
But I think there's one thing we can all agree upon is that if we all deleted Joey from our minds and saw this movie in a different light, the movie would still suck. So let's move on.
Yeah,
beyond
well,
that.
like we could get
It
rid
wouldn't
of
make the
Joey
character
and the
better.
monkey, and it would save at least 30 minutes.
They can't get rid of
No,
the
you need
character of Major
Joey.
West. He's part of the show.
No,
Also,
they just
who
set
would
the
be
robot
shooting all the
flash.
guns? Who the fuck would shoot all the guns?
Jim West, Desperado.
Who would make
Will
that? Who
Smith.
would make that hilarious raid joke? You know,
Yeah.
remember that
Yeah,
raid
yeah.
joke?
Yeah.
All of his
Well,
jokes are very like he just says them kind of under his breath just to the audience.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you guys hear
Should
that
we-
one?
Should we talk about the body of the episode?
Yes.
The body of the episode.
It's a good body this week.
like to thaw that frozen body.
Christ. Well,
That just sounds like I'm a necrophiliac. Shit.
yeah. I think that's the first time necrophilia has been brought up on this show. So that's our show for this week. We'll see you next time.
That can't be
wins!
true.
The show opens up with a big old exposition dump. It's 2058. The Earth is dying, and humanity's last hope is, well, space. Specifically, a hypergate project to find water and move the human race off world. It's a cold open to an attack by some sedition fighters. And the first note that I have here is the CGI holds up better than I expected. And pretty solid.
That's an early note.
Yeah.
Yeah, before it really gets to it, but solid sound design in this part, and it
Yeah,
looked
the sound
okay. for
design
the
is
time.
good throughout the entire movie, I think.
Yeah.
There's nothing bad about laser sounds and sound effects. I will say a lot of it was stock stuff. There's a ton of reboot.
There's a
sound effects in
bleep
this.
that made me check for notifications on my computer.
There's a part where he's like plugging in stuff when he's putting them to the Frozone sleep or whatever, and it's the exact sequence of like bleep bloop bloop, and it's the same thing they use in Reboot all the time. So my brain is just like Reboot, and then after that, I was on high alert for Reboot sound effects, and they were everywhere. They're all throughout.
By the quarter into this film, I was like, God, the sound design in this film is awful, because there's this point when the like Spider Smith smacks Matt LeBlanc into a wall, and there's just no sound effect. It's just like it's slammed into a wall, but there's no sound effect whatsoever.
Just the sound of his loud stomping.
Yeah. I mean, in this particular sequence, as Jason was saying, like it is good. Like the lasers are good. The spaceship sound effects are good. I will say the sound mixing on my version of the movie was out of this world, to the point that I couldn't hear what anyone was saying, and I didn't have subtitles. And I'm like, I don't know. I know that he says this Cold War just got hot because it's in my mind, but I can't hear what anybody else is saying. And that's kind of the case throughout the movie. But you know, there's bad and good, I suppose. I think the stock sound effects were distracting for me just because I'm so familiar with them. But you know, when he's shooting his gun at the spiders and the noises the spiders were making were okay for the most part, except for those classic like I'm like, oh, there's one of those noises I've heard 1,000 times. Yeah. But the seditionists look weird. Where I
thought the seditionists were going to play more of a role.
Yeah, they were not as seditious as promised. I wrote, one guy is good because he's from Friends, and the one guy is bad because he is bald.
Yeah, and he has face tattoos and is very, very pale.
Yeah.
I don't know how you
Tell me about this note that I wrote here that I don't remember. I just pulled the movie up.
Okay, we'll tell you what you're thinking.
Let's try and decipher. This is a new bit. It's called Deciphered.
Yeah.
No. I vaguely remember this, but he like punches his buddy out and to get through the. Oh no, I remember now. He bumps into him as he's careening towards the hyperdrive. I remember.
Just gonna give you a little kiss.
Yeah, that's like the main part of this whole scene.
Yeah,
they fight two guys, and then the one guy's ship is fucked, and he's flying, and he's gonna crash into the hypergate or whatever.
Yeah, Lord Shax jettisons his main drive core.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I like their eyes. I like their little targety eyes. I thought that was kind of cool. I like that their bubbles were see-through. That was interesting. Like, I think the ship design here is interesting and cool, but the CGI of the ships was very, like, ugh.
I thought Matt LeBlanc was going to have the crosshair eyes the whole movie, and I found it distracting.
I was kind of hoping for that
but then he got out of the ship, and I was like, oh, okay, he's just normal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's why again I thought that the other pilot, the guy from The Walking Dead, I thought he was a robot when I was a kid because I didn't remember that Matt LeBlanc had those targety eyes. And you only ever see that guy with them. You don't see him without them.
Yeah.
And because he's talking like this the whole
time.
He must be a robot. Yeah, he's a robot man.
He probably is a robot, and they forgot to tell us.
That would be great. Imagine they found him in the ship and he was like, I told you I'm a robot. I live forever.
Take care of my monkey.
Danger, Dick. Danger.
Dick. I liked that when the title of the movie popped up, it looked like the Skechers logo. Did you guys
Oh my God. I fucking lost my mind when I saw that. I was like, that's the worst graphic for a film title I've ever seen. I don't know what I expected. I clearly did not remember it, but I was expecting something better. That was the most basic bullshit I've ever seen in a film.
Jeez, wow. I didn't know you were going to be so passionate about the font.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen.
With serif Times New Roman. And this has like a bit of a, fades across the screen, and it's
a great film.
Comic Sans.
Great film has a good title entry, like a good like intro for a great film. Like Hobo with a Shotgun has one of the like great like title entries for like it's just wow. What it was like, this was a sign of laziness, and considering that this film has a credit of 3,500 names, I don't know whose choice it was to go with that, but terrible, sir.
Listen, it was the 1990s, late 1990s. Everything had to be smooth, no hard edges.
Hackers had a better frigging intro than that.
Whoa. Now that That is below the belt, friend. Hackers is the worst. I'm just kidding.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Hackers is so bad. I can't remember if we covered it on this fucking show or not. I
We
think we
did.
did, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Remember
Hack
when we
the
talked about
world!
hacking the world forever after that?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Were you on that, Alex? I feel like Alex was here.
I don't think I was. No, I've never seen Hackers, so I must not have been.
Oh, you
That
gotta
was
see
crazy.
Hackers.
Hackers
You
with
gotta
the
see
dead.
Hackers. Oh, you gotta see Hackers. It's a delicious film.
Yeah,
You do. Angelina Jolie boobies are in that film. It's
Okay.
wonderful.
You're killing
Well,
Steve.
not everybody likes boobies. So
Or
anyway,
Angelina Jolie.
You did at one point. You did at one point, Steve. When you were but a wee baby, you enjoyed a boobie or two.
I don't know. That was more for sustenance than
yeah. That's like saying he wants to fuck McDonald's.
I want to fuck McDonald's.
He wants a Happy Meal.
Oh, God.
We're introduced to the Robinson family, just like the old school show. It's the kid in the closet fucking around with the hologram stuff. The dad is in charge of building the hypergate, as we find out, or he's part of it. And we find out if you enter hyperspace without a hyper portal, you'll just be sent to a random point in space. I wonder if that'll come up later. It absolutely
It's
does.
not that it's random, it's that you can't predict where you're going to go accurately. So it's
Right.
like,
Basically the plot of Voyager.
Oh, okay. So it's random.
yeah, I guess. But you don't end up in a random spot. You'll end up like in the direction you went. You
Okay,
just don't
randomly
know.
forward. Yeah.
Yeah, randomly, but in a straight line.
Yeah.
Well, here I want to show you guys something.
That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
A lot of space to get lost in or whatever. And that's
It's a lot of
The
space
line-
to get
there's
lost
a lot of
in.
space to get lost in at 6:48 is one of our sort of title drops. It's not, they never really say, oh no, we are lost in space, but I
Penny
think
says that later.
he
Penny
does.
says that later. Yeah.
No, I listened to that. I didn't hear it. Oh,
She says we're lost. She doesn't.
We're
say
lost in space.
Yeah, she says we're
1998.
lost, right?
But there's
Yeah.
space behind her. There's a star field.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of space between her and where she should be.
You got to remember the important visual symbology of the 1998 cult classic Lost in Space.
It's a groundbreaking film. Without whatever the fuck that fucking monkey's
What
name
ground
is,
did it
we wouldn't
break?
have Jar Jar Binks. Okay,
Glarb.
Blow or whatever.
Glarp.
How do your kids feel about leaving Earth? It sucks. I thought
This
it was
mission
that.
sucks, is what she says.
Yep. Yeah.
The kids hate it.
Flowers, tapioca pudding, kissing.
Kissing.
Lacey
Bobby or
Chabert.
whatever.
Lacey,
Bobby.
this kind of happens in Starship Troopers too, where they sort of predict what social media is going to be like in the future. Where in this, they have sort of like they're DMing each other on their little pads in Starship Troopers, but in this, she literally is a vlogger.
Yeah.
But-
Like
An Apple Watch.
very, very contemporary.
Yeah.
Like literally, it looked like going like Instagram Live or something.
Yeah.
I legitimately was like, if I got the time, I'm gonna use my OBS and like recreate that whole layout and
Pennyvision
just show
or
up
whatever?
on the Pennyvision here with the Penny. I had no time to do it, but I had intentions of showing up with Pennyvision.
That would have been good.
That would have been
That would have been
sick.
great.
Vision rules. I don't know if it's so much that it predicted so much as it is sort of like something that might have informed, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that like when you look at the design that these companies come up with, they look to popular media and stuff, right? Where they're like, what is a cool idea? Let's see if we can develop that. In my mind, I was like, are there other people doing Pennyvision, or is she like considered different? Is she doing it for people or for herself? There's no likes or anything coming
Is
up.
there
Like,
Larry Vision?
yeah, is there a Larry
Hey,
Vision? And now it's
Is
Larry
there
the
Blarp
Cable Guy.
Vision?
Blarp Vision.
So the internet is like brand new at this time in real life. Was this sort of the creators of the movie being like, someday maybe we're going to be able to do these things where you can post online, but also we find out that it's just sort of inner watch. So it almost feels like the Home Alone.
Yeah, there's no
Talk
evidence
Boy.
that she's like live streaming to anyone. It's like
Right.
she's just recording a
Yeah, it's
video.
like a probably supposed to be like, what if it was a diary that you could record on your
Yeah.
watch?
Exactly. But I mean, it's still, when you look at it, even though it's not in the phone kind of like dimensions, it's the opposite. It's like somebody
It's in
holding the phone.
16:9, yeah,
Yeah.
instead of like Yeah.
What are you holding it in landscape mode for, you sick, twisted pervert?
But I mean, where it's going to come back around because by the time 2858 actually comes around, we're going to be talking into hologram watches anyway.
Well,
right? So
you know that in 3 years,
and
so
in
in,
your eyes.
in 2028,
Yeah.
we'll be at the midpoint between the movie coming out and the movie taking place.
right.
And
Will
we're
we be
not
alive
we're
in
not fighting
2058?
the space balds yet.
No, if anything, we're just sort of
We're way behind
facilitating-
schedule here. They thought, but I guess it
Not for
was
destroying the
60
Earth. we
years
are.
ago
We're-
for that.
we're right on
for
track
them, that
for
was
destroying
60
the
years
Earth.
in the future.
Yeah. But I mean, for the plot of this movie to take place, we should just continue down the road we're on. Just keep
Yeah.
throwing plastic in the ocean and, driving your car everywhere.
Well, yeah, we'll get the Earth is going to be dead in 20 years part. We won't get the we can fly easily, almost accidentally to another planet that will.
I
sustain
wanted
us.
to talk about the conceit of that in this film because in 1998 people were still very hopeful that recycling would fix the world. So that's why in this movie they're like, well, recycling, didn't work. We didn't,
work,
it didn't work out. So we
everybody
have,
in this world believes that it did still, because it's a revelation that West has, right? Because he thinks that he's on a babysitting mission, but they're like, no, you're on the most important mission that has
Right.
ever existed in
Yeah.
human history, because the planet is dying. And because they're telling the public that, like, no, the missions that we're doing here on Earth are helping, and we're going to reverse the issues within this time frame, but they're just lying to the people. They're like, no, that planet's actually dying. We just can't tell anyone because we're going to start looting
Yeah.
and murdering each other if we don't.
more than they are.
Yeah.
but they're like they're talking about how the ozone layer is down to 40%. There's no gas. There's the water's all fucked.
Yeah.
But like
these are
30
all-
When did we
Just-
fix the ozone layer?
at some point in the late 90s, we stopped burning CFCs or whatever. But my point is like now where we're at in history, we're not going to make it to 2058 the way things are going, and it's gotten so much worse from 1998 to now. It's been almost 30 years, and
No,
it's,
man, Zephram Cochrane's gonna make the warp drive in like the next 10 years, and the Vulcans are gonna save us. That's how it's gonna work.
yeah.
Can't wait for Cockman to show up.
yeah.
Has he been born yet? Yeah.
But we didn't even get, we got the shoes that tie themselves. But we didn't get actual hoverboards. I saw somebody on one of those wheel hoverboards, and I still go, not quite.
It's not what
Not
could have
quite.
been.
Not quite it.
We got President Biff.
Yeah, we did get President Biff, who seems like he found the 1956 sports almanac or whatever.
Yeah.
As long
Anyway,
as we
back
don't
to
start watering our crops with electrolytes or whatever.
yeah.
What plants crave though?
What plants crave? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what plants great.
Penny tortures her brother with what will happen if you get jettisoned into space. They also hate their dad for not being there, which I thought was just talked about and not really shown a lot during this movie.
Yep.
They did
And,
not feel like a family a lot of the time. They were just
Yeah.
people sharing a space.
And then,
Well-
what was the little like ladder thing that she pulls out when she's like making her great escape?
It's a ladder to climb
Yeah,
out.
it's like it's a future ladder that you can just deploy to climb out of your bedroom window.
It seemed like a weird, like, emergency escape ladder that is just in every children's bedroom, I guess, in the future. It's like,
Because
is
it's like
it
the
felt like a
Jetsons,
high
and they
tech
all
ladder.
live-
They're like, what if we invented ladder 2?
yeah, it was like a in a sort of like a sealed, air sealed bag, or like when she cuts it open, it's like,
Yeah.
like, oh wow, keeps
Wow.
your ladder fresh.
yeah.
But I was,
Now you
I
have
was
to
a
throw it out after that because it biodegrades because they're trying
yeah, it
not
gets
to melt
rust.
the planet.
It
or
rusts
whatever.
within 48 hours after
Yeah,
using
yeah.
it. It's
Because of
human,
all the
yeah,
lack
the
of
oils on
everything.
human hands are extremely corrosive to these ladders, so you can only use it once and you have to buy a new one.
Did you guys?
After you've used it once, it rusts and fall apart.
When I was
Yeah.
a little kid, though, like, I was so fucking dumb. Like, I didn't know what it was either. Watching it now, I was like, oh, she's using it to get out of the house. I understand. It's a ladder. But when I was a kid, and because she wraps it around herself, I'm like, is that some sort of like weird futuristic jacket? Like, what is it doing?
Is she gonna Batman out of the window?
Yeah, is she gonna fly away?
It's a
And then she just
futuristic
walks
scarf.
off. You never see her use it. So my stupid brain was like, oh, it must have been like fashion. It's just a fashion object.
Should
like
we
an
animate
accessory
this
to the
ladder?
platform.
It's like, no, spend more on the monkey.
Yeah, we need that
Now
monkey
the
money.
monkey budget's going through the roof. We really can't spend any money on Penny going down a ladder. We can't.
You know
hire a
how
little
realistic
person
we
do
need to
the
make
stunt.
this monkey's chameleon skin look like?
3 out of 10. Even though this was fully based off of obviously Lost in Space, I feel like there was a lot of Jetsons kind of jammed in here, because the original Lost in Space show was very much like almost like a Star Trek, where they were just on a sound stage and they like would go to a planet and be looking around. But this felt like, you know, it was a bigger budget. Obviously, it was a futuristic production, and I was getting like the people who made the movie were like pulling like character tropes from the Jetsons too. I was getting a lot of that, especially from this scene with the kids. The fact that when they show the cities,
It's
there's
very
a lot of
gadgety.
gadgets, really tall buildings on towers, much like the Jetsons. So I don't know. I want to ask you guys
the
if you
planet is almost like Coruscant level at this point, because the
Yeah.
rocket launch is not in like a desert or a giant open
Yeah, it's
canyon
on like
we
a
do now.
pole.
It's on top of a building inside the middle of a fucking giant city. So I'm like, I guess they're out of land. Like they've legitimately run out of space, so they have to go into space because there's no space left on Earth.
Not to sidetrack too much, but like the whole showing the congested city, it felt congested, but it didn't feel like it didn't really show the impact globally. It just seems like this one city was super congested, and
Yeah.
I feel like the Fifth Element does a really good job of giving you that concept of how just like the world probably is, and how there's all those multiple levels and subways
It
going
must
up
all and
walls
like the
stuff.
smog line and stuff as you go.
Yeah, and you just
There's
can imagine
one-
that's globally. In this one, it doesn't feel that. I don't know.
There's one shot that made me feel it, and it was just the collection of mega highways where there's like one giant one and then like 5 or 6 more on different levels, and it was just like bumper to bumper traffic on every single one. And I was like, oh, like
So
oh,
basically, the
fucking-
off ramp from Hamilton to Toronto.
Yeah, except there was 20 of them and they were all just jammed, and like it was like 8-lane highways kind of thing, and it was scary. It
Why
made
didn't they
me-
just
it
build
made me
another
anxious.
highway under the highway?
Yeah, why didn't they
should
follow
build another one
Monitor
above it,
Report?
underneath it? Yeah, I think that they were trying, but I think you're right, Chris. It didn't come off as what they wanted us to feel, which is like the Earth is so ram-packed to a point that people can't even fucking breathe. Especially when we
And-
cut to the Robinsons' home and they live in this like villa with like a
Yeah,
bubble
very
of, like-
spacious. Yeah.
yeah, they have this like weird bubble of Italy where we live in like
Yeah.
an estate home.
Yeah, and also like the cars didn't fly. Like they look like they hovered at best. Like I didn't see wheels,
That
but
is,
like
yeah, that's one thing that really helps in your science fiction dystopian future is having bumper to bumper air traffic. Then you're like, holy
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
it's so congested that even the sky is full of cars.
Yeah.
Steve, I want to ask you this.
Mhm.
Do you feel like any of these, like, I didn't really look into this, and I'm just gonna ask if you felt like the CG effects would have been better if they were done by Mainframe Studios?
I feel like they were done by Mainframe Studios. No, I'm just kidding.
That's the thing. I also kind of feel like they were done by Mainframe
Yeah,
Studios, and
I
I'm
was
hoping
gonna
they
say.
weren't.
It doesn't help that so many of the sound effects were reboot sound effects that I'm like, oh my god, this is.
What if
this
this
is like-
was done by Mainframe Studios?
I wouldn't be surprised because particularly the way the spiders move, they felt like something you'd see in like a GameCube in Reboot. But no hate to Reboot because I love Reboot so goddamn
It's
much.
the
And
greatest show ever. Yeah.
there were some parts in this movie that was reminding me of Reboot so much that I'm like, and this is the same era where I was like so steeped in Reboot that I'm like, I love this shit. I'm like, no wonder I love this shit too because it's
Here's-
making me
here's-
feel like I'm watching Reboot.
Here's something interesting about not who made the CGI, but the art director of this film worked on Zack Snyder's Justice League, The Witcher, and Eternals, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if that really you don't get that. IMDb doesn't be like who produced the CGI, but I just
Well, I mean, art direction for this movie was fine. I think it was pretty good.
yeah.
I don't like an art director is a pretty it's an overarching position, right? Like you're in charge of a lot of different stuff, but typically it's you're mostly in charge of the look of the feel in terms of like what's being photographed, not necessarily the photography or the special effects or anything like that, but you oversee things like set design and costume design and those types of things. And I think the costume design in this movie was pretty good, and I think the set
Mhm.
design in this movie was pretty great. Like when they're walking down that weird like tunnel in the Event Horizon
spider
ship.
tunnel?
yeah.
I wanted to make a smash cut when they get to that ship when they go through the little portal, and then it's just the Event Horizon ship.
Yeah, or they
Oh,
open the
that's a good
door
one.
and it's just like the core of the Event Horizon, like and Sam Neill all covered in 1,000 cuts or whatever.
I can see the future. Okay, so real quick, good news is it is not Mainframe Studios, but it was by a variety of British houses teamed together to produce the effects-packed film, including Cinesight Europe, the Film Factory Frame Store, and the Magic Camera Company. By Jim Henson's Creature Shop, creatured some of the impressive full-size animatronic robots. So
I
Well,
thought you were gonna
that's-
say
and-
the good news is that it wasn't Mainframe Studios. The bad news is that it was Megaframe Studios.
Mega-
Oh no.
That's interesting, Steve. You had mentioned to me
I
earlier
am
today that
Gigabyte.
you're like, this feels like almost Jim Henson-y a little bit. Did you say that to me?
I said that tonight during this episode that we're currently
Oh.
on.
yeah, he did.
Alex, call
so
me
yeah.
stupid again.
No, I only
No.
do it. I only
Robot-
do it when I don't believe it, so I don't. So you don't feel
Okay.
bad.
Thank
The
you.
robot is
Wait.
one of the best
Wait a
parts
second.
of this film.
yeah,
Like
Yes.
hands down, the knowing the fact that the Jim Henson company was behind the robot, that explains why it's probably one of the best parts of this film.
It looks cool as heck, and even when he's like dumb old timey robot, where he looks like the robot from the old show, still pretty good. When they have like
I love that.
the other arm strapped to him like a predator
Yeah.
cannon or whatever.
I love the like dismantling of the robot, but we'll get to that in a minute. We're at the point in the movie where Will meets Dawn. There was I wanted to cut this and I forgot to, but when Dawn salutes, he looks like he's just Joey Tribbiani saluting. It looks so comical to me. It looks wrong.
Jason, you got to get
um,
over the fact that an actor can play more than one thing.
I'm over it. You know that's not like a thing that happens to me often. It just for whatever reason for this movie specifically, I
It's
really
because
wanted-
he's never been in another movie ever other than this and Friends. They're the only
Well,
two
he's in
things he's
that
ever
And
done.
baseball
Joey,
monkey
he was in
movie.
Joey.
Yeah, he was in Joey.
Yeah,
he was in that.
He was in the show Joey. You know, where
I
he
just
played
saw him
Joey.
in the Friends reunion.
No, he was on that. He was in that movie with the baseball playing monkey, right?
Lost in Space.
Yeah, space, lost in space.
Yeah, they cut the baseball
Yeah.
scene, but it was in this at one point.
Baseball, Will
Um,
Robinson. Baseball.
Yeah.
So Dawn doesn't-
Curveball, Will Robinson. You're supposed to do hand gestures, robot.
You're out.
Yeah.
Dawn doesn't want to go on the mission because he thinks it's a
Destroy,
baby-
destroy.
That kind of happens actually.
Yeah.
Dawn doesn't want to go because he thinks it's a babysitting mission. And as we already discussed, Earth is running out of resources, and everybody.
I have a
knows
note about that
recycling will help the
conversation, and
planet.
it's major. Are you familiar with the concept of exposition? They do a lot of exposition dump explaining to him that the planet is doomed.
I think that's one of my problems with this movie is the whole first act of this movie is just like information dumping, and I'm the whole time I'm trying to go, is this like supposed to be all based off the original show and they're packing stuff in for the fans, or is this just like
No,
we get a
it's just
world build
No,
in
it's because you're
25
10
minutes?
and you're watching it, and a 10-year-old needs to understand why things are happening a little
Yeah.
more.
The thing is
explicitly.
that like a TV show with this many fucking characters, you can explore different characters in different episodes. So this movie, they're just trying to ram in a bunch of character development in the first 20-30 minutes, to arguably too much. Like it takes them a really long time to get lost in space, and then there's like a whole chunk of them just running away from spiders, and then the third act is like a bunch of nonsense. So like
so much nonsense.
it's like I don't think it's I don't think there's any episode of Lost in Space where they're like, what if we met Will and he was from the future? Like I really don't think any of that happened in the original series. If it
Yeah, I
did,
What if we
correct me.
crossed the Twilight Zone with Lost in Space?
Well, what it feels like a you know, an episode of, like you said, Chris, like an episode of Star Trek that they just didn't make into a movie. They took a script and reworked it so it's the Robinson family rather than it, you know, being Geordi and Data. It's now Will and Robot have to fuck with Mr. Smith or Dr. Smith. I guess he's a doctor. We should give him a
Data, you have feelings. Remember me, I'm your friend, Data.
Yeah, it's literally like that felt like a Star Trek thing to me. Where he's ripping his restraining bolt off. Remember that part in Star Wars where C-3PO rips his restraining bolt off and then tells him.
You'd think a restraining bolt would like restrain him from doing that.
Yeah,
pretty sure like the first thing to work in.
Yeah, he just got his brain got reassigned by
one question that I have is like, so we meet the professor and and West and all that stuff, and we get the exposition as to why they're going on the quest. We understand it; it's pretty simple. But then we meet Will Robinson, who's hiding in a cupboard or whatever, while his mom is being not necessarily chastised by the principal, but just being like, he fucking hacked the fire extinguishers or some shit.
He hacked the world.
Yeah, what did he do? He hacked the world? No, that seems bad.
He hacked the power mainframe or some shit.
Yeah, he hacked the power mainframe to power his like science experiment.
Oh, that's what it was.
Machine.
Yeah,
and then it shut down the school power and all their systems.
He did his whole.
There were 300 kids died or whatever.
Yeah, he did a whole Saved by the Bell episode on the side that we don't see of him hacking.
Yeah, the robot nannies started choking the babies in third grade.
Danger!
Destroy
Danger.
babies!
Destroy infants. I assume that the principal was probably one of the cast members from the original Lost in Space. She just like I'm like that must be.
Turn her into a gorilla, give her hooters.
I thought it was Mary Lou Henner from the Brady Bunch, but it wasn't. What was the name of?
It's probably whoever played Judy. I would assume is playing
Judy. June Lockhart is her name, and she is from Lost in Space.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, so originally all surviving cast members of the TV show were meant to have cameo appearances.
Okay.
Dick Tuffield reprises his role.
But then
from
somebody
Lost in
took it a
Space
bounty.
as
Somebody at the production house was like, we can't afford
Somebody's killing them all one by one during the production, and that's the sequel.
Mark Goddard, the original Major Don West, plays the general. June Lockhart, the original Maureen Robinson, plays Will Robinson's principal. Marta Christine and Angela Cartwright, the original Robinson girls, play reporters. And ironically, Bill Mumy and Jonathan Harris, the two actors most supportive of the idea of a new movie, as well as the two most popular characters in the show, did not appear in it. Mumy wanted to play the older Will Robinson, but the director thought it would be too distracting from the plot to have... too distracting from the plot to have the original play the older Will. Harris was to have played the man who hired then betrayed Dr. Smith in an interview for TV Guide prior to the film's release. It was mentioned that Harris bluntly stated, "I will have you know I have never done a walk-on or a bit part in my life, and I do not intend to start." And he announced that if he could not play his own role in the movie, he wanted nothing to do with it, famously being quoted as saying, "Either I play Dr. Smith, or I do not play." And he did
die
return
trying.
As
And he's like shooting up a mall.
he did return as Dr. Smith in the 1-hour TV special Lost in Space Forever, 1998. So there's even another thing about Lost in Space that I didn't even know about.
I mean, that's a weird actory thing, right? Where it's like, come on, man, we want to put you in, and he's like, no, like I have to be Dr. Smith. It's like we have Gary Oldman. Like, I'm sorry, he's one of the greatest actors who ever lived. Cannot.
Sorry, dude, he doesn't need a cortisol injection to act for 8 hours.
He was literally the bad guy in Leon the Professional and the Fifth Element in the same couple of years, and then I think he did a good job in this film. I do like that the villain.
You're talking about Gary Oldman?
Yeah,
of course he did. He's never done a bad job in any movie he's ever been in.
Gary Oldman's so good at the movies he does. I forget that he's in the movies. We watched Air Force One, and I watched that film. I remember Air Force One. I did not remember that Gary Oldman was in that film. I watched The Fifth Element 6 times before I realized that was Gary Oldman playing the role. You know, like I shit you not, there are amount of films that I've watched throughout my youth that Gary Oldman's been in, but he's so good at playing these character bit roles that I don't recognize or like.
I like to call
just
them
take into the brain.
not
supporting actor
roles.
But you know.
I think the main villain in The Fifth Element.
Vincent
He's
D'Onofrio
the main villain in a lot of films.
Vincent D'Onofrio is another one where he's been in a bunch of stuff, and I don't remember him as being in anything. Like I
Listen,
don't
we
remember
call
him
them
as-
chameleons, guys. They
I-
disappear
I-
into the role. We know.
That happens. It's so weird watching old movies and seeing like when I the first time I watched Jurassic Park: The Lost World after like 2002, after like the Wedding Crashers Vince Vaughn meta,
Vince Vaughn, yeah.
and then I like watched it. I'm like, whoa, Vince Vaughn is Nick.
Wait a minute.
And he's good in it.
Yeah, he
like
is,
that
but it's
movie.
like he wasn't
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn back then. And like
Yeah.
unless maybe
I mean, he was cast as sort of a snarky weirdo in most movies, but he wasn't like people didn't recognize it comedically until much later. Where it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
this is actually quite funny, even though they always kind of cast him as funny. It was like until it kind of morphed
until
into
you,
I guess like
you
He
it
got
was,
typed-
until it was demonstrated to you that Vince Vaughn is funny.
Well, he
Yeah.
got typecast as his character from Made in like so much stuff throughout the early 2000s and late 90s. And then when you see him in something like Jurassic Park: The Lost World, where he's pretty grounded, he's a pretty grounded character, and he's a little snarky.
I
you
think
don't
he's funny
really.
as fucking that movie. Remember when she's like spit and he like spits in her hand? She's
Yeah.
like, "You're gum, you
You're
idiot."
gum.
Yeah.
Time and time again, Gary Oldman has proven to be probably my favorite actor in all of films, just because
That's
of
fair.
the amount of times that he has fooled me. And
Yeah. Also not a
thinking it
shocking
was
thing
him.
because he is amazing.
He's one of the best.
But he's also one of those actors that's been in a ton of shit. Like, when I say shit, I mean like terrible movies. But he's still good in them. Like he's never bad, even in the
Yeah,
worst
he doesn't.
movies.
He doesn't sink to the level of the project.
Exactly.
In fact-
he shows up and does the job exactly how he was meant to do. He's like Sam Jackson is the same way. I think we talked a
Yeah.
little bit about this last week as well. Where like Sam Jackson will also show up and he will
He'll
give
never
you the
phone it
same
in.
level of
And he'll
performance
carry.
that he'll get. Yeah, and he'll do exactly what he needs to do.
Did
Listen,
you guys
um,
know? Sorry, did you guys know that Gary Oldman was the first member of the person that the first one to sign up for the cast of this film?
Really,
probably
was like, I
loved
need to
the
be in
show.
this. Yeah,
He's
he
like,
probably
Yeah.
would cut his teeth when he was a young actor watching this show and trying to do the Smith thing, because he
So
nails
he-
this role.
You mean be
He-
like
he-
a creepy queer coded villain? Just
Yeah.
walking around like
Just
yeah.
like he's not
Ugh.
quoting Shakespeare, but every time he's talking, everybody else is like, "Duh, let's go into space," and he's like doing Shakespeare reads.
I'd like
as
to
he's-
fuck that.
What he's
bitch.
doing is he's monologuing. He's
Yeah.
speaking to
Yeah, he is
himself
very
as
much
though
monologuing.
he's performing for an audience that isn't there, but there is an audience there. It's us, and we're loving it. Because we're like, good job.
So
good
he
job."
jumped at the chance to appear in this family film because he wanted to take his son to it. And he
Oh.
later admitted that the paycheck was also a major reason, as he used the money to finance his acclaimed directorial debut, Nil by Mouth from 1997, which I've never heard of, and I'm
Never
probably going to look into.
I have a note here that says that when Gary Oldman shows up, I said Gary Oldman is here to finance an Aston Martin or something.
or a movie, which is far more expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also got an Aston Martin.
Yeah, he did both.
So just to move the plot along a little bit, Don is assigned to be the pilot for the Jupiter mission. Then we meet Dr. Smith, played by Gary
I
Oldman.
just
so-
understood Alex's background.
Yeah,
The ship is
yeah.
called the Jupiter 2, and he's got two Jupiters.
Yeah, it's Jupiter 1 and Jupiter 2.
Oh, I've been looking at them as breasts the whole time.
Oh.
Because you're
I'm
a
the
pervert.
pervert.
You and Chris
Yeah.
can make your perv cast.
Yeah.
You want to make a perv cast? It'll be about wrestling.
Let's make a
Per,
podcast.
It's called Tag the Turnbuckle, and we have
Called
a
the Creep
segment every
Corner.
week
It's
called
the
Divas.
first perv cast of all time. Man.
Bang him or leave him. Okay. So I wrote Gary Oldman. I assume this is our bad guy, of course. Don, Will, and Heather Graham all talk about the mission. Got to get in their cryo tubes. Major West and Heather Graham meet, and she's like, "No, gross." And he's like,
Which she
"Oh
does,
yeah,
and
baby."
She keeps doing the entire movie.
Let
which I
me
love.
thaw that frozen fish, eh?
Yeah, I
Gary
hate
Oldman.
it.
Why would Gary Oldman had like
That's one cold
intense-
fish I'd like to thaw. That's
He
He was in
I
like
think he
VR
did.
chat with that guy.
Yeah, he was in.
Oh yeah, they
yeah,
go to
he
that
was in
weird.
like a meta. He was in a
Like
meta
weird
meeting.
desert where
Yeah.
privacy desert. Surrounded by
that-
people though.
It
I
was
think that
we
old
need
guy
to meet
was one of
somewhere
the
private.
original
The
cast
Sahara
members.
seems secluded enough.
Yeah.
But
I
Okay,
likened it
Planet
to
of Tatooine.
I liken that scene to Gary Oldman's negotiation for this movie, where it's just like,
I want
it's
my
like,
"What can you
money.
tell me about the
Where's my
project?"
money?
What it's like? Well, it stars Matt LeBlanc as the main action hero, and it's like, I'm afraid that my price just became astronomical.
The thing is like a regular actor takes that line and delivers it how you did just then, Alex, which is comedically, where he took it and I could feel the weight of like how sinister this man is.
Yeah.
I'm holding a skull while saying this.
That's what I was. That's what I was thinking about it.
Astronomical. Where's my money? Yeah, and then this is where we meet him, so we know he's bad. But I mean, did we need this meeting? Maybe not. We probably could have got the point with him starting inside the crate.
Okay.
Well, they kind of
I
they
just
need to give him some kind of reason to do it, other than what like why would he be there? Just to kill them?
This is what I'm saying. What's his
What are you saying?
motivation?
Explain
Well,
yourself.
his motivation is the money.
Yeah, he wants
Yeah,
money.
but like, why does he want the money? Like, what are his motivations beyond
What
wanting
did killing
the money?
the other
And the
pilot
other thing
accomplish?
too, is the way they set up his original meeting in the hologram desert. It made it seem like he was the one giving instructions, and he was demanding money from his lackey, not some dude that's
I'm
like,
not
"Hey,
used
you
to the
gave me
power
a job,
dynamic where
pay
Gary
me."
Oldman's not in charge too.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't necessarily. It feels like he had done a job for them already, and they were like, "Well, you're not done the job. You need to do this other thing."
Well,
And
he killed the
then-
pilot, didn't he? Or he set up the pilot getting killed.
Yeah, so the
Did
other
the
guy.
pilot get killed?
Yeah,
the one who
that's why they called up Matt LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Oh,
he was-
see, I was so like, I did not pay attention to that sort
He
of.
was murdered in his apartment last night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
I
keep
just
saying
thought
he's got the diarrhea or whatever. He's like,
Yeah,
he doesn't
yeah,
have
I
he's
just
the
thought he
he's
brains.
was
under the
sick
weather.
or something. Yeah, I didn't realize he was
We
dead.
buried him
dead.
under the highway.
Yeah, there's a literal scene where he's like, he doesn't have the flu, does he? And it's like he was murdered 3 days ago, and we need.
Well,
you
even
in place.
in VR chat, Gary Oldman yells, he's like, "I want my money," and they're like, "The Jupiter mission's still happening." He's like, "I left the apartment unlocked and whatever."
I killed the guy. Like, it's what?
Yeah.
What else do you want from me? It's like, no, you need to make sure that it doesn't happen. So yeah, he's just part
Okay.
of the sedition.
All right, why the sedition? Why are they just
Because they're trying to
anonymous
make
and
money.
they just don't like the New World Order?
No,
Like,
no.
why do they want to keep
So this is the
people
thing.
from
They're building,
exploring
they're building,
space?
Clearly
another,
weren't
they're
paying
building their
attention.
own warp gate. They want
Yeah,
to
they're
steal Alpha-
I was paying some attention to
They
a
want to
terrible
steal
film.
Alpha Prime or whatever before the
They're trying to
America
do their-
does.
They're trying to make their own gate and profit off of it because it's going to make them a lot of money to have a gate that goes across. So they're also building their technology, but they're behind. So they're trying to delay the other gate from succeeding so that they can make their gate.
They're just the Ferengi.
At what point? At what point in the movie do they explain that?
At the beginning, the very
Yeah, at the
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
It
during
happened-
during the fight, during the plane fight with Matt LeBlanc and Buddy
no,
from
it's
Walking
during
Dead.
the meeting with William Hurt and Matt LeBlanc and the general. That's when
Yeah.
they explain all of it.
Oh,
when he says that
yeah.
the ozone layer is almost dead, and he's like,
Yeah.
this edition."
Right. See,
It
that's
is
the
a
only
lot of
that's the
exposition
only
in a
part of
very
that meeting
small
that I
space.
took away was that he's like, "Oh no, we've been lying to the kids for years. There's no ozone." layer."
You're like, Dad. Yeah.
It's like I knew it. I knew it.
No, there's a lot of info in that one spot, and then the rest of the info you have to put together with the desert meeting.
You got to
those
watch it
two-
6 or 7 times in a row.
As a
God,
kid,
will
That's
yeah.
what I
never
was
watch
saying. Like, there's,
And if you don't, if you don't do it as a kid, the information doesn't stick in your mind.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's so
blows
front
You
away
need,
like
you need
Stan
the
was
childlike
there.
whimsy of Stephen Waters.
it's so front loaded with information that I was trying to watch it like one time to talk about it on this, and I was like, I'm just gonna let Steve explain all of it because Steve has seen it 4,000 times, and I don't know how
I watched it a lot as a kid, but I hadn't seen it since I was a kid. So I was just as sort of grasping at like information as you guys were. I'm like, what is this edition? What are they doing? It's like, oh, they are like the Ferengi. You're right. They're just trying to profit off of the same thing by
Steve just
smashing
watched
the
it
other
to ogle Matt LeBlanc.
not my my man of meat of choice.
No,
you know?
not your taste. Not your
Yeah.
taste.
I mean, he's not unattractive in this movie, but he's not.
It was Will Robinson, wasn't it?
John and
The older
John
one.
and-
The older one.
Listen, John and Maureen find the kid's device that appears to be a time
boat.
machine, and they discuss that Will and Judy.
No, it's Gary Oldman. Let's be real, Doctor
It's
and Dr.
true.
Smith.
You know what? He was dashing in this film.
Yeah,
Sorry,
he's
Jason.
clearly evil, which is a turnoff most of the time.
listen, they find the time machine, which is sort of just a foreshadowing plot device. But they
Like
discuss.
a super soaker.
Yeah, it probably
did.
was a dismantled and re-put together Super Soaker with some like green
Yeah,
goo
that
in it.
definitely looked like a
He's
1000
like, is this his
series.
time machine
Yeah,
concept again? Why does he keep building super soakers when he's
Be
supposed
funny
to
if he
just
dropped. Be funny if they like dropped it by accident and it caused like a time rift right there.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
He took a CPS 1000 and made it into a time machine. Who would have thought?
You only have to
They
pump
call
it
CPS
14 times before
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
go back in time. Yeah.
Yeah.
They discuss that Will and Judy will be leaving to go on the space mission, and Mom doesn't want to go. She's like, "Well, these kids are, we have a family here on Earth," and John wants to literally save humanity with the Jupiter.
Yeah,
project.
I'm really sick. I hate that trope where it's like you've been so distant these last 6 months. It's like you missed Will's science fair. It's like Will be dead in 20 years. That is a scientifically established fact.
Yeah,
And
That's
you know
what-
that
that's-
because you're also a scientist. We're both
Yeah,
scientists. You got to stop
Yeah.
trauma dumping on me when I get home from work. I was just dealing with the press all
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
The fucking pilot was murdered.
Yeah. You missed Will. Yeah. You missed Will's science fair. The pilot who's taking us to save humanity was murdered.
Yeah. We need to find a new one. And guess what? We hired a jock. And you know how I feel about jocks, honey.
Yeah.
He's probably going to hit on our
It's
daughter.
okay. He established very clearly that his family hates him, so it's fine if he goes.
but
he's
he did
bringing
love
them all
my
with him.
dad. So
Yeah.
He also
Gary
hated
Old-
his dad. Yeah, so it's fine. I'm used to hating my dad. I am gonna be fine with my son hating me. It's how these things go.
Natural
sweetheart.
order.
This is
You've
how
never
it
had a
goes.
dad or a son.
Gary Oldman climbs into a cargo container to get onto the ship, and he goes to the robot and puts like a sort of a chip on the robot to make
Just
it
call it a
instead of
restraining bolt. Everybody knows. what that
restraining
is.
bolt.
Yeah.
Okay. Instead of making it so it helps the Swiss Family Robinson, it's going to kill.
Yeah, he reprograms it to within 16 hours of the ship being out in space. It's to activate and basically destroy the navigation system and kill all of the pilots. Kill Family Robinson.
Doesn't he just put a
Family
bomb?
Robinson.
Why doesn't he just put a
Right.
bomb in there? Yeah. I mean, I
Well,
guess this
you
is
know.
better than a bomb because they could probably
Because it advances the movie.
Yeah, and also, they could probably be like, somebody put a bomb off in there. We figured it out based on the explosion or whatever. Where it's like if it just drifts into
Credits.
the
Oh yeah.
just
Into the
drift
sun.
in.
Based on the
Yeah.
explosion that they've gone so far that they can't quite keep track of them. Like that's the thing. So he could have there's so many things that he could have done to demolish this 16 hours because essentially if there's 16 hours in space, the robot kills them all, demolishes it, the ship gets lost, they think they just go out of course, humanity's like, oh, we lost them, oh no, and then they continue on. It's just like
But the seditioners
I mean,
don't want them to know.
It really does
They
not
want-
bother
they,
me
They
at
want
all.
the
Like-
they want the Jupiter to leave. So if they kill them and just let it go, then they're just waiting 10 years for nothing to happen.
Yeah, they don't
But if
want it
they
to
know
look
that it
like,
gets blown up, then I guess they would just send another Jupiter 3.
why wouldn't
they don't
just
want
buy-
it to they don't want it to look like a seditionist attack, so they sabotage the ship to make it look like the ship failed, which will then install a demoralization to Earth in the support behind it. They'll be
Or
like,
it
"You
just
failed."
or they don't even know that it failed and they're like, "Oh, well, we in 2068 rolls around and they're like, "Oh, they should open that portal any minute."
Yeah,
Okay,
and it just
but
doesn't happen.
okay. So the higher ups of Earth and the seditionists both know that tops they've got 20 years left before the ecosystem just collapses and nobody can breathe anymore.
Yes.
Why would the seditionists sabotage the already half-built gate just so they can make more profit?
Have you seen
from
the state of the
remaining-
United States right now? It's all
You know what?
capitalism all the time, all the way down and
Whoa,
all the way
man.
up.
You've checkmated me, sir, and I will secede my point.
Yeah, have you lived in reality? People are fucking
It's
idiot and they're full
shoot
of
yourself
greed.
in the foot, cut your nose off to spite your face situation.
But it's also like
Um,
they are making their own version of it, right? So they're not trying to destroy it so much as they're trying to slow them down.
They're just trying to get there first. They're
Yeah,
trying to be
right.
first to market.
Because then they'll be
And
able to
then-
charge people as they go through the gate. They'll be like $20 a head.
Yeah,
It's a paid high. It's the paid
20
space
space
highway.
bucks.
Yeah.
the 402 or whatever.
Oh no, these are Lost in Space books. You gotta go.
Oh
to the other
no.
game.
So and on top of that, after
1998.
Dr. Smith does all of this, his accomplice from Tatooine shows up on a obnoxious hologram and basically says like, "Matt, fuck you," zaps him, and he passes out. We go over to the family. They go into crowd.
I remember
freeze.
this freaked me out as a kid when he gets electrocuted because he does such a
He
good
really
job
sells it.
of looking like he's trying to let go of that device, but he can't let go of it. That it like freaked me out to my core. I'm like, he's gonna pop. His eyes are gonna pop. And like the head being all twisted and
It's
weird,
all weird and distorted. And
yeah, where
huge.
you're like, oh man, so this is like, even as a kid, I'm like, something's wrong here. It's designed to make you uncomfortable, I guess, but like,
It's also supposed to be a covert op, and it's like he keeps being like, "Shut up! Stop yelling!"
Yeah.
but they're like, we don't care. You already did your job. It's fine.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah,
nobody
you're
on
gonna
this
die
ship
here.
who's gonna hear you. Yeah.
I also noticed a little
I
bit.
think
that
it's also
this-
like the reason that they sent him on that mission, Chris, is because they're trying to get rid of a loose end as well, right? They sent him to do it, but they don't want him to get out and start spending his money everywhere and being like, I once did a crazy mission on a spaceship, and
Yeah,
I
he's just
fucking made sure that
monologuing what
the
he did
Robinsons
around other
went into
people.
the sun. And it's like, no, he needs to die on the ship too.
the
Why
cinematography
does
for
he
a
need
brief
the money?
moment
Direct
during the
his film?
sequence reminded me of
Because
I
I'm
haven't
broke.
actually-
Broke, I
seen-
tell you.
I haven't seen these films all the way through, but for everything I've seen from Spy Kids, there's just a small section of this movie that looks a lot like Spy Kids, and it was this moment with the weird distorted hologram. Some of the set piece of him going up the elevator. I thought this all looked very much. It's a very kids movie moment, but the subject matter is like too serious. Like, was that put into the film for the adults so they have some political intrigue to sort of
No, I
latch
think
on
it's just
to?
like, this movie
think
was
kids
made
can
as
handle
a
that.
family movie, so they're not
Yeah.
aiming everything at children. They're aiming it to satisfy a bunch of check boxes for everybody. They're gonna want dad to be watching it and be into it. They want mom to watch and be into it. They want everybody to. So they're not gonna make.
That's why they had Heather
everything-
Graham and Matt
Like,
Lamar.
that mom is a homemaker just like me, and also
Yeah,
she's a
struggling with her
scientist.
kids.
Yeah.
She's not a homemaker. What the fuck? She's a
Yeah,
fucking
she's an-
engineer.
No, I
She's
know, I
an
get
engineer.
that, but they keep making
Yeah, she
jokes through the
designs
movie
homes.
where she's doing the homemaker thing, but she's also
She's just
a
concerned
doctor.
about her family. She's saying you need to be
Taking
more
care of her
emotionally
family,
available to
packing
her
up the
family.
house.
Right.
You
That
guys.
was the story. That was a story beat a few times though. Don West during the crowd freeze, still being a pervert, continuously hitting on Heather in front of her own dad, but they do freeze themselves and they take off. And the rocket that blasts them into space is pretty.
We should have made a
looking.
counter for every time he says something inappropriately horny to Heather Graham or to someone else. Because
Who,
he,
me?
he
They
sometimes he
invent
just
that number
says,
yet?
he just says horny things sometimes to himself. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't say it
yeah.
to anybody. He'll just say
Oh,
it.
yeah,
I'm horny.
yeah.
There's one part where he's like, if this is a
I'm
dream,
horny.
why aren't there more
Horny,
girls?
horny,
I'm like,
Yeah, yeah.
what?
And that part where he's like, I have a boner right now and I'm looking to show it off.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it
that's
pans down to him.
My
with a
pants just got
clear
lost
boner.
in space.
When he's like,
Listen,
when
we
he's
need
like,
we need
this
Don
candy
West to have
bar
some
is-
Joeyisms.
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
this candy bar is beef banana flavored. That's a euphemism if I ever heard one.
Matt,
Beef
Can you,
banana?
can you
Come
add
on.
some Joeyism to this Don West line we put
Yeah.
down?
How are
I like-
you doing?
I like how when the ship takes off, it's like I think this is an homage to the old spaceship, the old school UFO looking spaceship, and it takes off.
It looks cool
And
as
then
fuck. You
Yeah.
know why? Because it's a mini.
Yeah.
It's
It
not
felt
a
like the
fucking
fire
spaceship.
was way too close to it. All
But the
around it.
pieces burst off of it, revealing the new updated Lost in Space
Also a mini,
2000.
which is why it looks good.
Okay.
I was going to
Okay.
ask you about that, Steve, and everybody else, because the miniatures in this are fucking dope as hell. When they crash on the snow planet, that whole shit is like miniatures, right?
What? Yeah. Yes. That's why it looks good. Anytime you're like, that looks good, it's a fucking, it's not
miniature,
a
yeah.
CGI monster mess. Anytime anything looks good, it's not a trick of your mind being like, is the CG good for a second? It's like, no, it's a real practical effect. That's why it looks fucking good.
So yes, Jason, the Jupiter 1 is supposed to be modeled after the original Lost in Space ship from back in the day. But I also wanted to kind of highlight the fact that They needed this Jupiter 1 to boost off from Earth and get into space so that Jupiter 2 could proceed its
Which
mission.
is another plot point later as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it crashes onto a planet, and they just don't need that system anymore to get off of a planet. They just use Jupiter 2.
That's
But they can't
literally
quite
why
get
they
off
have
the
to go through
planet.
the Earth.
They
Don't you
have to
remember
go
it
through
blows
it.
up?
Yeah, I know. Again. Apparently, they can just like go through whole planets with their hyperdrive and not die.
Yeah, they've got to go through the planet core. That's how George Lucas
As it
the
breaks
idea.
up naturally.
I thought Smith was gonna. I thought they were all gonna freeze, and Smith was gonna be just there, raw dogging the trip. And I thought it was gonna be like, I thought it was gonna do the 10 years.
So did I.
And then when they get there, he's like gone
Old.
full Jumanji
He's
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah,
Mm.
crazy.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
I thought that because when he passed out and then they went into crowd freeze, like from
I wouldn't touch that if
story-
I were you. There's jizz everywhere.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
so much cum.
This is the
Don't
masturbation
bring a
chamber.
black light.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
I
gonna see
did think that
you're
as
gonna see
well.
Don't
Jackson
teach the
Pollock
monkey
everywhere.
English.
Whatever you do,
But-
don't teach it how to speak.
But as Don
Spank the monkey.
as Don freezes, he says like, "I hate this part," and then as he freezes, that's when Gary Oldman wakes up, which is probably like an hour later, and
No,
he
it's
realizes,
16
Oh, that face thing that
Yeah,
goes over them
16
is
hours.
horrible.
yeah,
I hated that.
Yeah.
Oh.
'Cause I can imagine
hate
what it
these things.
feels
Terrible dreams.
Yeah, no, why? Like, because the last thing you see before you're asleep for 10 years is like a hideous, like weird, like shuddering
Yeah.
in front of your eyes.
a terrible Iron Man VR headset put on your face just to, I guess, make sure your eyes are closed. Like no
don't
breathing
know.
apparatus. or anything.
Okay,
It's just-
my
just
my
make sure your
only
eyes are closed.
my only plausible scientific theory, because I'm not a scientist whatsoever or a medical doctor.
Oh, a
whatsoever.
theory?
The theory
A scientific theory.
is that they have the covering on the face so that their eyeballs don't become fucking ice cubes.
That's what I thought.
that's a pretty good theory.
I was thinking the same thing, where it's like you close your eyes, but make sure they don't turn into, because like if they defrost you later, they have to make sure your eyes aren't like swollen, because when stuff freezes, right, it expands, I guess.
Yeah, and your skin, you've only got so much skin covering your eyeballs, so like you're
Yeah,
you're in
it's
a
the thinnest
deep
layer of
freeze.
skin.
That's what they say.
Yeah. There's another one that goes over the male's penises, because like
Yeah,
also
yeah.
to protect the tip of your wiener.
Yeah, just
Your
in
eye
case Gary
foreskin.
Oldman's on the ship still.
Yeah, in fact,
It's like, damn, they put the foreskin protectors on again.
when every
Blast.
uncircumcised male comes out of
Fiddlesticks.
frozen dehydration, they become circumcised.
Oh no, it falls
Yeah.
off like a.
You have to get
Okay.
a circumcision before the Jupiter 3 or whatever.
Yeah,
Or the Jupiter
know a
4.
guy-
Everybody circumcised.
I know a guy that had to get a circumcision in his like mid-20s.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah,
I said that like it happened to me. It didn't happen to me, but like
yeah, that happens sometimes.
What happened to
met
him
somebody
is
that-
basically the skin started like retracting and choking
Yeah.
off his before it
I
could
knew
go
somebody
back
like that
over.
too, and they botched it. They botched it, and he
Oh,
had
no.
supreme discomfort.
Ah.
If he got an erection, he died.
can you maybe not get so
listen.
close to the microphone when you say something like that?
No, I did that. I did that.
What,
for
you don't like
effect.
us when we get
I
this
know,
close and
and
talk
I'm
about
asking you
penis?
not to do that. Stop.
Anyway, the robot wakes up at the same time as Smith wakes up, and it's on a clear warpath of destruction. Oldman ends up in the Oldman ends the cryo sequence, and they battle the robot, or I guess his name is just Robot. Don West gets electrocuted, but Will manages to use the commands to stop it. They deal with the fire and chaos and find Oldman. Don subdues him, and they fight. Heather Graham is still in stasis. And I guess she's in danger because of like the status of the ship. That's what I kind of gathered from this. And they pull into the sun's orbit. So I wanted to ask you
Your
guys.
eyeballs
about
were going to
this,
freeze.
'cause-
Yeah.
Well, what? She's
You
gonna have to
don't
get
get out
her
of
eyes,
it immediately.
circumcised.
Her eyebrow. Well, she's gonna lose her eyes. 100%
So she didn't-
eye loss.
She didn't come out of stasis with the rest of them because of like the ship losing power. So she stayed frozen, but she was like slowly thawing or something because they have to get her out of there and they have to bring her
Probably
back
some
to
sort of,
life.
like medical procedure.
In
procedure
cooking,
with
it's called the
pod.
safety zone or whatever, right?
Yeah, she's outside of the safety zone. She's going to be inedible within 1 hour. We need to get her
It's
They
out.
gonna-
didn't put
everybody
3
E.
minutes on
coli.
the dethaw setting.
Yeah.
Ding! Oh no! Oh no! Heavens! But one part during the sequence is there's Will Robinson is running as robots shooting, and there's a hell of a lot of fucking squibs and explosions going around this child. Where I was like, oh my god, this seems like some sort of like OSHA violation on set here. This is too dangerous for a child this big.
Nah, he was a
I don't know.
CG child.
He was. I mean, that's like the one other shot that's really well done. It's like that was just a CGI child.
When they're all frozen. We'll get to that in just a moment. They open this cryo chamber. They take Judy to the sick bay, and Don reroutes the power to get back up and running. And then they get Judy back to life. And stuff is happening. I know. There's a lot of chaos during that. They fire the hyperdrive.
She dies.
She looked dead, dude. She looked dead as fuck.
She was blue.
Graham, she always looks dead.
Like very. She definitely looked like a half-thawed human body.
They fire the hyperdrive, even though it could send them anywhere, and boom, they teleport through the sun because they have a discussion about like we're just gonna go through the sun.
You want to go through the sun or go in a random place?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we get that interesting freeze frame that you guys alluded to, where they're all sort of like stuck.
My reaction to that last night was, "Oh damn, this looked amazing when I was 10, but
yeah,
no, not so much."
The
When it
scenes,
goes over to
so many
the Joey
scenes.
Tribbiani, he's like, oh, he looks fucking, he looks constipado.
Judy does survive, and when they come out of it, John goes nuts on Gary Oldman and locks him away.
Yes.
They determine they are lost in space. We've gotten to this lost in space portion of the
So
film.
do we want to just skip over all the stuff that happens during the? Because this is all good.
No, I want to. I like to move the plot forward and then have you guys talk because
I just like to say at this
I don't wanna get
point,
lost
this
in
is
the
when the
sauce.
plot loses it. There's no plot anymore. They just get lost in the
There was
plot.
no plot to begin with. I think that this is when like the Lost in Space aspect of Lost in Space movie takes over, which is they become lost in space. But also we're now seeing all the elements of the movie that we've seen up to this point are now being thrown into the pot together. And you know, like Gary Oldman like smashes his head on a stool
to like make it seem like
meets his face.
And then he doesn't even try to play that card at all.
Well, he does, but then
Matt
Joey
LeBlanc takes one look at him. He's like, "Yeah, I know you're evil. Look at your
He looks at
the
it
Indiana
firsthand.
Jones scar." Yeah,
yeah, he immediately
I'll be right
figures
back.
it out,
sedation technology.
yeah.
which is like
You did this.
which is so funny to me because he literally seconds earlier just smashed himself in the head to be
Yeah.
like, this looks pretty good, right? And then it's
Why
like,
couldn't he
no.
just say, "Yeah, look what those bastards did to me" or something?
Yeah, they made me
But
do
what
it. They made me-
bastards? Why would he be there? What is he doing there in the first place?
But he also knows because he says, Smith, what are you doing here? So the implication is that Smith has also been working on this project.
Yeah,
for
he's been working
years
on the
as well,
ship. He
right?
gave them like the all clear mini disc.
Yeah, and I assume that he was there doing checks and stuff. So like he's part of the Jupiter mission as well. He just has betrayed them for money.
Yeah.
Where's my money?
Anyone.
Yeah. He just wants to live out the last 20 years of his life in style, Chris. That's what he's tired of working for the man. He wants to be the man for the last 20 years of his life.
He just needs to run a corporation.
I just think it's
Sword, yeah.
I think it's funny that he's
change his
found
last
out
name.
instantly. It's like it's so satisfying.
There's no sleeper cell time.
No, like you
But I
think
mean,
that he's
that's
going to
in
be
line with the old show. Smith was always kind of like a half Muppet, you know, like he was.
I know, but
evil,
the fun-
he
the
was-
They could've
funniest
given
part
him
about
10
it-
minutes where they think he's on their side.
Yeah, like even 5 to 10 minutes of him just being like, "I'll help you, don't worry," but then them finding the burn mark. You think it's going to be a plot point, but within seconds of him picking him up off the ground, he's like, "What the fuck?" And then he's like about to
He's
kill
like,
him.
"Oh, I
He's
smashed my
"No,
head for
no,
no
no, no, no,
reason."
no." There is, yeah, exactly. I wish that he said because it sounds like something he would say. You know, like, "Damn it, I should have smashed my head for good goddamn reason."
They
He
should have
probably
put him in a break,
monologued
like-
about it after they locked him in there. He probably monologued about it for like 5 to 10 minutes. On his own, you know?
yeah, but they weren't filming. The footage was lost in space.
Demon smashed my skull across the table.
the laser heart thing, the laser heart sort of like defibrillator thing was kind of cool. I'm like, okay, this is a
Yeah.
cool thing that I don't think I've seen since or before.
They had
Like,
to
I don't
do
know.
like the 3D chart on her. That was
Yeah, like it goes
When
into
they
her body
lower
and they
the,
can
like,
still see it.
yeah.
so they know where the heart is on a human body.
But then he
Which is
still
pretty
has to
cool.
do the old fashioned like, let me break
Yeah,
your
yeah.
ribs with my
Live,
fist.
damn it, live.
Yeah,
Like just do
Oh yeah, the opening it.
just do CPR.
This one's for my money, and then
yeah.
he does CPR
Where's my
after.
money? Yeah, and then he does the classic CPR, and he's again monologuing. He's like, "Live the life I save may be my own." Yeah.
Seriously, acting his ass off in this whole film, dude.
Yeah, he's good.
We get the scene with Don and Judy sort of getting to know each other. She cuts his gear off, notices that he has had a tattoo removed, which is sort of an indication of his womanizing ways. They sort of discuss that a little bit.
Yeah,
and
They
then
called her
not
a
a single
piece of
moment in
fish
this
earlier.
movie
That was
where-
enough for me.
Yeah, there's not a single moment in this movie.
The
where
line
I'm
of
like,
the
this guy's-
movie is like, "I'd like to thaw that frozen fish."
Um,
I like to have
And
sex
also-
with that woman.
Damn, I bet she fucks like a freaking yellow monkey, if you know what I'm talking about.
can chameleon
real
into any
chameleon.
fucking thing I want it though over here.
She's a monkey in the streets, but she's a chameleon in the sheets, if you know what I'm saying.
If her dad
Oh,
was
how you
here,
doing?
I would tell her. I would tell him sexually explicit things about it.
Oh man.
Will and Penny.
He's
Hey,
right
yo.
behind me, isn't he?
Yes.
And it's just William Hurt, like mad. You get William Hurt mad.
You
shot
William
from
Hurt my
Again,
feelings.
all of the Robinson family highly autistic, so he doesn't really know how to express his emotions properly. But nothing wrong with that. I like it. I like that they're all kind of weird, right? Like every single one of them is their own flavor.
weird, I guess.
Yeah, their own flavor. of
But it
odd
just,
and
I never felt like they were, like, especially, I feel like if you haven't seen this movie or the Netflix series Lost in Space, do yourself a favor, watch this movie first, then watch the TV show Lost in Space, because I
It's not
miss
great the other way around,
I missed the family chemistry that I had previous to seeing this movie associated with the Robinson family. I feel like the show they really sell it. Like I feel like it's like,
You
oh,
get
these
them, yeah.
like this is this person's
the family.
like teenage daughter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
not,
and
weird.
it's
It's not
just-
weird.
The
Disjunct.
Netflix show had promise.
Yeah,
It's weird. So like the other weird thing is like you never see a scene with Will and his mom, and you never see a scene with Will and Heather Graham. You only ever see like a couple scenes with Will and Judy, because I guess they're closer together in age, so they're gonna interact more. That makes sense. But like obviously this is a time restriction thing because there's no scene between a lot of this family on the
Yeah.
road, right? And you can imagine versions of this script where every single one of them have very meaningful conversations with each other in some degree. But the majority of the scenes that we get with people interacting are fucking Joey Tribbiani wanting to fuck the scientist daughter
yeah.
and failing, the dad talking to Joey Tribbiani, and again fail, like them just almost killing each other most of the time.
Joey
And
Tribbiani,
Dr.
dude.
Smith being a pervert to everybody he's interacting with. Like those are
Yeah,
the only
the
interactions.
mom and
you get.
dad talking to each other too.
And I mean,
And-
really, it adds a weird dynamic because you got Will, Penny, and Dr. Smith. You got the mom and the dad connected, and you got West and Dr. What's her face connected, Robinson. But what you gonna have Smith and Penny and Will just have some weird throuple? Like, let's
Sure,
What do they gotta do?
why not?
Well, I mean, like it's weird that I mean, it's not weird because like again,
There's
we're
no like
locked into
family
a-
dinner scene kind of
yeah,
moment.
there's not you would think there would be a sequence where they're all eating together, but there isn't. There's like a scene where they're all drinking water together about a space time bubble for 5
Well,
seconds.
when they find when they go to the other side of the teleportation,
Scheduling is hard.
They're all standing
This scene
around
brought to you by
the.
Super Soaker.
They're all they're all standing around the like the hologram of the universe, and they try to kind of figure that out. There are scenes with all of them together, and they're
But that's not
they're
what
more
I'm saying.
abundant.
I'm not saying
than-
that There's
But there's
no
no like
family
nice
moment.
family dinner scene. Yeah,
But it
you're
doesn't
right.
need to be a nice family dinner. There's not a moment where they're exploring their characters outside of the plot of like the immediate danger that they're in. They're not just
They're
sitting
just-
around talking.
But they're
Yeah, this
jamming
film-
so much into this 2 hours that they really can't.
That's what I'm
if
saying.
this
It's already-
film-
cast, if this cast was a TV show, I think it would have done numbers.
It
I think
would
it
have
would've
been
they're
great.
just- they can't. You can't just take like a CG monkey and remove that and replace it with Family Dynamic.
Okay, if this cast was an HBO
We already
show,
spent
and
$12
it was-
million dollars on the monkey.
Yeah.
You know how many?
If this cast was an
banana
HBO
skins we
show,
did?
it would have been one of the greatest of HBO shows ever. However, we got this movie, and it was so and then this is like there's a video online of Matt LeBlanc or not Matt LeBlanc, Trey Parker and Matt Stone talking about
Yeah,
how to write
because
a
and
film.
then.
And because and
Because
then.
and
Yeah, and if you're in and then you're fucking writing yourself into a corner, and that's what they do with this film. This film is the epitome for anybody that wants to write a film. Watch this film and learn how to not write a film, because every scene in this film is because and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and this is how the whole film progresses.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, there's a lot of stuff that was probably in a version of this script that worked well.
Well,
And
that's
they
the
had
thing.
to- They had to rip it out, and they had to have Dr. Smith monologuing for 5 minutes.
Some person at the studio was like, "We're doing the monkey. We're doing the CGI monkey."
Yeah, someone's
The
cousin
whole
made
thing-
that monkey.
Yeah, the
Look
whole
at how much
thing is
money Monkey
predicated
Bone
on this
made.
fucking monkey. Yeah, and also we need Joey Tribbiani from the most famous television
if we
show
find-
going.
I
on.
What if
bet
we
you
found
he
out
was
that they-
about 60 million of the $80 million
Yeah.
budget.
Probably.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was
Matt
1/3 of the
LeBlanc cleared
budget.
60
Yeah.
mil. for the
60 mil, just
and
half,
then 2 mil on
acting.
lasagna for him or whatever.
Yeah.
No, it like if I mean, I don't know what to say about this.
And then
it's true.
we went to the next point.
And
So
then-
the next
Will
point,
and Penny, they work on the robot. We get a reference to the OG robot here, where you see the clear disc for the first time that's pulled out of the Sentinel. The parents discuss what to do with Dr. Smith, and they see a strange spatial anomaly. Yep.
Yeah.
And then
And
a,
Yamami.
Where
Phenomena.
does it lead?
Phenomena.
Phenomena.
With no hesitation, don't do that.
Phenomena.
anomaly.
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 They see this like pulsation in space that they can see through to, I guess, another dimension, and they punch it into it. They
and
just go
Joey
through
Tribbiani
before they-
can leave no hole unfilled.
yeah.
No,
So
that's
that's how you-
I'm plowing. I'm plowing. I'm trowing. I'm plowing. I'm
he says, "How
plowing
you
field,
doing?"
buddy.
He flies the
Yeah.
thing immediately. No questions asked.
Yeah,
They're all
he-
like, we should
No,
we should
he
study
didn't
this
even
for
like
a
look at it.
second.
Just,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
like,
Alien
going through it.
ship. Let me find out.
Yeah.
Let me fuck it.
Let me fuck
Yeah,
it.
but they go through. It looks like a space station. It
Matt
seems to be one of
LeBlanc
their
glory
ships.
holes himself into another troll.
He's like,
Oh,
I've
and
never,
what's this?
I've never seen a glory hole that I didn't look into.
Yeah.
It's actually the
We don't
ship
know what's
from
on the
Event
other side.
Horizon.
It's like that's why you go.
Isn't the ship from Event Horizon? It kind of seems Event Horizon-ish, doesn't it?
really
But-
felt, or Sunshine. It
Also,
felt really
The
like
ship in Event Horizon is called the Event Horizon, I believe.
I
Isn't it?
believe
Yeah.
yes. Well, honestly, one of the few horror films that scarred me as a child.
Yeah, it also scarred Sam Neill's character horribly.
Did it?
all over.
Yeah,
his
Yeah, he
body.
gets all over his body. He's got-
Million
he's
little
got
Yeah,
some
he's got a lot of
million cuts.
scars.
He looks like a Hellraiser demon. I
I
thought
never
the
watched
same
those
thing.
films.
But I had seen her Event Horizon before I saw this movie. Poor decision making on my
Yeah,
parents'
no,
part.
like in the 90s. Holy
I
shit!
saw it, yeah. My parents were
remember
really
seeing it.
bad at gauging
Yeah,
when
yeah.
to let me watch something and when not to, and
I-
that movie kind of fucked me up.
I
a
don't know.
little.
There's a spaceship in it. Let him watch
My
it.
dad,
It's just a
my
type.
dad took me and my brother to the South Park movie when it came out.
Listen,
Another
every
bad-
weekend, my grandfather and I, we would rent like 3 movies from VideoQuest on Chain Link Drive, and then we would go every
know where that
Sunday
is.
morning to a movie at Empire Theaters
I know where that
in
is, too.
Bedford Lake, right? And Event Horizon was one of those films that we rented and we watched it, and I was just like, "What is this?" And he's like, "That's a good film." It's like
It was
my
great.
grandfather was
I love
fucked.
the
It's not-
themes.
the
of
Yeah,
thing
because
is,
your
it's-
dad
it
wasn't
was
horribly
they-
scarred by how horrible
the
it
thing
is.
about
No, my
Event Horizon is-
grandfather.
Yeah.
My dad was like, I don't know, touching children in Ontario somewhere. My grandfather, though, he was sitting there watching movies with me like a proper man.
Jesus
Right.
Christ. No, I don't
What
want
a
to go.
revelation. Yeah, let's just move. Let's skip right over
The
that.
thing about Event
Sorry,
Horizon
did I
is
get
that-
too truthful?
the thing about
Yeah.
Event Horizon as a kid is not even just that it's like obviously horrifying. It would also probably be very confusing to follow for a kid.
For a kid,
Event
yeah.
Horizon.
I admit it.
Yeah.
It was a pretty confusing movie. I'm just like, what's happening? Why are there demons
I
all of a
wouldn't
sudden?
know what the hell is happening.
What happened in that
I
one?
think that's
where
also
it looked
part of
like a lot
the.
of people were punching each other.
That's
They didn't,
also
they didn't
part of
spend the first third of Event Horizon explaining to Joey Tribbiani what's happening.
Yeah, where was the monkey in Event Horizon?
Yeah.
The monkey in Event Horizon is that frozen body that shatters immediately when they get onto the ship.
That was Jared
Yeah,
Harris
I mean,
dubbed over.
that was also one of the things that was so frightening about Event Horizon as a child is that I didn't fully understand what was going on, and I didn't realize that it was supposed to be a psychological sort of teardown of everybody on the ship. Anyway, we've done Event Horizon on this show. This is the kid version
This
of
is
Event
Lost in
Horizon,
Space
where
1998.
instead of them
if-
finding a log where it's the previous crew all fucking each other to death, they find a log where it's the guy being like, "I've been looking for my friend for
I've been
Yeah.
looking for my friend.
But before
I'm gonna
we
go
get
into
to
this
that,
here jungle.
they
I've never
fly
been seen
around.
my
again.
unacquainted boyfriend for 20 years.
Yeah.
They fly around the ship and they try to hail it. They don't get a response, much like Event Horizon. But they find another ship that isn't one of theirs either. It's all non-human, and we see Penny continue her vlog some more. Dawn enters to see Smith, who is smashing up his room, just freaking out on his room. Which I thought was
Also, I
hilarious.
think human shit on the walls. Like it looks like there's shit all over.
I think it was like food, but yeah, he's just
In the
smearing
cut
his shit.
monologue,
I like that
it
better.
made a lot more sense if they left the monologue in.
He's like,
As
"This food
protest
tastes
of
like
my
shit."
incarceration, I've decided to smear my fecal matter upon the wall.
If I was a lesser man, I would smear this shit on the walls like an animal.
But I've
Did he
merely
anyway?
flung
Yeah,
it
then later,
to the
yeah,
wall.
they opened the
Yeah.
doors and he
Yeah.
did, and you're like, yeah.
Um,
They do say shit quite a few times in this movie.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
they-
true.
They,
Yeah,
they get their
I noticed
allotment
that.
in. Yeah.
They call me Mr. Shit.
Doc, get a
James
really-
Robinson, shit.
we got a really gross and weird exchange between Dawn and Penny when he walks by, and he's like, "How you doing?" And she's like, "Ah," and then she's like, "Ah, and I didn't like any of that. And we'll just
Yeah,
skip
my
over
note
it.
is Penny is too horny. Like,
Yeah.
Why are you too horny like this? I don't like it. It's uncomfortable.
Flowers, tapioca pudding, walks in the rain, kissing.
How you doing?
Yeah.
How you
Friends.
doing again over here, friend?
Sometimes
gives Smith-
Frasier.
Dawn gives Smith a vest.
Niles is weirdly hot. I don't understand it.
Dawn gives Smith a vest to imply that he has to come on this excursion with them. The kid has fixed the robot. John starts to apologize for not being around and then leaves on the ship. He has that moment where he goes to try to talk to Will, and he's like, "So I know that I haven't been around a lot. Hey, you got to come with us now. We're
Yeah.
going. Sorry, we'll pick this up later."
Yeah, he's like,
Um,
I cannot hug my boy. I'm not allowed to. There's
Joey
even a moment
doesn't
before-
share emotional time.
Take
Yeah.
4 seconds and be like, literally finish your sentence, dude. Like,
All right,
I know
but
I haven't
mean,
been around a lot. I'm
a lot
sorry,
of
I'm trying to
dads
save
have trouble with
humanity.
this, even when they're not in a lost in space situation, when they have unlimited time. But I do. There's also a moment like before the pod seal where like it's kind of like a blink and you'll miss it moment where he goes to Will and he's like, "Well, son, are you ready?" And he like touches him on the shoulders, and then he like goes to hug him, and then he puts his hand out like he's gonna shake his hand, and then he puts his hand out like he's gonna shake his hand. And I'm like, oh, this guy like has issues. He probably has only shaken his dad's hand ever, and his dad's about to give him a hug, so he doesn't realize that his dad's not going
When
for a
he's born.
handshake.
Nice to meet
Yeah.
you.
Nice to meet you. I'm your father, William. My name's Jonathan Robinson.
Jonathan
Did you make that
Robinson.
time machine in high school?
What does he even do? What does John Robinson do other than just be a boss?
He's in charge of the Jupiter program.
Yeah,
a
but
little bit.
he doesn't do
Yeah, but,
anything.
like, what
His
does he
dad is like
do?
a story general, and his son invents time travel, and his job he just fucks up being a passenger on a ship.
He's the Jonathan Archer of Lost in
Yeah,
Space.
he's not even a doctor. He's a professor.
He's got
He's
a-
not even flying the fucking thing. He literally he just all he does is go on it, gets frozen, and then everything goes to shit. I mean, I guess he's pretty. He has
I
heroic
gave you a
moments
command.
later,
I
but
assume he
Command
designed it.
West.
yeah.
Do you guys think that beard was fake? That beard looked like it was glued on a little
Well, I
bit.
mean, his hair was
No, I felt like that was a natural beard.
His mustache in the later times of his life is so good, and his
Are we talking
beard-
like
different. Talking about in the
older
Marvel
West,
movies, that was
or-
not a real mustache, Jason.
Are we talking Dad Robinson or Will Robinson?
Dad Robinson?
I don't
The
think
guy with
Will
the
Robinson.
beard.
That beard
Oh,
was
you mean at
100%
the end?
real.
I'm like, Will Robinson did not have a beard, but
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end, he's
You
got
mean
an
What
Alex
fucking
Cowbeard
movie?
beard.
Oh, that beard too was also suspect.
that
No,
beard
I
was
feel like the
not-
beards were genuine.
I don't know if Jared Harris's beard was genuine.
Yeah. They're like, we're gonna film this thing in 4 weeks. Can you grow?
They heard him
a
speak
8
like 2 lines, and
long
they're like,
beard?
"Oh, we're gonna dub you, so wear this fucking
Yeah, why is this guy
ridiculous
so
beard and
British?
mustache."
I was
I
promised an
I have a
American.
theory about this later, but I had already
Yeah,
passed
yeah.
it.
Oh,
to
a
Jason.
theory? Do you have a theory?
No, it's about.
Don't
it's
play
we'll
it
talk
yet.
about it
You'd be
later.
premature to play it.
I
don't
just want to
premature
say that I
theory-
have it before
theory
Jason
rate.
decides to say it, because you're gonna say it. I know you are. I said it to you. We have to let me say it, or I guess you could say it, and then just give me credit.
I don't remember what you're talking about, so I'm sure you're going to say it before I
I have a theory that we'll
It's for the the end of the movie. My theory is that Jason would not listen to what I was saying and hit the button anyway. It was the end of the movie several times.
But he never touched it. It was me.
Oh my god!
I didn't touch it. That's
Okay.
the crazy
was
part. That's
me!
the th- yeah.
Turns out my theory was incorrect.
I have,
Like
we
the
have to
rest
give-
of them.
Fuck, you laughing at me? Oh my god!
Oh Jesus Christ! I don't know who's in control anymore. Anyway, they get onto the ship and they find some mysterious goo, and then we find out that evil knows evil. Says Smith. It feels a little bit like Aliens during the sequence.
I wonder if that's by design. If they decided to make this creepy science fiction moment a little like Aliens.
Are
you're
you
gonna say
Like
what?
how the opening
calling me
space battle was a
stupid by
lot
saying
like
it
the Death
that,
Star
or
one?
are you actually asking that?
I'm not calling you stupid.
Right.
I liked how much it was like Event Horizon for kids. Like that's what this made
Yeah.
me. That kind of made me rub my hands together. I also love that I was going to call him Agent Smith. Dr. Smith is just constantly saying shit to get under people's skin the entire time they're on the spaceship, because they're like, "What's that sound?" And he's like, "Drip, drip, drip, like the drip of blood." They're like, "You need to shut the fuck up," because I'm like, if I'm your captive, I'm absolutely going to do this to you as well. You're gonna be so scared.
They find some robots and evidence of a firefight. Don recognizes his buddy Jeb or Job. It didn't really capture his name, but when they get the captain's log back up and running,
Job.
is it Jeb or Jeb? Is it Jeb? But they get the captain's log back up and running. It's too destroyed to see the whole thing. Basically, we get a small snippet of him basically explaining that they've been searching for the Robinson family, and they're like, "What?" Which I thought was great. They've been searching for them, but it's only been 1 day in their time, and I guess it's time travel or something.
In the moment, it's kind of annoying because you're like, we get it as movie people, but also it's like children, maybe not. You need to let them sort of digest it before you can give them the information properly. So they wait until later for that breakfast sequence to sort of like place it down in front of you properly. But like we get it, right? Like as soon as it's happening, we understand. But like the fact that the characters aren't immediately getting it is frustrating. But
I'd never seen the movie, and they went through the portal, and there was a ship, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, they've gone into the future." Because, like, as soon as that portal was there, I was like, "Oh, okay, that's the future." They've talked about Will a couple times in time travel. Will make a time machine eventually.
There's so many
like
Chekhov
smoking that one hole.
Yeah, there's so many Chekhov smoking somethings in this movie. It's wild. Like everything that they show you in that first 35 minutes of the movie before we get to here, so in some way, it's like the person who wrote this, or I assume there was probably like 15 writers on this fucking movie at some point, right? Like it just
Wallace
feels
and
like really
Gromit
good.
level of like cause
Yeah.
and effect.
There's too many.
There was one writer wrote
connecting
this
things.
movie.
I mean, one credited writer. You have to assume that there was probably 40 versions of this script before it actually.
Here's
got-
something: the same person
infinite
that
number
wrote
of,
this
net-
movie,
oh,
the same person that wrote this movie wrote Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin also famously had 1,000 writers that are not credited.
Did they get
This is
the
the
same
thing. It's like movies
cinematographer?
like this, these huge studio movies in the 90s often had like 30 writers where the script goes through like a milking machine, and then they refine it, then they throw out the whole formula, but they keep the filter that they use to refine it once and use that to refine a whole bunch of other scripts. It's just like too much, right? Like they show that the little first place badge at the beginning, and you're like, oh, and then he like attaches it to a thing later, and then it becomes the item that he uses to stab a guy at the very end, where you're like, okay, I like that, but at the same time, in no way is that thing important other than the first time you see it all the way up until the very end. But he says, Dad says not to bring them, and you're like, you know, if you have
I'll be right
watched the
back.
movie before, you're gonna be like, oh, he's bringing them, and that thing is pointy as fuck. We know because she uses it to uncut open her ladder Ziploc bag or whatever, right? So you know it's sharp, and then it's used as a weapon later.
I
But
think,
there's so many examples of that throughout the movie. It's
yeah,
crazy.
and I think that when that technique is done, like there are a lot, obviously a million movies that do that, but
Mhm.
it's like the glasses of water in Signs, where it's like,
Yeah.
you're not predicting the end because of it, but
Right.
it's like whoa, like swing away. You know what
But
I
it's
mean?
yeah, and I mean, like it's there to be satisfying.
Yeah,
In terms
yeah.
of
But
narrative.
whereas this made it more, it was like less. It was less something to be called back, and it was more like a call forward in the
Right.
moment earlier.
Because they're going through time. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean. It's like
I do. I mean, I can understand thematically, like his dad didn't even really see him get that first prize badge. You assume that's the newest one he got because he won
Yeah.
first prize. That would be the newest one he's looking at. His dad says not bring them, but he brings them, and then he turns it into a weapon. And then his dad is the one who ends up saving the day by stabbing somebody
Yeah,
with his
yeah.
first prize ribbon. Like there is like a level of poeticism there, but it's lost on fucking 8-year-olds who are watching this. They're not thinking about that, right? And like I don't think the Academy is watching this being like, oh yes, brilliant. He's
But this didn't win an Oscar.
prize.
deep matter. I loved
it. It would be funny if Dr. Smith was like, as he's like, "Yeah," like wiping those spiders off his face. He's
Yeah.
like, is that the first prize, Pat? Oh, I do deserve to die. Push me into the time vortex.
this
Goodbye.
movie didn't even get the Oscar for Orange Monkey of the year. That went to Dunstan Checks In.
I do
Was
wonder
Matt
what the,
LeBlanc in that?
No,
I
no,
don't-
that
I
was
honestly,
Jason Alexander. Jason Alexander
Right.
was in
Oh
that.
yeah.
He was
But
like
Matt
the
LeBlanc
hotel
was
manager.
in a monkey baseball movie. That I do remember.
Listen, until you find proof of this, I'm going to imagine that it was a commercial or something that you saw him with a monkey, or it's the monkey from Friends, just interacting with him. What is the monkey's name in Friends? Pierre or something, or Cecil, or I can't remember.
You know what's
think it
funny?
was
I think
Cecil.
I think I knew before you started saying things.
It was called Ed in 1996, and he was a baseball.
Oh, Ed.
He was
I
a
remember
baseball.
that
Wasn't
monkey.
Smelly Cat? I thought it was Smelly
Smelly
Cat.
A smelly
Smelly
cat.
cat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they tried to make the Smelly Cat universe happen, but they couldn't get it going.
It was the new Garfield, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
The SCU. Judy determines it's an egg sac of some sort. Smith points out more, and they enter a hydroponic area. There seems to be something coming.
Well, you missed that
Uh,
he's pointing out more, but he's actually sneaking off to steal technology from the
Right.
newer
Yeah,
models of the
remote control
robots.
for this better
And
robot.
he does have a line where he's like, "Oh, aren't we the poor cousin or whatever?" I'm like, this is like old school weirdo shit, right? Where it's like in the year 19 or 2058 or whatever, a British boy who grew up, was born in 2020, is not going to be saying, "Aren't we the poor cousin?" Like he's going to be saying, like, "Oi, mate, you fucking Sabby McBabby," or whatever. You know, like,
Thanks for your dick, mate.
But there's now a CGI monkey thing, and Don says, looks like it could be a child. And Judy likes that, and now we get that turn where Judy is full on getting into Don as he feeds the nightmare monkey, is what I wrote.
Yeah, that's when he says his famous Joey Tribbiani line in this, where he's like, yeah, I'll give you some of my chocolate bar. It's beef banana flavored. And I'm like, no, come on. Beef banana. We all know what a beef banana is, right? It's a penis. That's what I call my penis.
You said it. You said it, not me, brother. They find a route to
where they
Alpha
say
Prime.
The name of the penis
in the penis. They find a road to Alpha Prime, and the egg sacs start to stir. They also see some sort of spider outside the ship, and the egg sacs hatch, and now they have to fight spiders. They seem impervious to the lasers. Will gets into the attack mode in the hologram, which I thought was great. They get sealed in a hallway, and Don gets a better, like an assault rifle version of the laser cannon. And he that's when we see the thing from the intro video where he puts on sort of the Star-Lord style helmet.
Yeah,
that goes over
the Dead
his face.
Space helmet.
Yeah, the Dead Space helmet.
Oh yeah.
Why?
And he fights off the spiders.
Why was that helmet? Okay, listen. I
What?
get it.
What's wrong
At the
with it?
time,
You
it
think
was a
it's
cool
bad?
effect.
It was 90s rad. That's all it needed.
It was 90s rad.
Do you
It was
not like
it was
the
Iron
Rocketeer? Do you not like
Listen,
Iron Man? Do you not like
I like Iron Man. I
Spawn?
like the
Do you not
Rocketeer. Listen, I like these things. But I would have liked that helmet being introduced a lot more as it was, because it was a cool introduction. But at no point during his dance with the robotic spiders was it ever necessary. It wasn't necessary. The only reason
Dance
they
with
did
the
that,
robotic spider sounds like a David Bowie song.
the only reason they did that,
or an episode of the original Lost in Space theory, or TV show. Also, when you said Video Quest earlier, I'm like, that also sounds like a Lost in Space episode from 1960.
that was a real store. I love Video Quest. It was better than Blockbuster.
I know, but can
Rest
you
in
imagine
peace.
like Will being like, I made this new thing, it's called Video Quest, and Dr. Smith is like, Video Quest, let me take a
Ooh,
look.
what's in the Video Quest? The dance
Boy,
with
take a step
robotic
back. I am the
spiders.
new champion of Video Quest. It looks cool. Like there's nothing else beyond it other than it looks cool. And sure, it would have been
looks
great.
cool, sure, but okay. I was waiting for it to be necessary, and at no point was it necessary.
He's being attacked by crazy spiders. Why would he not?
But
activate
at
it?
no point was his head attacked. Like I want him to
Yeah,
bite
because
at
he was
his head. and
he
be
was a
like,
crack shot.
Yeah, but that visor probably had like targeting, I would assume.
Maybe, okay, sure, it had some Iron Man targeting, but like, I want to see it protect his fucking head,
He gets
Yeah.
goo all over it at one point when he shoots.
Yeah,
him.
he didn't want goo on his face, so they had to invent a
Listen,
helmet.
I'm
for
just,
him.
for the record, I'm flipping my fourth switch right here.
All right.
The family Robinson escapes, but they leave the robot behind, and there's this interesting
How'd
scene
you guys
I had
feel
to
about when
watch.
he's like, "Robot, activate video game mode," and he's like,
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Dude, I remember that as a kid. I
That
thought
was
that
like
shit was
Pacific
dope.
Rim, dude.
Yeah, I love that he's like when he's talking and he's like, "Get behind me," and then the robot's like, "Get behind me." I'm like,
Yeah,
this is-
I
Dad,
thought
look
his whole
out.
interface was actually looked good, but I don't
did
know
look
if it
good.
looked good
Agreed.
because it was supposed to look like a video game, and all the CG looks like a video game.
it
But
definitely.
it definitely looked like if they were gonna make it now, it would still look like that.
This is what I
Yeah.
want.
I would
wanted to
argue it
bring
was an
this-
introduction to that concept.
I wanted to bring this up a little bit later, but I'm going to bring it up now just because we're already talking about it. But like movies now feel like the end of every Marvel movie or whatever feels like a video game, right? Where like the heroes are fighting each other and they're spamming their super moves, hitting each other and
Mhm.
stuff as you would as a powerful character in a video game. But movies in the late 90s, those moments that would be considered video game movie moments in movies now felt like roller coaster rides in the 90s where like everything
Yeah.
is sort of like
I
a
can see that.
crazy thing
yeah.
that you can imagine yourself inside of, right? Where
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
"Ah!" Remember those rides at like
Yeah, like Days of
Palladium and
Thunder.
like Yeah, or going to like Universal Studios and shit. Where
Yeah.
that's kind of like the difference between the sort of like the underwhelming action movie of the late 90s versus the Marvel movies of today is like they now feel like video games, whereas back then you could imagine yourself being in there being like, this would be the coolest ride to be on. Whereas Marvel movies are like I wish I could play as Black Panther and like use my ability to shoot everybody backwards or whatever.
I liked I liked the idea that when he's in that mode, his voice is coming through as the voice of the robot. Like he bumps into John at one point. And it's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fun little thing.
Mom says to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Mom says dinner is ready.
Yeah.
Why do I sound like Dick?
When they escape, I had to rewind this a couple times to like see what was happening, but the monkey.
The Star Fox team has been called because the Corneria system is in danger.
Do a barrel roll.
Andros retreated to the planet Venom.
The monkey jumps onto Agent Smith, to Dr. Smith's shoulder and jumps off. And in that moment, a spider thing like lances him. And I had to watch this over because it's in a weird, like there's no slow-mo in this movie, but for some reason in this moment it goes like slow-mo for a second to show this. Like everybody has to see.
I can answer the question for you, Jason. It's in slow motion, but it's that shitty 90s slow motion where they didn't film it at a high frame rate. So it's so clearly slow motion because it's like blinking, 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 where you're like, oh, because they shot it at 24 frames per second and slowed it down to 60 frames per second.
Okay.
So that's why it looks crazy. But then it's also like you can tell the ADR lines all over this fucking movie where they needed them. Smith says, the spider scratched me. And like you don't see his mouth or anything, and then he runs out. And
because they showed the movie to some kids and they didn't understand that.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. But then like
it was such a fast moment.
There's a moment where he's scratching later and he's trying to fix the device that he found or whatever, or hack it or whatever. And he's like scratching. And that would have been enough for, intelligent audiences to figure out what's going on. But they had to like show his hand literally scratching it and then him going, damn bug bite. We get it. Yeah, we understand now. They needed to
transform into a spider.
If this movie was even just like, what was this movie rated? Was this PG-13? If it was like one higher.
Best.
Yeah, if it was one higher,
I can't imagine it being. I mean, they say shit a lot.
They say shit a couple times.
It wasn't G, but it's the late 90s, so I don't even.
Joey Tribbiani forces himself on Heather Graham a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, so there's some like mild rape implication, so it's got to be PG-13.
I don't think you can have.
Where's the mild rape implication?
Come on, he wants to thaw a frozen fish.
That's not rape.
He says
all the kids are saying that.
Yeah. I mean, there is a point where he's like, the women were ravaged, Smith. Right? That's what he says about them being dead. And we're like, oh my God. I hope not.
In what order?
Yeah. Also, he's gay.
That got me. The robot goes offline and Will he decides to use a neural net download. Which I thought was interesting, and when I'm watching, I'm like, "What are you gonna do?" And it turns out
I thought this was so stupid because I'm like, because he's like, "What is it? You couldn't have saved him, right?" That's what the line is, and then he's like,
"But I
save
can.
him, of course!"
And he runs over and he pulls out like 5 discs and he puts one in,
like
and
mini discs,
downloading neural net, and then I'm like, all I'm thinking is like, the only memory this robot has is when he tried to kill you and your family, and then when you took
the rest
over
of
his
the time you've been controlling him like
a
literally in control.
He literally says, "It's like a puppet, like I'm puppeting it."
It's like,
what
I
are
want to
you
save
doing?
his soul. It's like you're controlling him. You're its soul.
There's no moment where he had, like, again, we've talked about, there's no moment where Will is like talking to Robot after he fixes him, and he's like, "Why did you attack us?" And he's like, "I was programmed to attack you," or like there should be a moment like that for him to actually care
Dr.
about the
Smith
story.
touched my special button.
I'm
kill
sorry
you.
in space.
Dr. Smith opened my crotch panel and reprogrammed all of my.
Like, what?
He opened my crotch panel and touched
And
my
Joey
special
Tribbiani
button.
was there too.
Have you ever seen the show Friends? Danger, danger. It's addictive.
What if Luke What if Luke Skywalker was with the Dr. Robinson robot?
Yeah.
Let's explore all of this and more in the video.
Danger, Luke Skywalker.
You should do a pitch a Lost in Space crossover.
Yeah. What if Lost in Space robot was in the escape pod with R2D2?
Was part of the
Was a
was
a droid.
the collective of independent systems, the CIS. Like, Danger, he's one of the generals, like next to Grievous. It's like,
What's the situation, Captain?
well, General Grievous.
It does seem like a reference they would put in like the council scenes where there's just like one of those pods. like
Yeah,
on an
yeah.
ET.
Right. It's all
One
I
of the
robot.
wouldn't be
pods
surprised if he was hiding in one of those pods.
Yeah.
Why did he
it-
scream so much when he was killing? Why wouldn't he just try to why does he have to announce it?
Where he
the
keeps
robot
saying,
is not-
destroy,
destroy Robinson
And then
family.
when,
Like, what if
when
he
the
was
dad-
like going to clean the bathroom and then be like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, and then he can just go up and
Wipe
kill them.
ass.
You know what I
nothing
mean?
to
Like,
see over here. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
But then when he shoots him, and then he like does like the Terminator look, and he's like, "That was
I'm
a
killing you.
mistake.
I'm
Yeah.
killing you.
You are dying."
They get in the ship and they get out of there. Don starts to try to use the torpedoes on the spiders, but they're malfunctioning. And also at the same time, Maureen pulls some of the spider legs and puts them down on the table thing. And it turns
Okay.
out they're like drones. They're like bees, sort of.
Silicon based.
And they're made of something not adamantium, but
Spider-Man.
adamantum. Adamantum is a word that is said in this movie.
Well, also the name of the ship is Proteus, which I looked up because I'm like, is Proteus a word from like Greek mythology or something? It's not. It's an
protein
intestinal.
shake from 1998.
It's an intestinal infection or bacteria that grows inside your lower intestine,
Whoa, just like the spider.
just like the spider. Yeah.
what cuts you.
It's like,
Um,
like Prometheus is like, the person who stole the fire from the gods or whatever.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then, like,
And Romulus.
and then and then in
Nostromo.
what's it called? Sunshine is the guy who got too close to the sun, and like all these movies have these grand sort of like philosophical names for their exploratory vessels.
Remember
And this
you-
one's like named after a gut bacteria.
Remember in the myth of Prometheus when the tower falls over and he runs straight away from it instead of sideways?
Mhm. Yeah, and the tower turns into a big wheel, and he's like, "I could do this for days or whatever." Danger, danger, run serpentine.
It turns out that these spiders are attracted to heat and light, so they sort of goad them into going behind the thruster of the big ship, and
By
they
turning
blow
it
the
on,
whole
yeah.
thing. Yeah, they turn it on, they blow the whole
By
thing up,
doing
and
what
there's
they
a
were gonna
great
do anyway.
explosion.
Yeah.
And and the whole time, John Robinson is like, "Do not do this," and Don West is like, "I'm doing it. I'm doing
I'll
it."
show these fucking bugs.
It's not
Yeah,
even that
and-
he's like, I'm doing it, it's that he's just not listening to him.
He doesn't listen. It's annoying. I'm like, dude, you gotta like, you're a part of a military. You should listen to your commanding officer, who is clearly the guy that like
But they-
runs the ship.
What, that
They
nerd?
keep having these
Yeah.
discussions. That's like,
I'm
yeah,
only
you're
here
in
to bang
charge,
his daughter.
but we're in a
I want a bag of
situation-
frozen fish.
we're in a situation where I don't know if the ranks really like count.
Well, yeah,
at
they
this
flip
point.
it. They're like, well, once they're in a military combat situation, he takes the role, and it's
Yeah.
like, does he? It's like,
Anyway,
okay,
They crash land on a snow planet. I don't-
Anyway, yada yada yada. Yeah,
That's how I felt.
because it was minis.
well, like,
Sorry,
he's
Madison
not
is pulling
wrong
something
because
out
the
of the
movie
butt.
does yada yada yada. They get attacked by space robot or spider robots, space spider robots, and then it like they're trying to run away from it, and he blows the whole shit up before he ignores the guys. Like, don't do that. He's like, no, I'm just gonna do this. Blows
His
it up,
body's
and
probably
it causes
still on there, just in the jungle waiting.
right, but like that's the thing. It blows the shit up. It blows the ship up. Ship. It's all the same. Either way, it blows it up, and from one scene to the next, he manages to lose complete control and crash into a planet that they were nowhere kind of
Yeah, they didn't even
near.
show like the proximity to the planet.
This was what
Yeah.
was incredible to me. Steve, you might be able to add insight to this. Was the
See,
snow
what's wrong
planet?
with this fucking movie, man?
Yeah, what's wrong
Was
with
the
this
snow-
movie?
That's exactly
Was
why I've
this-
gathered you all here tonight.
Was
Figure
the
that
snow
out.
planet like right there, or did they just yada yada into the snow planet? Because that's what we were just discussing. It didn't seem.
Oh, when they pop out through Beyond the Sun or whatever, they land there, right? Like there's just a planet there, and like my immediate response was like,
okay.
"Oh, good thing they landed right in front of a planet." But then
Right, that's
they
true.
they go through the space hole, and then they land on the planet. But the implication in this is that what actually happened was they crash landed on the planet instead of meeting the space hole. They just crashed there, right? And so
Yeah.
everybody died, and they had to deal with the implications of that. So instead, these guys went through the space rift and had to deal with all this other nonsense before they crash landed.
I'm laughing because I just heard a little from the
The
dog.
dog noise, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that pokes a hole in that for me is that like Smith would have needed to get scratched by one of the space spiders, but we're not sure if the space spiders are from the station or the ship, that little ship that's docked to the space station,
Yeah.
or if the spiders were on the planet, or like I that kind of shit. I'm like, I don't know, and I don't think the movie really cares. So like, you can't
Well-
think about it too hard. But the planet was there, yes.
Well, he gets scratched by the spider as they're trying to escape from the space spiders.
But they
so,
went
like,
through the hole, this time hole, which is created by the time machine that Will makes to get to that point, right? So they would have had to have traveled
there's
through
a
that. to
there's
get
a
that.
little bit of bootstrap paradox, but I don't think.
But it
that
also seems like it's like weird, large bubble waves because they get down to the planet and there's a stronger bubble, right? So I'm like,
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
these bubble waves like taking you into like
maybe they
different
came
layers
out of that.
time?
Maybe they came out of that when they went through the hole.
And also maybe
the
they're already
perspective
inside
of the
of
hole
one.
is like we're coming
Yeah.
out of the asshole of the planet into the space.
What if they just actually died? The robot completed his job. He killed them, and this is just purgatory.
Whoa.
Whoa, my least favorite theory of all movie theater experiences that
Yeah.
I get all the time. What if they're all dead?
Yeah,
And
this
this
is
is
just,
limbo.
uh,
What if they're just limbo? It's all in limbo.
Yeah, that's excellent insight.
My
The
two
crash.
least favorite theories that I hear about most things are: what if they're all
They
dead?
were
and this
dead the
is
whole
just
time.
limbo, and what if the devil did it? I'm like, okay, that makes me have to believe that the devil exists, which whatever, pretty dicey theory on its
When
own.
are we gonna review Angel's Hearts, fellas? When are we gonna do Angel's Heart?
Oh, I thought it was.
When are we
called
gonna do
Angels-
The Devil
Angel's
Wears
Heart
Prada?
Colors. Yeah.
The Devil
When are we gonna
Wears
do The
Angel's Heart.
Devil's Rejects?
All great films. Well, some better than others.
Yeah.
They
The
crash
Devil's
land
in
on
the
a s-
details, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh.
For most
They
of
crash
it.
land-
Ooh.
They crash land on the snow planet. I love this sequence because it's very obviously a really cool
Yeah.
miniature. I
There's
thought
nothing
this was really awesome.
There's nothing that I love more in a movie than a miniature crashing into fake miniature snow, because you can tell, but it's always slowed down to a point that you can tell that it's mini snow.
What a niche.
Yeah,
And I know, but it's in so many things. And like once you see it, you can't unsee.
with
like,
My
styrofoam
favorite thing is
rock
when Bruce
falling all
Willis
around
goes
it.
through an air duct.
there's so few movies that it happens in, but when you know. When
When
you
you
see it,
know,
you can't
Slow it
unsee it.
down.
There's
Yeah.
like 1 to 2 of them where that happens.
Yeah. You don't want to say there's only one, even though you
But-
can't think of a second one. Yeah.
It's probably no. I think there's lots of
I
movies where
mean-
people go through air ducts.
Oh, he
but
probably
there's
does
not
it
a lot
in
of movies
development.
where Bruce Willis goes through
Yeah.
air ducts, and he probably reprises that moment because there's like 6 diehards. So they
Yeah.
probably do it again in that.
And he keeps doing it now because he doesn't know where he is.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
let's
sad.
let's be
He's
honest,
definitely
guys. Star Trek Generations, they're the ones that bona fide the ship crashing into like a landscape scene, and that was in like '94. So ever since that point, anyone wanted to try and recreate it. So we got.
I mean,
lost in
I'm pretty
space
sure I
to do
recall
it.
a little movie called Star Wars Empire Strikes Back where a
No,
snow
no, no,
speeder
no,
crashes
no,
into the
no,
ground.
No, just Star Trek. We don't.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, just Star Trek.
I mean, that's a large scale ship, which is different. I will give you that, but I've seen it before. not in your precious Star Treks.
It's
but
your
also
precious Star Trek too, Steven. Don't you
I
lie
do
to me.
I do love Star Trek as well. I think me and Alex grew up in a weird era where like you had to like one or the other. And you
Oh,
weren't
I
allowed
I
to-
could not like two things. I didn't
Yeah.
like Star Trek because I like Star Wars, and I thought to like
Mm.
Star Trek if you like Star Wars was betrayal to Star Wars. The same reason I didn't watch Harry Potter because I liked Lord of the Rings, and I did not watch Digimon because I liked Pokemon.
So the difference between me and Alex though is that I would secretly still love the other thing. that
I
just
found
wouldn't
out when I
tell
was
you.
15 that I was the only one of
Digimon
my
was the
friends who
shit.
didn't watch Sailor Moon, and everyone pretended to not like Sailor Moon.
But they all
I like
watched
only watch
Dragon
Sailor
Ball.
Moon.
Sailor
all my
Moon
friends
is
were like, "Oh, I don't
amazing.
like Sailor Moon."
Sailor
And I'm
Moon is
"Okay, I
my
don't like it
Dragon
either,"
Ball.
But then I found out that everyone
That's
was
the
secretly
point.
watching it.
I think that's the
I
point.
would-
Alex
I
was
would
making,
concur
is
with
he
that
watched
statement,
Dragon
Jason.
Ball, and he made sure he didn't watch Sailor Moon because he was watching Dragon Ball, whereas we would secretly watch Sailor Moon and not tell anybody about it because we all were in love with Tuxedo Mask or whatever, right?
Yeah, Tuxedo, not Sailor Mercury
Yeah.
or anything.
It was definitely Sailor Mercury and Sailor Jupiter for me.
I mean, when
Yeah,
I was a
Sailor
kid,
Jupiter.
I was just like, "Oh, Sailor Moon is for girls," and all
Right.
my friends are also saying that, so I can't watch it. Otherwise, it'll be ostracized.
my mom would watch Sailor Moon, and I'd
No,
just
that's
watch it with
yeah.
her.
That from my point of view, we would come. It
You
was
guys are
on
all
at like
gay.
lunchtime.
Just kidding.
we would
Listen,
come
nobody
back
gives
from
a
lunch
shit.
hour. We would come back from lunch hour and we'd all talk about Sailor Moon. And I just couldn't get I couldn't get behind Dragon Ball. It just didn't
From
make any
lunch
sense
out,
to
you
me.
guys go
You
home for
didn't
lunch?
Dragon Ball?
Yeah, we lived close enough to the school that we would go home for lunch and watch whatever. I remember the day that the Macarena we were all exposed to the Macarena because we all
Macarena.
came back from lunch
have a
and we were
vaccine
all like
for that now?
Yeah.
The
The Macarena. Also, it's the Macarena, not the Macarena. The Macarena sounds
Macarena.
like
Not
like-
out there.
yeah,
Dun,
a
dun,
Hey,
Macarena.
Macarena.
The Macarena sounds like the Macarena sounds like a ship that would appear in the Wind Waker, like out of the sea. Like we have to kill the Macarena.
We have to kill the Macarena. It's
You
You
mostly
guys
that.
want to hear my anime adventure real brief?
Yeah, I want to
My
hear
mother
anime
would watch
adventure
Sailor
reel.
Moon, and I would watch that with her. And there was a
Mhm.
corner store where we would, rent movies and stuff. And one day she rented the anime Guyver. So I went from Sailor Moon to Guyver. That was my anime journey.
Anime Guyver or like the movie the guy
The anime Guyver, like the movies of anime Guyver, before I ever saw the Mark Hamill Guyver. Which, if you guys haven't covered that, please,
Guyvers.
please bookmark me for the Mark Hamill Guyver reversion.
I just really quickly, the Guyver was one of those mind prison movies when I was a kid because my friends would my two friends I got babysat by, well, their parents I got babysat by, they loved the Guyver and I couldn't handle it because I perceived it to be like this horror extravaganza. But I watched it a couple months ago, and it's Ninja Turtles. It's not even
Yeah.
scary. And I feel like
Yeah.
I was. I
Isn't
feel like
the
it was
guy the
taken
guy
from
that
me.
turns light bulbs into like hot air balloons or whatever?
No, he's
No,
the guy
he's the
that gets
guy that
raped
gets,
by an alien
yeah.
sentient robot thing and becomes
then he has
like
to
a
fight-
superhero.
he
And
has
he
to fight
rips
Ninja
his
Turtle
chest
villains.
bits apart and can
Yeah.
destroy like a whole mountainside.
It's kind of like Ultraman.
Yeah.
He's like an anime character almost.
But with more
Yeah,
tentacles.
he's literally a manga. Anyway,
What you guys
I
are
was
describing to me
referencing
is
MacGyver.
yeah.
Listen.
That's why I laughed.
listen,
I was trying to
knew
think
you-
of a-
I knew you were laughing at it, Steve.
I was trying to think of a Guyver joke and I didn't land on MacGyver. I kept coming up with weird, gross sexual things.
You
Guyver, I
thinking-
hardly know her.
Yeah, I was thinking of Geyser. I'm like, how can I make
Yeah.
Geyser into a joke? I don't know. You did the good.
Don and James get into about who's in charge. Don makes a
I'm
judgment
still laughing
call.
about it, Alex. That's very funny. The anime character who used an elastic band, a paper clip, and the entrails of the enemy he just ripped open to,
Yeah,
to unlock a door.
Who looks especially like Bebop and Rocksteady. Don and James get into it about who is in charge. Don made a judgment call in that last little sequence. Maureen walks in and talks them down and talks about how they're shooting their fucking
Yeah, so this is when I was
Their
talking
juice
about how
everywhere.
she's not a homemaker; she's a fucking doer. But like, you
Right.
don't get enough. You don't get enough evidence of it. But I guess this is enough evidence of it. But again, like we almost get too much time with William Hurt's character being a shitty dad and way too much time with Matt LeBlanc being a fucking pervert, that there are other opportunities to explore. We get it, right?
He's like Pepe Le Pew levels.
Yeah, like when she's like, "You want to do it right here, right now," and she's like, or he's like, "Yeah, yes."
Right here.
The whole scaffolding is coated in testosterone.
Oh, you want me
now,
to
so
take
he's
off my
shooting
pants
juice
right here
everywhere.
on the bridge?
Let me Jackson Pollock you.
The irony is that they're literally drawing Looney Tunes characters behind them, like in
Right.
the mist or whatever.
Smith, who is always tinkering, he tinkers, and that he's like tinkering with something. We see the bug flash on his back at that point, and he reaches around and
I
the
just
kids
really
look.
feel like we needed a scene with like older sister Judy and Will, because they're the two. They seem like the smartest on the whole ship, right? The two of them, and like you never see them ever interact, not even one time.
Alex, is you moving further and further away from the microphone an allegory for you getting lost in space as you go into Jupiter 2? I just noticed every time I look down at you, you're like
Farther back.
away.
Yeah. Also,
I was
allegory is what I would call you if you were a dinosaur. Allegory Rex. Allegory.
There was an
Rex.
Allosaurus. That's what I. That's what
I
was
remember
always
the
like, Whoa,
Allosaurus.
that's like me.
Yeah, anyway, like this is the montage of moments where it's not even a montage, it's just a collection of small scenes
just
of
a bunch of stuff
all the
happening.
actors talking to each other, but it's like it doesn't open up any new context other than the relationship between Matt LeBlanc and William Hurt's character. That's the only window we get into anybody, really.
Yeah.
Well, let me
which
move
kinda
us through
sucks.
it. The kids look at the camellia monkey. Penny wants to keep her. How
The
do
worst
they-
scene in the
well,
entire
what
movie,
else are they
by
gonna
the
do?
way.
I
Just
made a note.
inject
I
it?
made a note here though that was like, how do they know that they're not going to get a disease from this monkey or disease the monkey? There's no like when they go down onto the snow planet, they don't even bother being like, oh,
Where was
Mason,
the monkey
can't
from?
breathe the air.
Where was the monkey from?
I assume it's from the other spaceship, the one that was docked on the Proteus.
But it popped out of the like forest, like
It
the,
just
yeah,
lived
but
in the Proteus.
It's just been living
just
in there.
chilling.
These are plot holes in the movie that we consider.
They're not plot holes though. They don't pierce the plot. They're just there. They're not plot holes. They just are things that exist.
There
that
was a
don't
plot hole,
necessarily
Steve.
serve the plus. What's the
There
plot
was a
hole?
plot hole. The one they went through to get to the fucking Proteus, dude.
Oh, that's the literal plot hole. Yeah, that's the big one.
Did you even like? Am I the only one who paid attention to this fucking movie, or what?
So, shit. I had a thing I was gonna say and I can't remember because Alex, you rattled my brain.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Okay, just Jason, keep going.
Where's the
Smith tries to convince Dawn to help him, which was a little
Yes.
moment.
Which is
Dawn
a
and
moment that I
Judy-
could not hear anything. I turned the volume up so loud, and he was so Britishly whispering that I couldn't understand what he was saying.
Dawn and Judy chat again. They discuss being lost. This is the part where they're.
Oh,
talking
it was
about
because a
ancient
motorcycle was
sailors.
going by outside, like outside
Oh.
my house. I was like,
As is
and I'm like, I'm
tradition,
turning
as
it up, I'm
Steve
like,
says.
fuck, I can't.
I thought that this scene was kind of sweet. It sort of solidified that I think that she could fall for a guy like this because I know he's clearly done this this Bugs Bunny Porky Pig bullshit before. But they sort of bond over that, and also the idea that
they
the
do
ancient
not, though. They don't.
explorers.
Well,
I know.
sorry,
I'll
they
get to that in a
do-
second.
They do.
But
but
I like
he
that.
fucks
I
it
like
up.
the conceit of the ancient explorers used to use the stars and the constellations. I did
Yeah, it
like
was
the
nice
element.
until he pushed his luck. He was having a
Yeah,
genuine
she's
moment,
like,
and then
"Oh,
he's like,
where do you
"Oh,
want
wait,
to
I
fuck
forgot I
me
have
on
a
this
boner all
desk
the
right
time."
here?" And he's like, "Yeah, this desk will do to fuck you on." And she pours
Yeah.
water over his head, which leads directly to in the next scene.
And then she looked right at
she
the
puts a
camera and
glass-
said, "Dee-ba-dee-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee, that's all, folks."
Dun, 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 dun.
I like that when like in the next scene where she puts the water down next to him and he pushes it like out of frame
yeah.
to be like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get
Oh
watered
my
again."
god! So I didn't put that together. That he was taking the water away from her because she poured the water.
Yeah,
out.
yeah. I
didn't put that
didn't pick up on that, but I didn't watch
That's-
it every
'cause I was
day
like-
as a kid.
But I was like, why did he just steal her water and he didn't even drink it? Like is my thought. I was like, what? But that makes sense. Yeah, that she poured the water on him.
He's
the night
disarming
before.
her.
And he's like, I don't want you
Yeah.
to do that again. Yeah. That's good.
Um,
I didn't you know. There you go, Jason. You did
once
it.
in a while, I get you.
Yeah, you got
Once
it.
in a while,
Because that's
one in
happened to
10.
Jason 1,000 times in his real
Nope,
life.
never. Not
He
even.
charms somebody and then he says like some gross horn dog shit.
I don't know. I don't know why you have to waylay it into discrediting me, but you know what? You do you, brother. Maureen and James discuss the kids and being lost. This narrative that James has been away and now they're all under one roof feels kind of shoved in. I know you guys were saying that they keep prattling on about it, but I thought the whole idea that this is my opinion. The whole idea that James hasn't been around for his family, I don't think it was actually hit home enough. I feel like it was it was floating above everything. I feel like it was this additional layer they added on. They didn't need to have all of this, in my opinion. They didn't establish James being away well enough. I know it was literally in the story. I mean, feel like it was just a weird, like,
it's there.
They could have done
through
more
dialogue. It's there through dialogue only, which is, and they have tools to make it more emotionally compelling, which they don't use, which is they have literally all of his children on the ship, and instead of establishing all of that trauma or sort of disconnect, they just have them really trying to reinforce what the characters are. But I think they did a good enough job of that at the beginning of the movie, with him digitally hacking into the principal's call and like changing her into like an army man and like a sexy lady and an ape with a bikini or whatever. Like that's we understand who he is at that point. We don't need to keep understanding that he's a fucking technological genius. We get it.
And I would say through discussing it with you guys, my idea of that may have even changed through this film.
But what I'm trying to say is you're right. And like they had so many opportunities to be able to have these characters express how lonely or scared or disconnected they are from at least their dad, but they don't seem connected to their mom either, because we don't ever fucking see any moments where they're talking to their mom either. We're like, Will talks to the mom one time in a closet where she's like, no more monkey business, and then you don't see them talk for the rest of the fucking movie.
On that note too, I like Penny and Maureen like never really interact either.
Penny
like,
seems disconnected from every character.
She's just not even. Yeah,
she has like one moment with Judy during the monkey thing where she's like, can I keep her? I think she needs me or whatever. And then she's like more connected to this digital monstrosity than she is to anybody else in the film.
Well, I mean that lines
she has
up
a new
with her
family
career. She's
lines up with her
voice
career.
actor for she's been a voice actor for basically her entire career for a lot of like shows and cartoons and stuff. So
yeah, and she has a very cartoony voice for sure, which is like
Mimi Rogers.
So it's so distracting.
Yeah,
for me at least.
When I was watching the movie, I was like, "Oh, I wish that she wasn't talking this way."
Yeah, it sounds like she's doing a voice, like a cartoony voice, right? Like, like she sounds like one of the Looney Tunes that they're drawing on the window.
Yeah.
But then when you see her acting, she's also sort of like acting that way as well. Yeah, exactly. And you're like, what the fuck is going on
This is and then like Will's like, I'm building a time machine right now. Like every 2 seconds, and then she's like,
yeah, like the kid. Yeah, the boy is
and
acting.
doing her eyeball thing.
He's like, let me see if I can fix your device. And she's like, why aren't you up on the top deck with mom and dad? And he's like, have you met our parents? And then he's like just acting very normally and like naturally. And she's like, and yeah, she's doing like she's turning into the fucking Mask or whatever, like Jim Carrey. Like, can you relax? What the hell's going on here?
It didn't feel like Judy and Maureen were related.
Yeah,
like I felt like they did a good job of like, okay, Judy is John's daughter. Like that's at least like shown in the movie, other than just stated. But it's like I feel like the mom and Judy don't really have that same kind of.
I think they were trying to go for that vibe of like Penny looks a lot like mom, and then Will.
I was doing
Judy.
I was doing that thing during this that I do a lot of times when they cast people as somebody's daughter or son, and in this movie I was doing exactly what Steve was talking about, where I was like, oh well, she gets more of her looks from her mom or whatever. And I thought that Judy looked kind of like William Hurt. I believed that. But also their interactions with one another, as we've talked about a lot during this episode, don't indicate that these people know each other, let alone are in a family.
I do
Who
remember
are
when I was
a
kid,
loving
though, like,
family for all intents and purposes, right? Like that's the vibe we're supposed to be.
Yeah, they're
sort of
close.
following.
I think the movie does a lot of reliance on you as a viewer to like have a family experience or whatever, right? To
Okay, yeah.
because I
it's
remember
like a
watching this and
family
like
movie,
you know
yeah.
I had a mom and I had a dad and I had a sister and like so when I went in there I'm already supposed to believe that these people are a family, so they're like just you know superimpose your existence that you have with your siblings and your parents on this and that'll do the lifting for you.
Yeah.
But watching it now as like a critical adult, you're looking at it and being like, I don't really believe that any of these people actually care about each other. They only care about their own characters, and it makes it all feel very stilted and weird. And that's why I said earlier the performances are really bad because like nothing feels natural or normal.
Yeah.
The only person who's fucking chewing on scenery and making it seem like a scene is happening is Gary Oldman, and everybody else is just delivering their dialogue.
And Blarg.
And Blarg, yeah, I mean,
And
he's,
Blarg,
yeah. There's a reason that Blarg has been signed for a 10-picture deal by
Yeah.
Marvel.
3 pictures.
Yeah, I think
Hey,
he's gonna.
Chris.
Yeah, I think he's playing Galactus, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's like
Mark
eating a
was in the
fucking-
Fifth Element.
Yeah.
Just really quickly,
He's
Chris,
also in the
your-
Sixth Element.
Your video's breaking up a little bit. Do you want to just leave and come back right quick?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is anybody else seeing that right now?
Yeah.
Blarg
is the Sixth Element.
He's the
Blarg is the Sixth Element. That's what the sequel is supposed to be about, where he comes
Blarg.
back and it's like they go to the opera sequence of the Fifth Element, and it's just Blarg.
Blarg,
a bunch of
Blarg, Blarg,
Blargs.
Blarg, Blarg,
Yeah.
Blarg, 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 Blarg.
Yeah, and then she
Blah,
dies,
blah,
and they
blah,
cut her
blah,
open, and he
Blarg.
comes out like,
Yeah.
like out of her
They
gut.
cut her open, and then more little versions of her come out. It's like, remember, they eat
Yeah.
their dad. They
Yeah, the face hugger of Blarg is a nightmare.
They eat
to
their
behold.
wounded. That was another Chekhov smoking something. Was like,
yeah, they eat their.
would that be the
wounded.
T-shirt, Jason? I keep saying Chekhov smoking.
Chekhov smoking something. I'm gonna write it down.
Because it seems like he's smoking something. But that was another one. Is that like, and that's a quick one where, and I kind of like this one where he's shooting the aliens as
Yeah.
they're running, and then
This
he
one
goes,
was done well
"Ew,
because I
they
didn't think,
eat their
oh, this is going to
wounded."
pay off later.
Yeah, but because he's such like a weird little nerdy guy who like
Just
is
says random
so-
shit anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, he's so observant of things that you're like, okay, so he sees that, and he maybe would say that out loud just to like.
Ah, yes, much
oh,
better.
yeah. They eat their wounded, and I remember thinking that's the one that like stuck out to me, other than the stab, the first place trophy when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like they remember these things eat their wounded, but at the same time, Will says that to himself. He doesn't say that to Dad ever.
Yeah.
Dad is already like a million miles down the hall running away from the spiders. So like that information never really made its way to anybody other than, but maybe he told them at the breakfast
Yeah.
table. He's
Or maybe he
I was
noticed on his
making an
own.
observation during the
Or
firefight.
maybe he was
with me."
listening like a good dad all along and
Oh,
just
yeah,
couldn't
it's true.
show it.
He definitely always listens to his son, except for when he dismisses it as flights of fancy
Flights of
every time
fancy.
he's talking.
I need to use the bathroom. Enough of your flights of fancy.
It's like, Dad, I gotta pee. You better shut up with those flights of fancy, or I'm gonna turn this car around.
Yeah.
We're going back to Alpha Prime.
Yeah, that's another one of those like tropey. There's a lot of tropey stuff in this movie that makes me like roll my eyes so hard that I want to die. But like, that's another one where it's like, okay, so you know that it's gonna end in a way that's satisfying, or is it? I don't know, and I can't really tell. I can't telegraph where it's gonna go, but I didn't expect it to be like a British actor is gonna show up with his voice dubbed by like a California raisin or whatever. Hey, Dad, it's me, your son.
It was so
Jared
distracting.
Harris.
The whole
So
what?
I know that
15
you told me to
minutes?
stop my flights of fancy, but I made a half
what-
pipe.
look
if
what
you
they
wanna
have
rip some
brought.
pipes with me, Dad.
I ripped apart our entire family RV just to make a time machine, man.
Yeah, but it didn't work, so
It's a super soaker.
I turned it into a bong instead, Dad.
It's a CPS 9000, man. It's gonna be great. It's gonna take us back to the time when we didn't have to leave Earth.
Me and
or
Dr.
whatever it
Smith. What do you mean? Is Dr. Smith here? Oh, no fear. Smith is here. And he's like,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
fear. Bring me more.
We have to go back to the island and to the future.
Whoa.
Dun, 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 dun,
Blarg,
dun,
blah, blah,
dun,
blah.
dun, 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 dun.
Forward a little bit. The next morning, they see the bubble on the planet. They need the energy core from.
Can I ask you before you get too far? So they all go to bed cold, which is cool and interesting. Like the ship is slowly
Yeah.
kind of crusting over with frost on the inside and everything, which is visually quite satisfying to me. Where I'm like, oh, they're incorporating the environment, and you know the moment where he's like, I have $100 million worth of weaponry, and all I would trade it all for one can of Raid. Like that's very much like a. And I thought they smelt bad on the outside. Like he's
outside.
doing like a Han Solo
Yeah.
moment or whatever. But it does not work as
Terrible.
well. But
Terrible.
here, where they're showing the ship freezing over and stuff, I'm like, okay, this is where they're doing the Star Wars shit right. There's a lot of Star Wars in this movie that is god awful.
Much like video games of this era figured out water physics and the look of water, I think a lot of movies figure out ice in a similar way, where
Yeah.
Ice, baby.
Where you just
Yep.
make it bluer.
Bluer, I hardly knew her.
hardly knew her.
Bluer.
But as they're freezing
Bluer.
over, we do get the scene too where the parents are. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, the next morning they discover the bubble. They need to get.
This is what I wanted to say.
No, I got
Yeah.
jogged Steve.
I'll think
Melly
of
on
something good to
purpose.
say the next time he gets to that part.
where it's like the ding, good morning, Will Robinson, and then he's like he gets up and he's like bleep, bloop, bleep, 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 and then he opens the and it's
Oh, yeah.
clearly like sunrise, and you can see that the bubble is there, which wasn't there when they crashed the night before or whatever, right? And he's like, oh, cool. And it made me feel in much like the way that I think we all feel about the original Lost in Space TV show. The only time you could ever see it is if you woke up like 4 hours before your parents on a Saturday and it was playing in the morning. I think that's what Jason said, right? He's like, the only time I saw it was I Love Lucy at 4:30 and then Lost in Space at 5.
Lost in Space, and then Beverly Hillbillies, and then Maya the Bee.
Yeah. There was a time when your parents they didn't realize that you could sleep longer, so they would you could sleep shorter or whatever. So they kept putting you in bed at the same time they would when you were like an infant, but then you would stop needing as much sleep, so you'd wake up at fucking 4 a.m.
Well,
and just
my
hang
parents
out
would
for 3 hours before they woke
My
up.
parents would also party so hard that they were like, put the kid to bed as soon as possible at 9 p.m. And I would go to sleep at 9 p.m. and if you go to sleep today at 9 p.m., you're gonna be
I know.
bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 7 a.m.
And the assumption
Easy.
there is that your parents are also hungover, so you're like,
Exactly. Yeah.
my parents fucked up when they put a TV in my bedroom.
Yeah. I didn't get the TV in the bedroom until what year did 1999? So I would have been about.
I swear my
14.
mom had a technology that I didn't know about where she could just sense when TVs are on, which I think is just autism as well, where you just know when an electronic is on.
Well, those
in your
old
house.
CRTs definitely gave off.
Rattle the
Do you
house.
guys ever remember walking by the Walmart electronics section and just
Yes.
hearing it before you got close to it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like that hum hum of the Walmart electronics
The hum of the
section.
N64
Display.
It was the hum of the gods.
console.
We would be drawn to it as
Yeah.
autistics. Be like, ooh, video games.
I bet you that they have
Ooh,
an N64 set up where I can play Star Fox or Ocarina of Time.
or Mario 64.
If you lived in Nova Scotia, specifically the Lower Sackville area, you didn't have that at Walmart, but you did have Microplay.
Well,
you did have microplay where you could.
I
go
remember
play
microplay.
video
I loved
games.
microplay.
Yeah, I
Microplay was a
loved
treat, but we had
microplay.
right in
And you
in
had
Halifax,
cigarettes.
Right in Halifax, though, we had Zellers, which I hadn't seen. I didn't see a Walmart till way later because you had to go to Bears Lake to go to Walmart. But going to Zellers, they had an electronic section and
Ride the
consumer.
Zeddy wheel.
Yeah, listen.
Zeddy.
Listen. The Zellers diner was fucking goated, brother.
I memorized my HBC rewards card number because I went to the Zellers diner so much and I wanted to get HBC rewards points.
We had to get the discounts on the video games, man.
Guys, we should pool our money together and open a Zellers. Like just
Yeah.
Well, the franchise is active, I'm pretty sure, because they opened one for
Canadian Tire just bought the rights to all HBC properties. They bought it like today. So
I heard they're
Canadian
making,
Tire now owns Zellers, I guess, technically.
Yeah, I heard Canadian Tire is making a 10-part series about Zellers.
Yeah. The extended Zeddy universe.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Rise and fall of
it's gonna be
Zeddy.
it's gonna be a 10-part
The Zeddy
series.
Wheel Snyder cut.
Every year, every 5 years of its existence.
There's a whole episode where I'm just playing Mario Land 2 on a Game Boy at the
that's
Game Boy.
like
set.
that's episode 7, I think. But like episode 1
Yeah.
is like, you know,
The years I spent tracking down Beast Wars action figures and Zelda.
oh man.
You know how they used to have in the like clothing sections, there used to be like a circle of like the clothes. Now it's more like a hanger. I used to hide in there away from my mom and wait for her to leave.
I did that
And
shit
then I'd be like, I'm lost, and go to like the
In
person who's
space.
like, I'm lost, and they had to could Jason Phillips' mom please come collect your child? And then she'd come find me, and then I go to the magazine store and just sit down and read video game magazines. Yeah,
I didn't get that
was
far.
wild.
It
You
was
guys
the, it was
you
the
invented
Downsview
hiding in the
Walmart.
freaking clothing.
Yeah,
line?
yeah.
No, I mean,
Yeah, you could only do it.
I
in
hit the
1997
clothing
Zellers
section
and
of
wild.
Halifax.
Walmart.
okay, listen, I gotta
Must have
get through.
moved over here in the late 90s, Alex, when me and you started doing
We gotta get through some plot stuff. So let me move this forward. They find the bubble. They gotta get the core. James determines that they time traveled through the doorways of space. Will predicted this with his time machine from the beginning and accuses Dad of never listening because he's trying to be like, it's a time travel thing. There's also earthquakes happening on this planet. James talks to Will and they discuss him not being around. And also, Grandpa was a huge factor in their lives. Did Heather Graham get worse at acting over the years?
Wait,
She's
no.
actually emotive and
This
pretty
is
good
very-
in this.
She's
They
so
get the-
dry in this whole movie, dude. Like
Yeah,
it's probably the worst
you're-
acted Heather Graham ever.
Jason
I don't
was
know,
just
she
lost
was-
in those giant frog eyes of hers.
Yeah. Because
I
they expanded when she got frozen.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of not James Bond, the Austin Powers movie she's in.
Yeah.
And then later, she was in Scrubs and was really bad in Scrubs, like acting wise.
Yeah.
I hate to break
Anyway.
it to you. I mean, she's
What's
a
she getting?
confident actor, but she's like
What's up, Gucci Guns?
Confident
Look at this
actor,
guy.
but she's not great. Like I can't think of a Heather Graham role that stood out in any of the 39
Not
years I've lived.
other than like, oh, Heather Graham
Boogie
looks great
Nights.
in this movie.
Yeah.
Boogie Nights, really?
Like,
Really? The fact that you mentioned Austin Powers, I'm like, okay, that stands out above the rest.
I was talking to my my partner about this, and I was like, "Do you find Heather Graham attractive?" And they were like, "No," and I'm like, "Me neither." But like, I don't find her unattractive.
She's
Like,
pretty, but she is attractive, but I'm not.
I think you
attracted.
guys are forgetting that she was a Sydney Sweeney of her time.
I think that you're forgetting that we don't need to talk about Sydney Sweeney in every single episode of this podcast.
I've never talked about Sydney Sweeney before. I'm just saying that she was
You're also
was a
now saying
darling.
that Sydney Sweeney's a bad actor, and I think that Sydney Sweeney is far more talented than Heather Graham is.
wow, interesting.
Okay, so if you search Heather Graham on IMDb, her top 4 known roles are Austin Powers, The Spy Who
Right.
Shagged Me, arguably, Boogie Nights as the roller girl, Bowfinger as Daisy, and Lost in Space as Judy Robinson.
Oh, so this is one of the top 4.
One
Okay,
of the top
so
four.
I'm trying to
performances.
convey to you guys that I thought she did a good job in this movie.
I think that this movie
She
does
certainly appeared in it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
as good a job as everybody else in this movie did, other than fucking Gary Oldman, who is just stealing the show and also pulling the carpet out from everybody else, and then having a great
Yes.
career. And
Let
running-
me continue to move us forward because we still have a little bit to get to.
But I'm not done
So
yet.
much. And we're like
Okay.
4 hours here.
Listen, I think that everybody likes her because of her big giant eyeballs. Like that's
Yeah,
like
her
that was
big,
like a
huge
weird,
eyes.
desirable thing in terms of actors. or
She
actors.
is the
like
CG
Blarg.
monkey
He was the
of our
Blarg
Earth.
of 90s blondes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She is the blarp of our reality.
When she
It's
saw
true.
the model of the monkey, she was like, are we gonna make the eyes that big? And they're like, and they were like, yeah.
yeah.
And then she started like opening her eyes even more on
They're like, you were our inspiration for the blarp, Heather Graham.
Yeah. Why are and she's like, why are Blarb's eyes so small?
The other thing is like I'm not fully convinced that like the direction was given properly to everybody in this, because
No.
like there are moments where Matt LeBlanc is making faces that he shouldn't be making, and if he as the actor is making the choice to make that face, then it's confusing for the editing that's happening, because like I don't really understand what he's thinking when we've talked about it a million times when he says like I'd like to what is it thaw that fish, and then
The frozen fish, yeah.
yeah, and then like she walks away, and she says like I'll be
Ooh, Dad, I
calibrating
can't
those-
come home for dinner tonight.
Oh, is that what she? Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
that's
she
what
was
it
like,
was,
I can't calibrate these things because I gotta have dinner with
no,
you
she
tonight.
says,
Dad."
"Oh, Dad, I won't
later.
be there for dinner tonight."
Yeah, and then walks away, and then William Hurt gives him like a like that's my daughter, you stupid idiot look, which I'm like good, and then he walks away, but then Matt LeBlanc like does a look that I'm like I don't know what he's thinking, and then he says.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long flight, where I now know what he's thinking because of it's going to be a long flight. But what he's saying in his face is,
I really
forget
slept
about
tonight.
it or something.
Yeah,
I
like,
fucked up.
You know,
Forget
like,
about it.
I don't know
How
what
am
he's
I doing?
thinking. And this happened. How am I doing bad? It's always how you doing, and it's never how am I doing. I wish somebody would ask me over here. But that's how I feel about
Okay.
almost every interaction throughout this movie. 100% of the time, except when it's Gary Oldman who's like monologuing to the camera.
Yeah, because
where knows what
he's having the conversation with the only good actor in the movie, Gary Oldman.
which is him. Yeah, in
Yeah.
his mind. Yeah.
They get to the bubble, and there's an alloy that apparently is going to disable the comm links. I liked it when William Hurt says, "I love you, wife." thought
I
it was
hate that
interesting.
so fucking much. It made me so
I thought
mad.
it was
It
so
made me
funny.
so fucking mad because she says, "Good luck, professor," or something, right? Like she builds
Yeah.
I
him
love
up,
you, wife.
and then he says, "I love you, wife," and then leaves. But she's also like a doctor of whatever.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
like a biologist or something, right? Or isn't she like in charge of? I don't
He
remember what
raises
her
a
job
boy
is.
who invents time machine.
This is one of the things that, like, when Jason earlier, when you were saying like she's playing the fucking housemaker, it made me mad because I'm like, she's not though. Like, she's supposed to be just as fucking jacked
But
up
my point-
credentially as everybody else.
I know, I get that, but my whole point of saying that is like the movie treats her that way. They keep making
I
references.
know,
to-
and
to
this
it.
is the thing that made me the most mad because
I love you, wife.
Yeah, he has all the opportunity to like say like doctor, like he could just say like doctor, and like that would be so much better than I love you. What? That's like a caveman
Yeah.
thing to say.
I agree.
That's like
I fully agree.
what's the actor's name? The Duke or whatever, the guy from all those cowboy movies who would kick open doors or whatever. Like not Charles Bronson,
John
but like
Marston.
no, John Wayne. It's like a John Wayne thing to say, where he's like, I don't believe that women have thoughts, but if they do, they probably want to hear something.
That's how
like
they
this.
treat Maureen.
I
through
love
this
you,
whole
wife.
movie.
I know,
in my
I know, I know. But my point is that they shouldn't. And then the moment,
Also, to the point, I'm
They
not just
shouldn't,
trying to
but
move
it's
us forward here,
1998,
but
so
when
they do.
when
but it's 1998, so
when James
men
and
were still
Dom
in
go
charge.
into the bubble, they're like, everybody stay back, the men are going, is what I felt which is weird.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, there was a
exactly
why
good
wouldn't
like
Maureen-
20 minutes when it was just like
why
because
wouldn't
they're-
Maureen
what they're doing is
go
they're-
into
Will
any of these
West and-
situations?
they're leaving behind Judy, a woman.
yeah,
Mom, a woman.
yeah,
Penny, a woman.
yeah.
Will,
Yeah.
a child, and Dr. Smith, a gay man.
No,
So
they give
they are
more.
leaving
They
back
give
behind everybody except for the two men. Yeah.
they give more autonomy to Will than they do the women for the last like 30-40 minutes of this film.
Yes, you are absolutely right. The only thing that we get is the kiss before bed where they're like wearing their fucking snow boots or whatever, and like it's too cold, we have to wear our snow boots to bed. And then
I was horrified by the screams the women died.
Yeah.
that's
yeah,
that's it. That's the end of their storyline, and then they're just like, they're not back yet. Oh God, they're not back yet.
I mean, I guess you're right. At the end of the day, like we're still clamoring out of like masculinity. We're slowly making our way towards like having
Men hadn't been humbled
female
by
autonomy.
9/11 yet.
Yeah. it's-
Humbled.
when anybody who didn't run in there was a coward.
Yeah.
The only heroes died there.
Will downloads his mind into the robot again. We get an inkling that
And he's
he's
like,
gonna
wait,
build
why
things
have you done
robot."
this again? Did I not
We-
make it clear earlier? I only want to kill the Robinson.
There's more vlogging, which I thought was great to see. Dom and James encounter the aliens and get shot up.
I
That's
think
what
this is the one
thought.
moment, the vlogging where she like zips down upside down. That's like the
Yeah.
one moment where you realize like, oh, Penny is also like like she knows how to fucking deal with like repairing the ship and stuff too. Like she's not an idiot. She just kind of plays the victim, or she's
She's
like
the captive of the mission.
yeah, but she also knows what she's doing. Like she probably also got a couple of first place science whatever. I never won one. What's it called, Alex? Did you?
Science fair.
Science fair
Award?
quests or whatever, video quests,
Science vaginas.
science vaginas.
Dom and James.
You get the idea that she probably won at least one or two of those in her time as well. Like she's not an idiot. She's smart. She's
Yeah.
part of the Robinsons. They're all geniuses.
I thought the sedationists were coming back here because when Dom and James get knocked out, I thought it was them. It wasn't. We'll find out why in a second. Back over to the robot. Says the famous
I
line
bet
for the
my
first
Wookiee.
time. Danger Will Robinson. We get some Morse code. It says Danger Will Robinson. It's Smith doing the Morse code. He goes down to talk to Smith and appeals to Will's imagination, and of course convinces Will to take him outside. The bubble
That's
glows,
acting, baby.
and they go into it. This is getting out of hand. I wrote, Smith loathes children, and I wrote, holy, Smith finds a graveyard with their names on it. The Robinsons' names.
Just the women. Yeah, just the women.
Yeah.
Maureen, Penny, and Judy. James and Dom wake up in a ship
Spider Smith kill them.
with future James. It's their ship, not the aliens from the start. But it's Will grown up, not even James. The ship has been built into the time machine that Will wanted to make. He also seems crazy at this point because obviously he's been crazy. The time machine is stable enough for one person to move through. It's been 20 years.
He also
never
seems
came
crazy for some
Because he's crazy.
yeah, because he is. Yeah.
Lost in
He
time.
seems
crazy.
older because time has passed.
I also wrote down here Will and Smith. Wait a second.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of this. And, yes, and also
Dr. Smith
Don
says,
Smith-
keep that thing out of your mouth. And he slaps somebody.
Don Smith
Getting jiggy
Desperado.
with it.
I know it's
how dare
not
you get
Don
jiggy in front of me? You know I can no longer get jiggy with
Robinson, Will
these
Robinson,
8 legs.
Desperado.
Smith tricks Will into getting the gun outside. He takes over the robot and holds everyone up.
Damn, you went through that whole bubble experience.
Well, I just wanted to move us forward. So if you guys want to discuss what happens during this, it's mostly just like them moving towards the ship. I don't know if there's anything really.
It's
to
good
discuss.
though. I think this is like, it's weird because it feels like a separate movie, and I'm like, in another
Yeah.
movie. So have you guys ever seen Annihilation?
Yeah.
I have, yes.
Yeah.
I loved Annihilation.
Yeah.
So like this whole thing feels like Annihilation,
Yeah,
but
it
like
does.
a weird sort of like
You go through
juvenile
those shimmering
version of it.
wall and things are
Yeah.
scary and
and you're supposed to be confused, but at the same time
There's
you're
different animals that are exploded back onto a wall,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you see their whole guts, and it's awesome.
but you're like, you're scared, but you sort of know what's going on, but at the same time you absolutely need more information to be able to confirm what your thoughts are. And like,
yeah.
I like that kind of shit. This is like good science fiction, but again, we're in a kids movie, so you can't get too grim with it, but they get
Yeah.
grim enough. They get like Nightmare Before Christmas level grim, where
Yeah,
like
yeah.
even
Yeah.
as an 8-year-old, when I see the grave, like I recognize that they're graves and I see the names and I'm like, oh my
That's
God.
a bit,
And I remember,
that's scary. Yeah.
yeah, I remember being like, what the fuck? And then especially the one that's like repeating the voice or whatever, like when she's like,
Oh, yeah, that
kissing and
kissing
boings
and
and I remember like,
Bangos.
I remember like as a kid, like
kissing.
when it's like sort of reverberating through this time bubble, like having this sinking feeling in my chest, being like, oh my God, Penny's
they're all
dead.
dead.
Penny was my favorite. I wanted to know what was going to happen in Penny Vision episode 13 or whatever. But then you see the other two and you're like, oh, all of the women are dead. And I remember like making a pretty big connection with that as a kid, being like, why only the women have tombstones? And then so then my brain is like, well, I guess the men are alive still. And then when we go into this world, we realize like the men are gone too, but they died before. And that is like, it's pretty scary. Especially if you're a little boy. Like, because I mean, when I was watching this movie, I was watching it through the eyes of Will, being like the one who's like, activate video game mode.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'm not Matt LeBlanc watching this movie.
This will
I'm the
eventually be
kid.
pod racing.
Yeah, exactly. One of these days, someone's gonna say, "Now this is a good video game podcast." A pod race is a podcast at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We need to make a pod racing podcast. Imagine we did like, you know, like the N64 pod race.
Quadranero.
Yeah, Ben Quadranero. Oh God, he lost all his engines again.
Jojo, Annie.
I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
I do like this next bit where Smith tricks Will into getting the gun outside, and he ends up taking the robot over and holds everybody up, and we meet future Smith, who's a freaky metal man.
Wait. We're going too far
Sorry.
ahead. We're gonna pull
Sorry.
it back a little bit here, because we have the whole moment where Will meets.
Well, tell us about it.
So, West and Dad, they go down into like a little ditch or whatever after they get through, and they find metal bits everywhere, and they brush them off with their hands, and then West is like, "Holy shit! It says Jupiter 2 on it. What the heck's going on?" And then he gets blasted, like to the point that you're like, he's dead, right? Like that was a Star Wars level. Like,
yeah, he
if
got
you get blasted
super
by that, you're dead.
blasted.
Yeah, even in Star Trek world, man, you admit if you get hit with something like that, you're dead. Especially if it creates like a blast in your clothes in the way it did.
Yeah,
He's dead, but he didn't die. And then
he was actually completely fine.
he was totally fine. So we don't know what it was.
Unconscious,
But then
rendered unconscious.
Dad runs behind several gravestones and fights with danger. You are the danger. I will destroy. And he, gets them. And then, but he just gets knocked unconscious. And then it's like, dun, 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 dun. Like the camera pans up and it's revealed that it's Robot. And you're like, wait a minute. He was just working on Robot. Robot's here. And this is like the first indication, other than the fact that the Jupiter 2 insignia is in the dirt, that this is like not just a time anomaly. They've been here before. Danger. And it's, I mean, can I get a rating from all of you? Is that good? Do you like that? It made me feel fucking good. Even
Yeah,
when
I
I
would
was
say
an
it's
old
good,
man
yeah.
watching it, I was like, this is pretty cool. Like, this is scary and weird.
I think it's good. Yeah.
World Mind, you're the only one that I'm worried about. You're like, it's stupidity. I hate it.
I was so checked out in the last 3/4 of this film. I could not ride with anything that was going on. No.
Right. All right. So he hates it no matter what at this point. I'm still on board and I'm kind of liking it.
Which is, I'm not gonna lie, when I was rewatching it, I was surprised at how much I despise this film. Because when I watched it at 12 years old, I loved this film. It was one of my favorites, and I was excited to rewatch it. But when I watched it again, I was like, wow, this really is a terrible film.
Yeah, but do you ever sometimes watch a movie and think that like maybe you are sometimes thinking you're too smart for the movie and not just like watching the movie for what it is?
No, because this film has the most obvious seams in a lot of its portrayed actions and its acts. It's just like, again, the monkey did not need to be in this film. Matt LeBlanc's obvious
all right, hold on. I didn't mean to kickstart you into your review. I just wanted to like ask the question, because like sometimes it feels like we hold things so close that we can't admit that it's bad, but sometimes we want to say that it's so bad just because we've evolved so much, where it's like you're going to attack it no matter what. And I just want to make sure that's not what's going on.
No, it's absolutely not that. It's
right.
This movie is just genuinely bad. Like
right.
This movie, I remember.
I agree. It is a bad movie, but I still
remember.
Like it. I still
I remember having fun watching this film as a kid, and I remember during that time it was being received badly by critics, and I thought, what are those critics on? What crack are they smoking? Because this is one of the greatest.
They must be
of the time
or whatever. They're like,
they must be exactly. Yes.
They've lost their minds in space.
But like, now that I'm of the age of 39 and I know how films are produced and how things are made, I rewatch this film, watching it like, oh my God, how fucked were they to just let a lot of these seams just blatantly open out. Right. I just knocked something over on my desk. Open just for everyone to bear witness to, because they were too lazy to.
All right. Hold on. You're getting into your final thoughts. I don't want to get you too close to that yet, because we're gonna get there eventually. You
want to edge me? I get it.
Don't edge him.
I just thought that maybe he could admit that this was like kind of a cool time travel conceit, but he's
no, because I've watched other time travel films that portray it so much better than this film.
Yeah, I know. Like, every Star Trek version of time travel is
not even just Star Trek. Like Time After Time is an excellent portrayal of time travel film, and that is probably one of the most simplest forms of time travel. This movie has the most bland explanation for time travel.
No. It doesn't have a bland explanation. It has no explanation.
Can we let's get?
I was being generous.
Let's get to the end of the movie and then talk about it, because I think that
so
we need to get through this last segment.
What I wanted to say was that whole thing is kind of happening as a montagey moment, because then we go back to Smith and Will, where he convinces Will to join him, but he does it in a very like stupid way, where he's like, ding ding, he's like, I know if I hit Morse code inside the ship, that little stupid boy will think that he's solving a puzzle, because he loves solving puzzles. And that's what he's doing. And then that's exactly what happens, where the robot's like, Morse code. And I'm pretty sure the robot says at one point, right? Doesn't he like a couple times go like I'm pretty sure.
Will appeals to the robot and has him remember friendship, and it doesn't really work. And then he goes, destroy Robinson family.
The thing that I hate about this is that he's like, I put my brain inside your brain. So like his brain is the robot's brain.
So explain this to me. Explain this element to me. When
I will try.
Yeah, please try.
The robot somehow has sentience in one arm and pulls the like inhibitor chip off.
Wait, no, but you've jumped so far ahead. This is why.
by design.
Well, because I was just talking about the reason why, which is that he's like, your brain was incomplete. And like we were talking earlier about like how he's like, I'll save his brain. And like, but we all were like, but the only brain he had was like, destroy Robinson family.
Yeah.
And then like you're like, well, okay, so why does he want to save the brain? Because the only thing that existed was destroy Robinson family, and then him being the brain of Robot, and then being like, goodbye, Robot. And he's like, I can save his brain. And he puts it in the brain. And then he, I guess, puts it into that new version he's building. And then when he looks at it, he's like, destroy, destroy. Oh, I cannot feel my arms or whatever. And he's like,
Friendship.
yeah, I'm rebuilding you because you were really handy in that fight. So we could maybe use you again. And he's like, why would you build Robot again when I only wanted to destroy Robinson family? And he doesn't give a good reason, but he's like,
Friendship.
but your brain was fractured, so I'm putting my own brain into you, is what he says, right? Doesn't he say something like that? He's like, I'm
Yes.
putting my mind into your
Yes.
mind.
Yes.
And then he's like,
My
and
mind is your
that-
mind. We
that
are
makes
Vulcan
sense.
mind meld.
That's why I feel warm, fuzzy feelings when I think of baseball.
and I'm like, oh yeah, that remember in the late 90s where every little boy
Everything was
loved
baseball.
It was the Sandlot everywhere. Yeah.
I was tricked into liking baseball as like I can watch some sports. I don't really like sports, but baseball, it does it for me because of the amount of media that was saying baseball is for boys and figure
And
skating
you're a
is for
boy.
girls. Yes, and you're
yeah,
a
your parents
boy.
would be watching the news and like to us it's like blah 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 war blah 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 something horrible happened blah 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 and then,
Politics.
but then to your mom it's like danger if your boy doesn't like baseball he's gay.
He's
It's like,
Satan.
oh shit,
He needs
fucking
Blue
make
Jays,
sure he likes
Clinton,
baseball, I guess.
and
Look,
the Mighty
let me-
Ducks.
That's what my parents
me-
did, at least. They forced me into baseball a lot, and I hated baseball. So
Let
when I
me
saw that
move us-
baseball
You
shit, I
just
was
wanted
like,
to play softball.
yeah.
let me move us to the next thing.
I don't like how much World Mind laughed at that. That almost felt homophobic.
A little bit. It was a little bit.
Things are heating up on the ship. They seem to be in a storm. They find Smith. The robot says the line for real. It says, "Danger, Will Robinson's. Everything's falling apart." Marina and Judy fire warning flare into the bubble, and everything is falling apart. And then we meet Future Will and Smith. They have a portal open. Will realizes Smith has been spinning lies this whole time and get him to build the time machine. That's what Smith was doing the whole time. We get a reveal of the freaky Spider Smith, and we think that he kills Future Will by throwing him down a thing. And I wrote, the CGI is actually not good. It's doing too much. James fights him and releases tiny spiders on him and thrusts him into the wall of the portal, destroying him. Future Will survived. Dom and Smith and the robot make it back. The bubble closes. So I wanted to move us forward to
the
that.
end. All right, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is the best part of the movie, in my opinion. I think that it's its own Star Trek episode, World Mind, to bring
Yeah, I
you
would
into.
agree
Like,
with
does
that,
this not feel like it should be its own contained episode of something? Like, if this was Alex, you watched the show. Does this ever happen where like Smith is like, "Well, no fear, Smith is here," and he's like, like turns into General Grievous?
No, that does not happen in this show. I feel like they should have killed him by shining a bright light over the hole and making him attracted to it like a spider.
Like making him think it was the portal, like
Or something, or just have like kind of like, because they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna go into the thruster." Like, what if they
go out of their way to be like they're
Get 'em
attracted
like
to
a
light
moth?
and fire.
Yeah.
That would be. Imagine they like got something that got so bright that he got like so aggressive, that he's like,
hypnotized?
"Ah!" and, like he
Yeah,
just attacked it, and
yeah,
it just like blew his head off.
Heat
or
and
something.
light,
Yeah.
my favorite things.
Or just like
the thing
he
that
goes
stands
from
out
like
about me.
he goes from like the doctor, the logical doctor, like ting, 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 I
yeah,
can do
into
whatever I
more of,
want.
like the beast he's become.
Yeah, where he just like loses his mind, but he also like instead of going beast mode, like rah, he's just like, I don't think so, you animal, and like he still says like all the weird
Yeah,
monologue shit that he says and gets his head.
He
blown
didn't
off.
need to really turn into that thing because he didn't. It never took over him. He just became physically imposing.
Yeah, he really
Stronger,
just
yeah.
became the same guy, but he's like, I decided to kill the women because you would listen to them and not me, and I needed you to make a time machine.
But he
and
could
I've
have
got
done
a
all of that as
floating
Gary
head."
Oldman.
Yeah, he could have done all of that as Gary Oldman, but they wanted to have some crazy CGI spider
Resident Evil
monster.
boss.
Yeah, but the whole
Yeah.
portion of
You're
that
right,
that
it's
makes
true.
him the whole portion of that makes him horrifying, they disconnected by having him as a floating head and delivering his monologues that he delivers through the entire film.
Yeah, they should have had
You
him
know?
like chittering and stuff, or something to like indicate some kind of that it was
Yeah,
more
like
than
every
a
time he
physical
laughs, he's like,
transformation.
and it's like,
Yeah.
like something terrifying. Yeah, like
Yeah, more a
I do like, yeah, you're right. You're right. There's no denying that you're right. I will not try to fight you on this. But what they did visually is pretty fucking cool. Like him, like
it was
crawling
unique.
around
It
on
stood
the
out in the
walls and
minds
shit
of
was, like,
12-year-olds.
yes.
I thought
It's
it
one
looked
of
cool.
those things that like when I was like, let's do
Until
Lost
he
in
took
Space.
off his General Grievous cloak and revealed his extra arms, then it looked
And
like shit.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
but
but that's
yeah.
the thing. That's the part of the film that stood out most in my mind. It was like Spider Army that was swarming their ship in the beginning, and then it was him becoming a spider human hybrid creature thing. Those were the two biggest moments in this entire film that has ever stood out in my long-term memory of this.
And they
Yeah,
all
yeah.
take
Joker
they
film.
both take place in the last 15 minutes of the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Because
One
there's
in,
like,
the
there's a
first
lot
30
in
and
this
one in the
movie
last
that
15.
lead up to this moment.
Yeah.
Even like the conversation between Will and his dad as older Will is like longer than this. You know, like they throw Smith out the room or whatever, and then what do they do to the other two? Like they just leave. Like I can't even really.
They just
remember.
leave him behind by the bubble. Like they don't.
Yeah, the ship leaves James and Future Will behind.
No. Like when they fight, he picks up Smith and he's like, I always hated myself, and he like throws himself out the window or whatever, and he's like, does he
I've
like?
had 20 years of pain to reflect upon my
Yeah.
discretions.
He also
upon
does
your
another
family.
ADR line of explaining what happened because like they're still like, I don't know if they still understand, so they like have him like point at the wound on his back, and he's like, the spider's bite did something
Yeah, yeah.
crazy to me.
It's like a close up and it bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, at this point, I when I came into this, I knew it was going to be a tough bout, and I'm exhausted at this point where I'm like, come on, guys,
Yeah.
I can like it's still good, right? Isn't it? So
It's very good.
They throw him out the window, and then they what does he do with the other? He says like, oh no, he says like, please don't kill them. It's my dad and this fucking guy who I met for 3 days, like a million years ago.
Yeah.
And then
This guy that's groomed me for the past 20, 40 years.
yeah, and he's like, okay, we'll put them into the egg harvester chamber, and if they move, then kill them. And the robot's like, all right, and he takes them down. That's what happens. He puts them in like a corner or whatever. Yeah, and then. But then that's
Puts them
when
in a
old,
corner.
yeah, like old Will, he does. He's like, put them in time. I can put them in time out. This is also Jason. This is what I wanted to talk about.
Mhm.
So me and Jason were talking about how like Jared Harris's voice was dubbed, and we were like, why is that? Like, why'd that happen? And Jason was like, well, he probably had like a really British accent, and I was like, wait, oh, should I hit the theories? No, yeah. And my theory is that his accent was too heavy for what they wanted, right? So he's trying to do the like, Dad, and he's like, Father, I
Yeah,
always knew you come
Aw.
back. And then Jason's like, that's probably why they got rid of it. And I was like, but wouldn't it make complete sense if a 9-year-old was raised by a British Spider-Man in the middle of nowhere with no other people around that he would adopt a British accent.
I
Like,
think
wouldn't
I
he
think that's a
sound
tough
British?
bridge to sell to kids, though.
They're like, but he wasn't British when he was 9. Why would he be British when he's fucking 40 or whatever? How old he's supposed to be?
Yeah.
But was Gary Oldman ever really British throughout the whole film?
I mean, his accent would tell me yes.
I would say no. He was.
What about when he says,
eccentric.
"Oh, Dr. Doolittle in space"? Like,
Yeah, but he doesn't.
You're
do it with,
not
like, an
British.
Austin
You do that
Powers
shit all the time.
accent, No.
it's true. It's true. Alex is right. Maybe he's faking it. But I mean, like, you know, if you're around only a British person forever,
Yeah.
you're gonna adopt the accent. Like, you're not gonna just hold on to your 9-year-old accent.
I'm Will.
And I believe in time travel, and I'm gonna make sure it happens on this planet.
My CPS 1000 is going to take me back to the time that we launched
Winter
from
Zellers.
Earth.
Anyway, Jason, that was the thing
Zellers.
that I wanted to say from earlier. We can go back in time and go back to it. If we edited this, you could be like, and it'll be like, come back to this later, Jason. Remember to hit the button later.
Dranger Will Robinson.
Whoa.
Wait, we hit it at the same time. It's like our fingers met in the past.
It was me.
Oh. Me and World.
I'm getting lost in space.
Same finger. Our fingers got lost in space. All right. So
Okay, can I get us home, please?
yes, we're going way too. This is going on to be maybe the longest episode.
Well,
ever.
I've been just doing.
Well,
this
listen,
all
Jason.
week.
Alex brought up his tits for you to look at again.
We're getting lost in space
Nice
here.
tits. The ship leaves. James and the future Will behind. As an
The
asteroid
planet
hits them
goes.
and they all die, which I thought was great. So I guess this happened already or didn't. But Will sends James back in time to, I guess, before they leave the planet, and James instructs Dom to not go up, but they go through the planet due to the use of gravity. So what actually happens here?
Thanks,
is
gravity.
They they use the time travel. Only one person can go through. There's that moment where he's like, you can come through too, and he's like, I told you already, because of the magic of storytelling, only one person can go through this effectively. It seems like could have just tried to jump through.
I can tell you
You're-
guys through the magic of storytelling that right here is when, you know, like when everybody is like satisfied, right? He could have just went
Glory
back to
hole?
the ship and like it
Yeah.
could be done. Like everything is there, like emotionally. And then they add 25 extra minutes to this movie where you're like, what the fuck? I paused it to go pee. I'm like, I have to pee, but it's almost over, but I can't hold it. So I peed and I'm like, 25 more minutes? What the fuck is going on here? And anyway, Jason, go ahead.
Okay, so
Oh man, he paused.
There's
it in
so
the
many
face.
Jasons on one
Yeah.
screen.
when they go through it, it turns out that he falls down into moments before. Judy and Dom do end up.
I don't think that Jason knows what's going on. I think he just made.
I do.
Okay.
No, I
But
do. I
You've
do.
already fucked up. Okay, go ahead.
I haven't fucked up. He falls through. He time
He doesn't
travels
fall
back
through it.
to. Well, he gets thrown down into the pit through the time travel.
No, he doesn't
gets-
go through the time travel.
Yeah, he does. He gets sent
No, he
to
doesn't.
right before they fly off the plane. Off the.
Wait, are you
Okay,
talking about
you-
Will or are you talking about Dad?
I'm talking about Jane.
talking
I'm talking
about
about John.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, I thought you were talking about Will.
No, John falls through the thing.
You already fucked up.
He time
Yeah.
travels back like a few minutes before the ship left the planet.
Before he's
as
like,
they,
oh, fuck.
as-
They really
as
fucked
they-
up. You remember
as
when he
they-
like sees his whole family get blown up and he's like, oh,
yes.
he's not that
Oh.
upset. He's like,
The
damn,
worst
they
reaction to a family being.
I guess I
destroyed
live here
ever.
forever now.
His
Yeah.
brain is being like, I could have probably stopped that somehow.
Yeah. But he does stop it by going back and warning all of them, because the whole thing was like, as Dom was flying away, he makes a clerical error and gets hit by an asteroid. They're unable to. It's a clerical
That's the
error.
worst clerical error ever.
They're unable to get enough lift to get off the planet with the ship. So when they go back, James is or John. I wrote down James in my notes.
James,
so I don't
I
know.
think it's
why.
John.
Whatever.
John says,
J.J.
no, I've
Abrams.
seen this before. We have to fly off of this planet by going through the planet.
Yeah.
They fly through it with the hyperdrive.
No, they don't go.
No, they
through
just
the
fly through it
hyperdrive, they just fly
conventionally.
through it.
They have they go through the fucking. It's like the Death Star.
This is
second
exactly
Death
The
what
Star.
movie
blows
ends
my
with them using
Yeah,
the
I feel like me
hyperdrive.
and Alex are the only people who watch this fucking movie.
I
Then tell- then
I
say
feel like the
exactly
film
what
ends
happened.
with them just losting in space.
And they're like high-fiving each other when they
Yeah,
when they
the
bump it,
reason
like,
that
get
they
through the hole.
die in the first place is because they can't break the atmosphere of the
Yes,
gravity pool
which I
of the
did say.
planet, so they can't do it. So they die, and he's like,
And then they dive through, but yeah, they don't use the hyperdrive to get through, which they could, but they already did that with the sun.
And
But
so
then the credits
old
roll.
Will, and he's like,
I'm old Will. I'm your old son, and I'm gonna throw you through this gravity pool.
Jared
into-
Harris is only
I am
37 in this,
Sparta.
so him being 30 is. It seemed like he was older, but he was 37.
Yeah.
you know, I that's kind of how I was feeling, where I'm like, I know this guy, but he seems like he's in his 40s. But
Yeah,
I think that
he's
that's
37, and I mean, you got to consider he's been there 20 years, and those are like doomsday, 20 doomsday.
Let's not get lost in the sauce. Let's just say they make it out of there, they escape,
Yeah.
and then Judy and Dom kiss. Everyone is safe, but they aren't safe yet. There's a black hole, I guess, is what it was, and they engage the hyperdrive. And I guess it's up to us to assume if they made it or did not make it, and that's the end of it.
Yeah. We're waiting for the sequel.
I made a note here. I mean, yeah, I made a note that says it was open out ended, and it felt like the editor said to whoever made it, "Okay, that's how you want it to end." And they said, "Well, what if they want us to make another one?"
Yeah. It felt like the movie wasn't
for
supposed.
3 more movies, man.
Yeah, it felt like the movie wasn't supposed to end there. It was like they jammed so much into this movie that they could have had a good resolution to the film, but
Yeah.
they front loaded this movie with so much. Like we front loaded this episode with so much information about this movie. But
The
I think I
studio
want
that
them-
made this was like, they're like, yeah, we could do this again, but
We already paid Gary Oldman.
yeah,
Yeah.
So like, unless he is gonna get a lot on the back end, he might not come back. And then they didn't get a lot of the back end, and they're like, yeah, we're not getting Gary Oldman.
There was no back end. There was $15 million that went right back into the studio system. So, with that said, that's the end of this film. Why don't we talk about our Home Alone of it all, our final thoughts, and our ratings?
Damn. Just right to it. We're not going to talk about that fucking theme song. I mean, we did talk about it a little bit earlier, so I guess that's
We did. Yeah.
There was a theme song.
Yeah, remember the theme song at the end? It sounded like the intro to like a James Gunn and who's the director who made like Seven? What's his name?
John Seven.
John Seven. No.
Morgan Freeman.
Jonathan Penis.
Wait, do you guys not know? Okay.
I can't remember.
Well,
It's
you're the one
Seven-
bringing
was
it up.
like
It's
David
Fincher.
something or
Yeah,
Fincher.
David
David
Yeah.
Fincher? Is
Yeah,
it David
it's-
Fincher? Yeah, it's David
Like
Fincher.
imagine Fincher made this movie and then he would get like, you know, like the 9 Inch Nails to do a version of the
Yeah,
imagine
yeah.
like the 9 Inch Nails version. Yeah. And it'd be like danger like melt at the beginning.
Yeah.
Just
What
be
am
a
I
lot
supposed
of
to do?
tentacle
Sorry,
rape
what am I
with
doing?
the
Oh, the Home Alone of it all.
Home Alone of it all.
If you had to pick one,
Ding.
what do you think the Home
When
Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone of
I
it
really
all
gotta
happens?
know.
When is the Home Alone of
What
it all?
is the Home Alone of it all? Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
Look, you guys have both been here before. The Home Alone of it all, it's very simple. It's the idea that in the movie Home Alone, Kevin McAllister slaps down the blueprint to destroy his enemies. And that's sort of the part of the movie we were all there to see. what we've sort of over the years determined that the Home Alone of it all could be your favorite part of the movie, could be your favorite sequence of the movie, it could be literally the third act. And that ties into your final thought. Your final thought, of course, is literally that. And then your rating will just be your rating. It can be out of 5, it can be out of 10. It can literally just be some nonsense rating you come up with. And since both of you people are veterans,
it could be out of an infinite amount of stars where you could be lost.
It's true, like the amount of stars behind Steve's poster there. But Chris, I'll turn it over to you. Tell me about your Home Alone of it all, your final thoughts, and your rating, please.
So my Home Alone of it all is don't fuck with time travel by reconverting a Super Soaker CPS 1000 into a time machine and destroying your RV, your family RV into a bigger time machine. This movie made no sense beyond 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, this movie just made no sense. Yeah, I love this film as a 12-year-old. As a 39-year-old, I despise this film. It's actually one of the worst films I've ever watched next to The Tingler. And that's a terrible film. So, yeah, I don't know. I loved Lost in Space. I remember it being my favorite, and then I watched the Netflix series, and I thought that would be good. But then I followed 3 episodes, and it's terrible. It's a fucking terrible film. Don't watch this film. Don't watch this film unless you're like a super fan of fucking Matt LeBlanc. There's nothing to offer. Maybe a Gary Oldman fan. There's nothing. It's one of Gary Oldman's.
I mean, that's the only reason, right?
It's
I mean,
really
no.
Gary Oldman is the only reason to watch this film. It's
Well, great. What's your rating, I guess?
How'd you
Give a
feel about
rating?
it?
Yeah.
I give it a 100 CPS out of 1000 CPS.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chris. Always a great guest. You're welcome back anytime. Alex, you know,
Maybe we should find a movie that Chris likes one time. 'Cause he
we tried that with the fucking Ballad of...
Southland Tales. I've been telling you, bring me
Oh,
on for
yeah.
Southland Tales.
It seems like you have no movies in your wheelhouse that are like kid movies that you're like, I still like it as an adult.
Yeah.
I feel like you're like impenetrable to like movies. you like as a
Jurassic
kid.
Park.
That's still a good movie for adults. Like you have to pick a movie that you liked when you were a kid that you still like as an adult. You sick fuck. All right, Alex, go. It's your time.
All right. So I would say, I think for me, the Home Alone of it all is when they jump through the sun. Like,
Yeah.
then, I mean, and become lost in space. But, I mean, there's obviously some things that kick off before that, but it's, I think it kind of gets to the idea of selling to the premise that you were waiting for them to be, lost in space.
Right.
I mean, I liked it. It was fun. It wasn't like moving and wasn't particularly well done, but I was engaged while I mean, I watched it and I liked it, but I like everything that I watched.
Yeah.
But I couldn't help but compare it to the performances in the show, which were better, and I feel like the characterizations of the characters were seem more natural than like Penny. Penny grated me a bit. Like she was weird.
Yeah.
She bothered me how she talked, and it bothered me that I couldn't remember what she was from, and it took me like 40 minutes to remember that she was in Mean Girls. That so I was like, and I never seen her in anything before or after that, so I was like, it was kind of a piss off, and I'm like, oh, she's in Mean Girls.
You have to watch it with a mean girl. They're immediately like,
exactly.
Mean Girls, and you're like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. But then yeah, I mean, it was fun. I like seeing stuff that people liked when they were kids if I didn't see it when I was a kid, because I like to try to think of it through that lens. You know
You're
what I
like,
mean? And
why did this person like it?
yeah, but and then it's just like I just try to imagine the fun of like, or even just like seeing the monkey and being like, oh look, it's like look at how stupid that is, but thinking about how it must have seemed awesome at the time, that kind of thing. Yeah, and I mean, I generally had fun with it, but I would say I would definitely, though, my rating is that it's definitely the second best Orange Monkey of that movie of that year, at very best.
Monkey Bone was superior.
Steve.
Well, I mean, as I said at the beginning, like I don't love this movie now, but I did love it then. And there's a part of me that wishes I loved it as much as I did back then. But going through it again, it's impossible. You can't. There's certain movies you can figure it out and be like, why did I love this? Other than the fact that
There's
I was
certain movies that are forgivable.
Yeah, but this one's not really, because you're like, there's nothing in this movie that I like. But I still kind of want to defend it against people like World Mind, who immediately is like, plot holes. I'm like, the plot holes that you think are plot holes are actually just fine. But like the movie itself is okay. It's structurally fine. It's just being run by a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing, and it's gonna break in half at any moment.
3,500 names were involved in this film.
Yeah, and you know what? They probably did a good job individually, but together.
I don't want to step on your review, but I just wanted to say that I googled monkey movies of 1998, and it is in fact the second best.
This one is.
Yeah.
What's
Mighty Joe Young came out in 98.
Oh fuck! You know what? I'm not surprised that this one lost. Because Mighty Joe Young, definitely a gorilla movie of some kind. But when it comes down to it, like I don't really remember what it is that I liked about it, but I do know that I did like something about it, and I kind of like that I still have that feeling today when I or like in the last week that I watched it, where like. The stuff at the beginning, I'm like, this is how they build up Alien, the movie Alien. This is how they build up any sort of frightening, horrifying science fiction movie. And they do the same formula where they're like, we're going to build up everything about these characters and get them to this point, and then we're going to move them into the horrifying point. It's just a childish version of that. And there's nothing wrong with that, and it kind of works, I guess, if you're a child. And when you're an adult watching it, you're like, it still kind of works, except it's a bunch of hokey nonsense that really doesn't make any sense, and you can then question it. So I don't think that I'm going to recommend this to anybody to watch for any reason outside of a nostalgic moment, which means that I'm cutting off like most people who watch it. But Alex, I'm glad you watched it.
Yeah.
World Mind, I'm disappointed in you for not feeling more connected to it. It should be a chicken noodle soup movie for you, you sick son of a bitch.
Oh, Monkey Bone was 98 too.
Don't you try and put me in a box, you motherfucker.
That's true. I shouldn't. I'm sorry for doing that. When it comes down to a rating, I'm going to give it a mask for anything that World Mind says, and anybody like World Mind who grew up within it, who's telling me that it's bad and that I shouldn't like it for anything other than the fact that I like it. It's going to be protecting that's what the mask was for, man. I'm protected from
Protect yourself. Protect yourself, because Monkey Bone's a better movie than this.
Monkey Bone actually sucks, but we can do Monkey Bone as well. And I love fucking Henry Selick. He's one of my favorite directors, and he directed that movie. But anyway, so I'm going to get blasted in the face by somebody tonight, and I assume it's none of you guys. So Jason, why don't you go next? Oh, I have to clap for myself. The Rocketeer. There's more Jasons every time.
My home alone of it all was the crashing on the snow planet. I liked everything from that point on.
Did I say My Home Alone? Did I? I can't remember what it was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My final thoughts are as such. I would have loved this movie in 1998. The real draw here is the practical effects for the ship interior specifically, as well as the other practical stuff. And even though the CGI was mostly obvious, it wasn't offensively bad, except of course the post-cloak future Smith. We discussed that at length, and I think that I'm wrong. I think if Matt LeBlanc had never been Joey, he could have been an action star. And he shows his range a bit here as such. I just see Joey Tribbiani. This was another.
He would have been the guy from Starship Troopers, Casper Van Dien. He would have been. Right. That's what he would have been. Yeah.
This was another story I didn't know what to expect going in, and think it was too much jammed in a 2-hour feature. I'm curious if this was from the show or if it was from a brand new story. And if knowing the show was necessary to really get everything there was to get and what they were doing. 2 out of 5. I give this movie a 2 out of 5. One of the lowest ratings I've ever given a movie on this program. Because while the movie was entertaining to watch from I've never seen this standpoint, I found myself bored.
That for the conversation, or was that what it was before?
No, that's what I put down when we went into this.
We didn't even put it up or down. He stayed the same. That's crazy.
I stayed the same.
Usually he'll go down or up, but he stayed the same, which is that's strong. Jason. I appreciate that. That's really cool.
I was frustrated a lot of times during this film because they rested on it being a family film too much, and they didn't really they didn't
say the F word enough. I wanted to see.
Yeah.
But they didn't push the envelope in a movie where it's very easy to push the envelope. And you and I, Steve, we talked about how it's a very paint by number sci-fi film, and I don't traditionally like paint by number. Like, I don't like boilerplate sci-fi a lot. It's just not one of my favorite
we had a
things.
Conversation where Jason was like, I don't understand the war. And I'm like, it's just bullshit sci-fi war.
Exactly.
Humans versus humans. Some are bad, some are good. Don't worry about it.
And this movie is
he's like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm like, it does. It's just like one guy's got more money and the other one wants more money. It's fine.
And on top of that, this movie's not for me now as a 40-year-old, but 13-year-old me fucking would have loved it.
Maybe George Lucas was on track when he was like, the Trade Federation has given us trade treaties, and they've made a trade blockade.
Who would commit wars over tariffs?
Well, I'll tell you. I also give this movie Keep the Cloak On.
I stand for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum.
I give this movie Keep the Cloak On over Taking the Cloak Off, because that was another moment of this film.
It's true.
That really broke the facade for me.
Imagine he was just knocking people around with the cloak on still.
I was imagining that specifically. and what World Mind is showing right now is so apt. It's so on point.
He used an app to make it, I bet.
No, I fucking Googled search Spider Smith, and this is what came up.
Do you know what it reminded me of? I don't know if you guys. I know Alex has seen this.
Keep accusing me of AI art, you son of a bitch.
At the end of the video game Super Metroid, you see Mother Brain go from a brain in a jar into a mecha monstrosity, and that looks awesome and is awesome. This reminded me so much of that, but in the worst possible way.
Well, because it's not because at least Mother Brain, it's still the same medium. This goes from a good practical thing, or even if it was the other way around, even if it was shitty CG and turned into a cool Alien Queen level prosthetic,
Right.
for him. You know what
But
I mean?
his whole idea was that he was gonna go back to Earth and like squeeze those babies out. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
like, and then what? Like,
Yeah, rule
thing
the
is-
planet. He
I also
said.
felt that.
Did you even
While
watch
I
the
was
fucking
watching the movie?
I
it's
did,
what-
but like,
what's
but,
your
like,
end game here,
but-
Alien
Yeah,
Smith?
so what? It's just very evil to do that. So that's why
He went from
No.
broke CEO bitch to like I
No,
gotta
but, like,
control the world.
he knows that they eat their young, or they're not their young, but they're injured.
They're wounded.
So when you give birth, you're injured. So like he's gonna get eaten immediately. Like did he just want to go back to create a swarm, or like this is?
I'm sure he didn't. He never doubted that he would be fine. I'm sure.
He thought he was going to be the king of bug.
Yeah,
Earth
king
or
of
whatever.
bug.
I wonder if it drove him even more insane.
I mean, probably that and the isolation.
Yeah. Anyway, I liked Smith before he became crazy, but then I liked the way he looked when he became crazy because he turned into like a Jim Henson monster. He's like, "Can somebody please make me a jacket that covers my whole bug body, not just partial bug body?"
Well, with that, let's go into our plugs. Why don't we?
Oh.
Also, if you can give me a little bit of applause, I would like it. You know.
Oh, sorry. Good man. We love him. We love him so much that we would even say he's a shaft inside of all of us. I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
Whoa.
My favorite thing is that Tarak used to say "spoiler alert." Like he didn't think it was spoiler alert, but he just changed it to that to like make his own mind chemistry better. It's like, no, it's spoiler alert, not boner alert.
I'd like to just have him record. Spoiler alert! Every time that I'm like, no spoilers, guys. But let's hear the plugs.
I mean, Jason, you're the one who fucking moved it all the way down to the goddamn
All
bottom.
right, let me just plug this in right here and.
I'm gonna switch it up. Alex, what do you have to plug this week?
Nothing. Just watch my other episodes. I want this podcast dependent on me. Okay. I've been inching my way. I don't know if I'm the most frequent guest yet. I'm coming for Cam. I think it's Cam. You're dead, Cam.
No,
It's
It's
not
gonna be
Cam.
no.
it's not. It's Noel.
But it would be funny if you killed Cam and then you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It pans out and there's a tombstone and it just says Cam.
But there's like 4 other fighters and you're like, ding, 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 ding. Oh shit.
But yeah, I don't know. Watch this podcast more. It's fun.
Yeah, it's very good. Thank you, Alex. Of course, you're welcome back here every single time that we ask you to be here. Yeah, give him another round of applause, everybody. We love him. World Mind, what do you got going on, brother?
Give me what I want. Give me what I want.
I've got Trivial Debates. We've got TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. If you're a fan of that content, May 25th, 3 p.m. live. We are doing a Trivial Debates TMNT themed episode, and we're supposed to do a Quebec episode of Hold Up yesterday. We didn't. I don't know when we're doing that. So if I can find a Quebecan guest for that episode, that would be great. My co-host Davin said he was going to think upon it. So hopefully we figure out a guest for that episode and we can have a Quebecan episode of Hold Up, a movie podcast. If you also like movies, which I assume you would because you're watching or listening to, hey, did you see this one at the 4-hour and 18-minute mark? You probably like movies. And if you want to check out some movies that we covered on Hold Up, a movie podcast, check us out on YouTube, Hold Up, a movie podcast, and we can talk about movies on Hold Up, a movie podcast. that you may have witnessed or
I think
want
he's
to
trying
witness.
to make
Leave
our
comments.
podcast longer. He's trying to like. Make it longer.
It is my utter goal every time I come onto your podcast to make it the longest podcast.
Right.
I think this is up there. Well, Steve has disappeared from the frame, but it is Steve's turn to tell us about what he is up to these days. What's on the back burner for you, Stephen Danger Waters, if that is your middle name?
There's only wait. Did we not clap for World Mind?
Clap for World Mind.
So I have something to tell you all. Stanland, the thing that I pitched last week, it's coming closer and closer to a reality of being an actual podcast, which is kind of cool. I'm in it. I'm a bunch of dwarves and whores and people who love dwarves and whores. I'm one of those people as well. Like I do a lot of voices in it, and it's pretty cool.
Loving Dwarven Horn.
John Hamm, Bobby Moynihan, Steve Waters. That's me. John Waters. John Waters is in it. That was the most exciting one for me, where I was like, John Waters is in this? This is sick. So I'm going to be in that as a bunch of characters. But, you know, when it comes down to my regular stuff that I do, Darth Theorist, I do all of the narration. I do all the character voices. Three-Eyed Theorist, I do all the characters and I do all the narration. But we're thinking about moving to something else. Do we want to do like
Star Trek.
You want the Trek Theorist, like dun dun dun. How do we understand exactly how to move on from this Trek?
What if Data was a Q?
What if Kirk had a bunch of STDs?
What if Q?
What if Riker had tits?
Yeah.
Find out as we break it down.
Riker was a chef.
All right, everybody, just calm down. But the ones that I want to do is like the Theorist of the Caribbean, like dun, 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 it's like,
what if Jack Sparrow was a predator?
What are you?
What if Jack Sparrow
you
was
doing
not
down here?
the greatest pirate to ever do it?
Yeah.
What if Cool Runnings was run by Stephen Waters?
Whoa, it would be like, all right,
Whoa,
fellas,
water.
can we just move it? And they're like, no, man.
Are we
Running-
dead?
Oh, come on, I
Running
guess-
waters.
If only I was so fat that I could handle the push.
What if John Candy's name was Sean Candy?
Jason, you need to really check yourself before you say stuff like
Dude, you went too far with that one.
Yeah. Jason, you're stupid.
How
No,
dare you
that wasn't
besmirch
stupid,
the
that
name
was
of John
me.
Candy?
Yeah. All right, guys. The other stuff that I do is it's all out there. I love all of you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Both of you guys were really great. Jason, you're always good every fucking week. Alex, you're so fucking funny. Chris, you are just you need to stop being so negative all the fucking time.
It's honestly, I don't know. You keep picking shitting movies, and I keep trying to present you
Shitting
Southland
movies.
Tales.
Shitting movies.
This
They
guy
did
wants to
say
do
shit like 3
Southland
times.
Tales, and you guys keep picking
That's
shitty
true.
movies.
That's true. We need to pick a good movie for Chris. I'm sorry, Chris, that we keep bringing movies in that you hate to the core of your absolute being.
The
Jeez.
irony is,
All right,
I'm like,
well,
oh, this will be fun,
no,
and then
the
I watch
irony
it, and
is
I'm
the
like, oh,
first
it's
movie you
terrible.
came
Let
on
me
for
do
was
my
the one that
plugs.
you picked, and you're like, I fucking hate it. All right. So we've all echoed the fart.
Give me what I want. Give me what I want.
Here's the thing. Every single week you can find this show on every single social media platform that you subscribe to. We also have a TeePublic, and we have the other one that I can't remember right now. Shirt. Shirt. But you can get this t-shirt for the Groomer of Familiar Killers, drawn by our very own Stephen Waters. You can get that on there. You can get Kill Aid, which is of course from our
I drew all these, by the way.
Grimoire of Familiar Killers. I said that. And also Tinkerbell. Everybody loves Tinkerbell. And also Zardos exists. And the running joke right now is this does exist, but I haven't put it up yet. You can get a Mandela effect. That's something you can get. And also you can look at this photo of Zed from Zardos if you'd like.
These are all old hat jokes, guys. Come on, give me something new.
Well, we came up with a good one last week, which was what was it?
This guy?
No, that was you and Noel not.
Who is that? Slowly Gonzalez?
Sleepy Gonzalez?
Jason said something that was very funny. What was it? It wasn't Chekhov's smoking. It was
Chekhov's something?
No, Jason, it was
not check Schrodinger's
he said Schrodinger's smoking gun, and I was like,
yeah.
and then we all decided that Schrodinger's smoking gun during Shaft should be Schrodinger's ice pick, which is it's frozen in an ice pick. So it's just
I wrote all this down.
an ice pick frozen in a block of ice.
You guys get high too often. I don't know what
I'm not high tonight. I never got high last time either.
Like Saturday. But what I will say also is I am a professional wrestling announcer in the biz. I'm in the biz. I have a show. We have a show, Super Kicked, coming up on May 30th in a couple weeks. And it's going to be a great time. It's going to be a great show. And everybody's talking about how great it's going to be. So please come out and check that out. I've heard that a lot of people that watch this show are going to be there.
I'm going to be there. Is anybody else come with me? I bought it.
I'll be there.
A few days
When's
ago.
it? When's this? When is this?
May 30th, Friday, May 30th.
First time I've ever bought a ticket, by the way.
Listen, I'll
Madison
buy a ticket
comes
if
up
you
to
send
me
a
and
link.
goes, "Steve bought a ticket."
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever bought.
I'll buy a ticket if you send me a link, or I'll take photos while I'm there, or I'll get in
Absolutely.
the ring and take chops because
Don't do that,
sir.
That's kinda funny.
Your chops weren't totally hidden, and I'll take chops.
Yeah,
from a
because
pro
I didn't
wrestler.
fucking chop you properly.
All right.
Well, I mean, you had the opportunity. You had the opportunity,
Everybody
and I was
calm
willing to
down.
take it.
Calm down.
Put me in the ring.
Danger. Jason Austin.
Will Robinson.
Free tickets. You
Danger,
need to
Dick. Danger.
acquire free tickets.
This is the end of the show.
I'll take
and
chops.
It's customary now, because I say so, that the two guests have to ask one simple question that needs to be asked each and every week. So I'm going to count backwards from 3, and on 1, please ask that question. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, did you get lost
did
in
you
space?
see this one?
Chaos Demon.
Where is it? The Chaos
I don't
Demon?
know. I'm looking for both of them. There's too much smoke around here. Why is there so much smoke? Alex, is that you?
I'm not smoke.
Oh, Alex,
smells
I
like-
found Alex. He's not smoke. World Mind, what are you doing over here? There's so much smoke here. What are you doing?
It
over
smells like
I'm
it just
smoking
smells
it.
like it just smells like methane. Did you fought? Did you guys fought? I feel like one of you fought it.
Is this methane gas?
Did you one of you fought? I feel like one of you fought.
This is
it.
methane. Everyone run!
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. Tune in to X-Rated, the X-Men animated review show. Artistic interviews with graphic histories. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And movie reviews with Hold Up, a movie podcast. And while you're at it, spin a few records with Eamon on Track. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
I'm coming, brother. Just got a little lost. In space. 1998.